Hello everyone. In our previous video, we just finished to set up our server. We did everything to make our server up and running, which as you can see, our running from the localhost 8000 and API docs you can see. And as you can see, every single scenario, all the data structures is right here. If you still didn't finish that, just try to watch the video. I'm gonna just hook up the link in the description. Besides, you can also find the entire code segment on that Babymart Vite, which is just an start setup. If you just change your directory as the server setup, you can find entire code segment, especially for the server setup. All are available here. Also, the link it will be in the description, so feel free to go from there. And if you want to watch the video, you know the already is in that your video is tagging in the playlist, so you can just find the first one from there. So what we are going to make today is our admin portion. As you can see, that is the admin. If we logged out, that will be the initial setup for the admin, and from there you can make the sign up with the form, and also you can make the sign in from the form. And as you can see, I'm running directly in the production, so I'll just simply go and try to log in as an admin. So let's say gmail.com, and I'm gonna put my password over here. That's it. And after entering, if everything validated, as you can see, I'm using as an admin flag, so means I'm an admin user. And from there, it's also a toggle responsive one. So if you just go and just minimize it, you can see how the way it can capturing together. So first of all, your admin dashboard going to be a very important things for your business, because you're gonna get all of your calculations, all of your dashboard scenario from the admin, which is really connected to the server. Now of course we're gonna having our client application, but it will not hold that much data the way the admin gonna be holding, because this one it will be your eye opener about your business. So what kind of things are you gonna have in our dashboard? We can view our total users, total products over there, how many categories we have, brands, total orders, and total revenue from there. So we can actually see every single scenario. From watching the dashboard, we know what's happening around our business. We have the categories distribution, user role distribution, we have the brand distribution over here. Then we're also having the account, and the account's gonna holding all the account purposes. As you can see, we have the paid orders, pending orders, and revenue, total orders, and like a data, and also kind of best selling products, whatever the products is, right? Their recent orders we can view, and also the products which is the moving faster, like performance is like stale products, and no sales product which is moving faster and which is not moving at all. In that way we can understand what kind of products we need to get more in our production layer. And then we also gonna have the user basis, and from the users you can add more users. You can, if you wanted to, you can add it user, you can delete user if you wanted to, like this one I can simply delete and it will be disappear from there. I know it will be disappear. We're gonna fix every single thing, because so many people they're using in that production, you know, lots of people they are just trying it, so I don't want to let them go from there, so I'm gonna keep it like that. Okay, no worries about that. And also you can filter according to the role, like I can see whatever the users is right there, or how many admins is right there. So I think I'm only one admin right here right now, so I don't want others to be making so many things here. And also I can search based on the user, so every single thing working perfectly aligned. I can refresh the user. There is the pagination setup, which I really didn't finish it, because there is some text for you, hidden text which you will fill up, and I'm going to tell you how you can fill. So that's why I'm creating some of the loophole which you need to fill out, but the code it will be there. If you cannot do it, you can directly go back to the code, you can fill it up yourself. So first of all, if you just go in the orders, here in the orders, as you can see, there is the pagination working. That's what I told you. I was keeping that one by in purpose. Now in the orders view, we can see our order details, like about the order. We can just view the order entire segment details, and also we can edit the order, if it's pending. If I just go and make it let's say is paid, and it will flag at is paid. So as you can see, the order is paid. I can do anything as an admin. So also from there you can directly get the status by pending, or also you can go by paid, by pending. So whatever the things you are looking forward to. By the way, if you just want make the search 1D, you can see how the way it's reflecting, so everything gonna working perfectly aligned. And then we are having our invoices. So now it's the most important part in any business, that you're gonna generating invoices for the people. But how you can do it? we are using some of the plugin, which is really helpful to build the entire setup from the scratch. So now this is my orders. I want to generate one invoice according to that. This click is generated at the bottom. I can now preview the invoice. As you can see, I can see my logo, my address, and the invoice date, due date, and also the summary of the biller, then the order details, the product details, subtotal, tax, shipping, and entire cost total. Also the no terms and condition, thank you for your business, and then baby shop, every single notable things which is required for running a production level business, you can find it right here. Now from there, you can generate, like if I want to generate this one, and if I see the preview, that's the one which is generated. So, and also you can do one more thing, you can share it. You can share, you can copy the link, you can share the link from there, you can share in WhatsApp, Telegram, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, whatever you want. You can print the invoice. If you click, it will print. You can also download the invoice. As you can see how you can do that. You can just connect. This is the downloader. So it will just go and open in a new window so that you can download. I will just do one more time. You can see. So that's how you can do. So this is the open. You can print, download, do anything you are looking forward to. You can also search by status, and also you can search by anything. Now here is the most important part where we're gonna fill up the data layer. This is the one of the fundamental part which is really required to understand. This is our banner, right? So our banner is going, we're not putting anything static, pretty much everything coming from the server and also doing in a lightweight. So here what we are doing, as you can see, we have the bits deals today banner and also the hot this week. We can add more banner if you want. We can edit the banner we want, and you can see we can go the title, this like the name, title, start from hot deal, and also we can update the image from there. Also we're having the product. Now pretty much everything the way I showed you, this the simple categories working for everywhere. So we're gonna just hook up there. Now for the product, you know how we are refilling, we are connecting every single product with particular brand and category. Without that, you can't upload the product. You need to bear in mind when you are uploading that. So this is the way we can go with that. We can go in the ascending descending format. We can refresh the data. Then also we are going to have our categories where the similar of that, you know, how we link up the categories. Then we are having the brand, all the brands gonna be jumping over there. So this is kind of things which gonna make your application layer pretty much smooth. Like you can do anything from here. You wanna update a new product, you can just upload it from here. And also in the demo, the first one I explained, I do a lot of things there, so I don't want to go over and over. It's not so obvious. So we're gonna jump to build our things. First of all, if I logged out, as you can see, without logged in, I can't go in the dashboard. No, it will never ever let me go in my dashboard. So let's go in the dashboard. Never. Oh, this one is not found, I think. Okay, I think /account. Okay, this is the not found page. Really, I will try one more. Let's say admin. Okay, if we go from here, okay, this is the admin. Okay, this is the dashboard, and here what's the this is the account. Okay, so this is the account. Suppose the link should be exposed together. If I try to go and try to access that, no, there is some refresh error. We're gonna fix it because it's coming from the domain as we using. As you can see, on server we reload, we just need to go directly from the route. I can fix it, but I'm gonna fix it once we are delving in the production. I'm keeping that problem till now, so stay with that. We're gonna fix at the end, like whenever you are deploying any various application in Vercel, why these things is happening. Like any route, except the home, if you just route your page don't know where to go because it's need to be redirect from the home that it can access other routes, but right now it can't access. Only in the home it's gonna work perfectly. Other route, if you reload, it will be having problem. You're gonna fix that too. So right now let's go out from there. Also, you know what to do. If you wanna just clone that, you can just simply clone it and open it. Now our admin is running from here. So let's go. This is the dummy admin setup is there. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna cd into admin. Let's make npm I think already everything installed. npm I think it's installed. So let's, okay, npm run there. So it's gonna start running our application within the localhost 5173, which is the Vite, like the default port. So now this is the Babymart admin dashboard, complete administrative control panel to your e-commerce platform. We don't want any dummy. We're gonna build everything from the scratch. And also here the thing is that our, especially if you see the Tailwind CSS is set up already there, Shatshian also set up. So as you can see, you can find the utils right here, which is coming from the Shatshian, you know, Tailwind, Shatshian, everything is set up. So you just need to go jump on the build, make things up. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in my app.tsx. This is the where the everything gonna coming from. I'm gonna delete everything, take a simple div structure over here. Let's take a p tag, like a simple p tag. So that should be Babymart admin. It's saved, and we are now here Babymart admin. And from this one, we're gonna turn it into this one entirely to build our entire structure. So let's jump and build these things together. So first we're gonna set up our route and all the entire layout setup. As you can see the pages and others, then we're gonna go directly to assign our server setup and others. So first of all, what I'm gonna do, we need to create some pages, especially because as we are working with the Vite.js, so there will be no custom like the Next.js page, how it's supporting, it will not be there. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna use that React route. Go and read documentation, and that can make a lot of sense. So it's we are not going to use the old React router. We're going to use the React router, which is the new one, a user obsessed, standards focused, multi-strategy router you can deploy anywhere. So I'm going to go with the documentation. From the documentation, what I scenario to understand it better, but for me it just be alongside that I know how it gonna work and what are the things I need to go and keep in the motion. So first of all, we need to install the dependency from there, and that is the version 7, not the 6. So now this is upgrading and other. I'm going to go directly in the installation process. So this is how you can start by creating a React router or like router project and then go with that. But as you know, I'm going to go with the setup with that. So you're going to get the create router latest my React router app. So we are not needing that one. But first of all, this is the view template. If we go the routing and installation, okay, this is their documentation is little bit, I think they upgrade it a little bit. So what I'm gonna go directly in the npm just to go and easily be done from there. Should be React. Open my terminal, and I'm gonna take another one. Remember, whenever I'm gonna take a new terminal, it's gonna be always in the root. If I put ls, you can see I'm in the root directory. So as it installed, we can now start using that particular thing. Let's go directly in our main file, which is the main. Also, you can check in the package.json if it's installed or not. As you can see, 7.8.1 is installed. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just make this one a little bit smaller. Also, this one is smaller, because now you can feel free to go to the documentation to overflow here. But for me, I know what I'm gonna do, so I'm gonna go directly jump in my main application. So this will be the main.tsx. Over here, we're gonna first set up our router, then we're gonna start the other thing. So first of all, what we need to do is that from the file, which is the React router, I need to import something. So at the top, I'm gonna import that, should be import, and that should be coming some more of the object from there, coming as a function from React router. Either you can use the React router DOM, it's up to you. Also that will work, but that's not the updated one, which is the 6, but the React router is the updated one. So create browser router, and also I'm going to get that router provider. So router provider. So these two which are going to handle my route setup. And from this scenario, I'm going to remove everything from there, right? So what I'm going to do, let's say router provider, and over here I need to pass a router. So I need to define a routers which can really exercise using my create browser router. So it should be const an object of router, and here I'm going to use that function to create browser router and passing that object from there. Not an object, it can take an array of router. Every single array can take the valuable property. So let's say it could be the path for the first one, and the element I'm going to keep it as the element of, let's say I'm going to just keep that app right now, because as we are having the app, and as we set the router up, we can now simply provide that router as the parameter of router. If I put, as you can see right now, still we have the app, right? But if we change something, I don't want to pass that one. What if I just want to make an empty dependency? Hello, let's say just a hello from router. If we save that, as you can see, hello from router. Now we can put anything. It doesn't mean, because our application, the main entry point is going to come in from that instances. So now what we're going to do, we're going to setting up all of our router setup by which we can go and combine and make things in a very, very proficient way. So first of all, I'm going to create all the pages. So I'm going to go here in the source, create a new directory, which is going to be passing all the pages here. So the first page, at the list one, it should be our app, which is going to handle everything. Then I'm going to create an account. I'm going to go just come with the camel, like the letter spacing cases. So TSX, RFCE, that should be our account page. You can rename it. I'm going to keep it like that. So save. Then we are going to also coming a banner page. So that should be banners.tsx. Right, yeah, I think banners plural is the better, because we're going to keep some banner data. Or instead of banners categories, okay, we can keep like that, because it will be just an import. And then, or instead of the banners, this not looks good for me. I think I'm going to simply keep the page's name. So let's just I think in that property ratio, we're going to keep it like, or I think, yeah, RFCE, just keep like that. Nothing to worries. Then we're gonna have our brands.tsx or FCE. That should be our brands page. And of course, we're gonna have our categories.tsx. If you know how to create the pages and go by, you can skip the video and then just create all the pages. Then also you're gonna have that dashboard .tsx, which gonna be our dashboard page. And after that, we're gonna have our invoices.tsx that will hold our invoices page. And we're going to have our login.tsx, that would be our login page. And same as we're going to have our orders.tsx for our order page. And after that, we're going to have our products.tsx, FCE. So that would be our product page. Then it's going to be having our register.tsx, register page. And after that, one more should be users. Let's say it's going to be users.tsx RFCE, that would be our users. So I'm going to go in our again main. I'm going to select that one, close other. So now we know we are having all other page, and strict method I'm not going to using right now here. Router is going to set up everything for me itself. Now what I'm going to do, first of all, in this root element set right there, I'm going to create a separate setup of that. So this is the app. I'm going to create a page called login, right? So that would be our synchronous way. It should be the first priority. Of course, we're going to set the router setup and others. Now, as you can see, unexpected application error 404. So need to import, I think, yeah, login page. Unexpected 404 can provide a way UX. Okay, I think if we go in our login, so this is our login page. It's supposed to reflect over there. Let's try one more time. Okay. Okay, because it's the first route we need to define. Okay, so first I'm going to keep that define as the home route. Otherwise, because we need to handle the error property, so I'm going to just make it smaller. Then I'm going to make that separate to route, which going to be, let's say, it's going to be coming as a path should be / let's say it's going to be login. And then the element, which we're going to keep it as login. So that's the one element. Then it's gonna coming up another element. Let's say path. It should be, let's say, register. and of course the register, and don't forget to keep that forward slash. And over here the element, let's say element gonna be register. So now it will work perfectly. Okay, I forgot the comma. Okay, fine. So now this is our login and other setup. So now under this tree is the independent route, right? If you just go directly over here, okay, okay, why I renamed that. Okay, these all are independent route. If I go directly like / login, I should be able to see login page. If I go / register, I should be able to go my register page. Now this would be the independent route. Or the parent layer like the path, because whenever I'm going to log in, like especially if I just get the login initialization, and after login, as you can see, we are landing our home page, and all other route it's supposedly to be under the home page, not independent, because they are constantly coming like / dashboard / account, something like that. So that's what it's gonna be there. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna define it in a very delicate and easy way. First of all, it should be passing as a children property, which gonna be an array, and the array can take multiple objects. First, I'm going to provide the index, and index should be true. And what would be the index? Index would be, let's say, path, and the path I'm going to provide a dashboard path. That should be our index path. And over here, we're going to pass the element. Let's say it should be the element, and the element should be coming as a dashboard. So whatever the dashboard page is, that would be our element. So I'm going to just that should be one, then it should be our account page. So I'm going to just grab it, but I can grab all other pages, so it would be a simply understandable. So I'm going to copy that and passing all the route setup. So now as you can see, / dashboard / account, which going to be our account page, / dashboard orders going to be our orders page, and that should be our not like that, should be users. Okay, that would be our users page, that would be our invoices page, and here is our products. And after that, we're going to also having our banners, and then be our categories, and then it should be our brands. So now our entire route setup is correctly aligned. If I just go / dashboard, you can see we are now in the dashboard, because that's reflecting our dashboard account. So we need to go directly the dashboard, meaning, so if we no, it's not, did we have dashboard? Yeah, we have the dashboard, but it's not reflecting. So I think we need to go directly in the dashboard, which is the home page. And let's say I'm going to go in dashboard account. Okay, in some reason, this children parameter is not taking in hit. So this is our element. Okay, that will not take the hit, because remember in our app, we are not passing any children. Okay, so children or outlet, because now as you can see, we passed that as a children, right? But it still is rendering only that single parameter, like the parent parameter, because we are not passing the like outlet or others that it can be setting in the middleware and can pass each and every single data like so. So what we need to do, we need to pass that variance the way it can be visible. So I'm going to go in my app, and over here after that I'm going to pass a key which should be outlet, and that outlet should be imported from React Router. And if we save, you see now / account, if I go dashboard, it should be / dashboard. So we know, because using the entire app file, we're going to create this entire of that, like every single page have that header, have that sidebar, have that footer. So all the things is coming directly from the app. So you need to set that in a single page. So no need to just create each and every single time in different or multiple page scenario, right? So you're going to create that under loop, then we're going to go and state or other properties. So first of all, what I'm going to do, we need to have to be in the components, because in the components we're going to create a lot of other files there. So on the components, I'm going to go directly in the, let's say I'm going to go simple way. Okay, you can make directory structure the way, like the pages setups different, common is different, but I'm going to just simply keep the UI, whatever the UI I am building, I'm going to keep it for in the Shatshian. Otherwise I'm going to keep all other in there. So first let's just install the Shatshian property. So npx Shatshian at latest should be at, and as you see the button is already there. edge, I'm going to use the card, I'm going to use the dialog component, I'm going to use the from component, I'm going to use that not others, also alert dialog, and then it's gonna coming here input label, and also select skeleton table. So that's the things it gonna initialize. If you just simply go in the section UI, you know how from where I'm grabbing it, you just can simply go with that and go in the documentation here for the process of, now we're using the Vite.js. You just need to be configure that, which we already did. Like if you want to anything, any single components, you just need to go in the components, search any of that, same like using the card. You can just get the card and get that command and run it in your terminal. That will do every single thing to just use that. So it's a pretty interesting library, not like having any dependency over there. So I'm gonna just providing some time to install all of this, like the creating all of those components for me. So as you can see already, it's skipped, I think, override, okay, because the button is already there. So now as you can see, we have the alert dialog, badges, cards, dialog, from, input, label, skeleton, select skeleton and table. So all file is created. We're going to use it wherever we are needing those one. So right now we're going to create our entire loophole to just to combine each and everything. So first of all, we need a header, right? We need header, sidebar. I'm not going to create the entire things right now, but we're going to just make that understanding that what we are actually building. So as you can see in the components UI, which holding entire of the section property, here I'm going to keep my other setup. So I'm going to make that header.tsx, let's say tsx rafce, that would be our header. Okay, so that would be our header, and as you can see, React is not requiring that one right now. So it's just coming with rafce for the React Native snippet. Very soon I'm gonna also going to launch one extension here by which you can create or generate the component whatever the platform you're looking for. So it will be dropped by within the end of the this month, or you don't need to make that headache like every single time you create a pages using rafce. Now this extra, which is not required at all. So now over here, the header as is right there, what we're gonna do, we're gonna bring our header especially for directly to combine it all together. But right now, let's see our tailwind CSS if it's working or not. Class name text should be red. Okay, this is working. And if it's not working in your machine, pretty much you just go open your settings from there and try for the tailwind CSS. So as we are using that version 4, so you need to go with the edit in setting JSONs. Now there you need to combine your path. So in that, as you see, tailwind CSS experimental config file, maybe if you are watching the updated version, maybe it will not be there. That time you can change that. So admin source index main. So this is, I'm now in the admin directory in the source, and then it's coming directly over here in that index.css file. I need to just define the path to find the actual parameter from where it's just working. So my thing is working perfectly. Now over here, we need the header, and also we need another properties which call a sidebar. So let's say sidebar.tsx rafce. And if you don't want rafce, you just simply can make that function sidebar. It should be simply an arrow function from there, and over here you can return. Okay, I think I need to make that an equal. So in the return, you can simply return a div, let's say sidebar. And over there, you can make simply export default sidebar. That's how you can create it. That will work also. And if you don't work another way, any kind of function you can just combine and toggle through together. So first on the div, I'm going to keep, okay, that outlet should be there. Then after that, I'm going to keep my sidebar. Okay, so this is the sidebar at the side. And after that outlet, I'm going to cut it. I'm going to keep a div here. Then I'm going to paste the header. After the outlet would be in the middle. So first I'm going to provide our header. So let's say the header here, and header outlet, and I'm going to keep the outlet in the main tab as it's going to be containing the main properties of the application layer. So that would be my outlet. And also we need to define a toaster which gonna happen to be handling all of our toaster messages. Now if we go in the section UI, if we just directly go in the section, there is a toaster, but they are not recommending to use it anymore. It's just getting deprecated. You can just go directly in the toast, and as you can see, you can go directly directly like get the Sonar documentation, or you can directly go in the old, but we're not going to use the old. We're going to get directly the Sonar. So this is the way it's going to be combining that. And how we can do that, you just need simply make that npx session at latest at Sonar. So I'm going to just open that, just paste it. So now it's gonna add all the Sonar functionality, and from there we can just directly inject that one, which can be really helpful to build that. So I want to see what kind of functionality it's just providing here. In the UI there is the Sonar. So this is the combination pattern by which it's displaying everything, passing the theme and others, or toaster props. So anyway, just keep it as the default one. And what I'm gonna do now, you can use that one also, or you can use the default variable of the Sonar, the way it can be useful. So now over here, I need to define my toaster. So toaster from the Sonar UI, that's it. So I can now use the toaster directly within my application layer. Like if I just make a button here, let's say I'm going to just provide a button. So let's say it will be a button from components. Let's say I'm going to make that click me. That's it. And this is now not going to be a server component on others, so it can be working perfectly. So I'm going to go back to my home. So Babymart. Did we miss anything? Okay, this is our dashboard page. Okay. I think maybe we are having some issue. So let's just check. So in the console here, okay, node modules sonar.js provide an exports name toast props. Okay, I think I saw it before. So that is the export. Okay, its type must be imported using type only import when okay is enabled. Okay. Or pretty much if you just want to make some default parameter, okay, we can just skip that. Maybe they have some issue on that. We can simply just make that Sonar. That's it. That will also work. So you can just directly use the Sonar parameter. Now, if we want to click on that, let's say this button, we can just make on-click function here, just a simple function. Let's say toast dot success. Let's say hello from admin. Now, if we click, you see hello from admin, that is coming right there. If we just pass the error, it's gonna provide the error. If we just make that click me, click, you see hello from admin. But there is, you can make lots of combination here, but right now we'll not go any combination. We're gonna just keep it simple, but later on we can bring the flexibility. Now there's some of the, this is not the layout which we are going to talking about, or with what we are actually using in the application. Layout should be like that: sidebar, header, and then the content. So we're gonna implement that layout. First of all, in that overall layer, I'm gonna make that class name should be height, should be screen, and also we're gonna make that flex bj should be background. Now for the class name, for the css property and others, I'm gonna go with the default variable, because right now why we're going that, because in the baby shop there I'm gonna make that everything as a proper theming, proper combination. You can see the colors and others. That's how beautiful one. But as the admin, so I want to give you much more freedom, so you can work with your own admin to make it better, make it capitalized, usually make it flexible the way you feel it better. So that's up to you, but I'm gonna keep it very simple, then you can utilize that. But for the client, it will be perfectly aligned, and that's all the design setup need to meet the requirement perfectly. So now as we did that part, so now also we're gonna make that so the background is okay. Now after that, what we need to do is that we also make that one as the div. So let's put like it will be flex column by default, and then I'm gonna make that as a flex one, so that would be the flex one proportion. And after that, also we can just make that, or we can just simply make of, let's say, max weight. I think we can just simply use that max width of screen to Excel, or similarly like that, which can be breakpoint to Excel. You can do like that, and also you're gonna put a width of, let's say, or we can also make that margin left from, let's say, 64 right now. I'm going to just put the default. As you can see, it's providing that grip as the pretty much very sideway. So I'm going to just remove that click button, which is not required. For instead of, also you're going to make that bg of let's say I'm going to make a gray color, so just to gray of 600 just to see. So now this is the entire statement. So that's the sidebar which is getting, which going to coming from margin left side, because our sidebar which going to contain that left proportion, we're going to implement that one. So let's go back to the sidebar just to keep a little bit distraction here, which can make things a little bit cooking up. So what we can do right now is that I'm going to go in our sidebar over here. We're going to direct some of the class name, and that class name, it will be, you see, it will be fixed. Okay, so entire sidebar will be in fixed, and then we're going to also make that fixed inside Y, or I think we can simply go and remove that background color. That would be a good things. Or okay, so we can see, okay, that's the sidebar. Now what we can do, okay, also I think it's not required, we can just remove the others proportion, which is not mandatory. Now in the sidebar we have the fixed inside Y0, left 0, Z index 20, flex column, border R, which going to providing that border grip here, and border R, which is the slit of 800 by 50, and BG gradient 2 from the bottom right, it will be there from bottom, from slate to 900 via slate 800 to slate 900, shadow 2 axle, hover effect, and text white. So right now it's gonna coming and a hover effect. So what I'm gonna go in my index.csx, because whenever we're gonna proportioning a hover properties, that effect going to be there. So right now you can see we have didn't implemented that one, so I'm going to just bring that hover effect scenario right here. So that also the button properties, so that two property gonna be there, hover effect, which gonna transition all, duration 300, easy in out. Why you need that? Once we click, as you can see, that's the animation setup. It gonna affect once we are hovering from there. Now this is our sidebar ratio. Also after that we're gonna also make we're gonna use some of that motion here. We're gonna bring it later on, and after that we're gonna have another initial div here for, let's say, I'm gonna just put a p tag, content will go here. That's it. So right now you can see that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna bring some of the style here so that it gonna be looks fantastically done. So this one, as you can see, that's the flex item center, and it's gonna be an justify between padding of 4, height 16. So what we are talking about, this bar. Okay, and also this is coming up from a gradient color. You can change the color the way you feel it better, so no nothing to be worried about that. You can change it, you can modify it the way you think it can be, either be flexible or can be useful. So okay, and we can also make that one as a weight of full, so it can capture, okay, it's not capturing the entire weight, because what we need to do is that we need to provide a weight of 64 right now. So that's the weight, and that's the gapping of the margin that is the similar. Now we go back to the app. I'm going to remove that background color from there. Okay, so now as you can see, so the content, it will go here. We have the header, and then within the header properties, so as in the app, so right now we doesn't have the outlet is not showcasing other things. You can see right here we are not visibly seeing the product layer. So if we go in the dashboard right now, okay, it's right here, but it should not be aligning like this way. So I'm going to go in the app again, and this time I'm going to go in the header. Okay, make header little bit fantastic so that it can be understandable. I'm going to just provide the class name right now so that it can be visible. So that would be the property for right now. As you can see, I'm just keeping that one as a sticky, top 0, Z10, flex, item center, height 16, background color, border B, border, and the border is the border color, padding X is 4. So this is for current scenario right now. We're going to come back in later on to make things done and pretty decent. Now this is our outlet, so everything quite good. And for the toaster, I'm going to make a position which going to be, let's say it would be bottom right. So from the right side of the bottom, it's going to appear. So right now we are only having this portion. Okay, so first of all, we need to set up our route. We're going to go in our main, or in our main, and I'm going to just close others. So what I'm going to do from the main, we need to set up how the things can be combining it all together to make it better and initialize each and every single segment. I can do it here, or I can do in our app. So this is the file where magic can be there. So to make things pretty interesting, what we can do is that we need to create an state, or we can use the auth store So to provide that, as you can see, we're gonna only use a single state just to handle our users, like handle our login credentials and others. Rest of it, we are not gonna using any of this state because we're gonna fetch all the data in real time. Okay, so data would be coming from the real time, so no need to think about how we're gonna match or manage. But for our user authentication, for our login parameter and others, that's what we need to think about it. So first of all, to use that state management, we are going to use the Justin. This is one of my favorites because no need to using any wrapper or others. We can just simply utilize it, use it, that's it. And there would be a pretty simple functionality, pretty minimal functionality. So I'm going to go in the documentation. Feel free to read everything from the Justin. And if you are new on this channel, you can just go with previous some of the video. I use Justin more often so you can understand how the things we can be done. I'm going to close that because you know how we're going to use that one. So in that terminal here in the admin, I'm going to paste it to install the dependency. And still you are with me, please do like the video and subscribe the channel. There's a lot of people, more than 80% is not subscribing. This is a really painful thing for me, do subscribe. That will be a lot of help for me. Now what we can do, as we are having that, so we're gonna create another, let's say I'm gonna create a, okay, I'm gonna create an store functionality. So store, and over in the store, I'm gonna create a simple file, use auth store.ts. Now you can use a lot of files, a lot of other property, but for me it would be perfect. Now from there, I'm gonna import, and the import should be happen to be coming from the Justin, and I'm going to use Justin, that the create function by which I can create. And also I'm going to use another property, not from Justin, but it's going to coming from the Justin / middleware, because whenever we are like, if we are saving anything in this state, if we reload, the state will be disappear, right? Okay, that's the error which happened to be there. It can be a little bit affectable, but no worries, we're gonna fix that very soon. We're gonna fix it together. Also, you're gonna deploy it, so no worries about that. Now what's actually we are meaning that also you reload, like I'm logged in, but if I reload, it's gonna remove from my local storage, right? But using the persist, I'm gonna keeping that. Remember, we're gonna use that redux persist to save in real time. That's the same functionality it's gonna do. It's gonna keep save in our real time. Now over here, we're gonna do lots of other parameters. First of all, I'm gonna bring my type here, which is gonna be an user type. So the type user would be ID should be string, and the underscore ID keep a similar proportion for the MongoDB. How they are using would be a name string, email string, avatar string, and the role can be admin or user or delivery man. I'm going to just keep that 3 name properties right here. Now also I'm going to having another type called the auth state. Okay, now I'm going to copy pasting that, because if I'm typing it, it's going to just take a bit of time, and the code, it will be with you, so you can go back and forth, you can understand, and or you can just post the video and type it yourself. I'm going to explain everything. Now for the type auth state, you can typically take the type, or you can just get the interface. If you do interface, just remove the equal sign. That's it. The same thing, same way it can handle. Now the user would be user type, otherwise it can be null. If we have the user, it could be this type, otherwise it could be null, because we are putting the type safety at is pick, because we're not going to using any, because you cannot, I don't want to deploy any application. If you're using TypeScript, we want to provide a very exact type proportion. Now the token should be the string or null. Is authenticated can be a boolean value, either it could be false or true. By default, if you using that, it could be a false value. The login, which gonna coming up with the credentials, email string, password string, which should be a void, could be a function. Register, same, email, name, email, password, role, which can be coming up as a function. The logout, simply a function. Check is admin, also a function. So these all are state. We didn't declare our function yet. We didn't set up our store yet. Now we're gonna set up. And here you need to be very careful once you're doing there, because if you're making a simple error, it can be messy. So we're gonna make that function called use auth store. And there we're gonna just use the create function, and over here we're gonna pass that our, remember, the auth state, the entire state properties could be coming here, and from there we're gonna return, and within that we're gonna use the persist to return the variation, and there we're gonna use the set method, we're gonna use the get method. By set, we're gonna set a dependency, and by get, we're gonna get our state, like setting the setting state, getting the get state. That's it. Now we're gonna make a function and then we're gonna set our object. And after that, also as we're gonna using the persist, so as you can see right here, this is the one which we are handling there. We're gonna just make another proportion, could be coming as a name, and the name should be our auth. Let's say auth storage. So that's the name which you're going to save the things in our like in our parameter. So first thing first, we need to now define all the parameter. By default, whenever you're going to have the user should be null, and also you're going to have the token should be null. Then also you're going to have that is authenticated. By default it's going to be false. And then for the login, not logs, for the login parameter, so login. And for the login, what we're gonna do, it should be an asynchronous login because we need to make await and others. And from there, it's gonna take the credential, and after taking the credentials, it's gonna just returning a function which gonna make us to log in the parameter and do the rest of it. So that should be coming as simple as function. After login, similar as the register, also gonna be coming as an asynchronous function, and it will take also the user data. So that's the data it's gonna be taking as a parameter. Then we will have our similar of that logout functionality, so which gonna be a logout function, which also going to be simply just a function over here, just gonna be an arrow function. That's it. So as we are having that arrow function, we're gonna also make that check is admin function, which gonna be similar of the check is admin, which also going to be similarly as a function. So this is the healthy setup of that what we are having right now. Now for the setting of the login proportion, like to make that one, we're gonna just simply go with the try catch value properties, and on the catch, whenever we're gonna having a certain kind of error, we're gonna just simply make that a console.error, and on the error we're gonna simply pass that login. So let's say login error, just to see, just to get understanding what kind of error we are facing. Then we're gonna pass the error, and from there we're gonna just throw the error also, throw error. Okay, now whenever we are going to passing the data layer, like we are having to be making something, we need to provide a response, right? And for the response, as you can see, we having the asynchronous function, so we need to can make that as a await. So response should be an as the beginner. Now here we need to create an API parameter which gonna handle the endpoint. So you're gonna create a folder called over here. We're gonna come to the lib over here. So in the lib we're gonna create another file name, should be the file name we're gonna combine at that a config. So which gonna not directly in the config, should be a config.ts file, which going to be configure all of our setup. So in the config we're gonna use that our Axios. So you can need to be npm i Axios to install the Axios dependencies. Feel free to read the Axios documentation, which can help you to understand about the Axios in a better way. But for me, if you're following me, you know how the way we can combine and do the things together. Now over here, there should be, first of all, you need to import the Axios from Axios. And from the dependency instances over here, we need a couple of things, which can be that Axios, that should be instances, and also should be Axios response. Okay, Axios response. So that's two things we're gonna use. Now, first of all, what we're gonna make is here, first of all, we're gonna go and use that configuration. Let's say configuration utility function. So utility for admin API. So should be utility. So that should be one, which is going to help us to get the configuration setup. And so on that parameter, we're going to have the get API configuration for admin, because we're going to set up for multiple instances. And after that, we're going to make a create configure Axios instances for the users. And also we're going to make something called that add and response, like we're going to also handle the error handling in a very, very crucial way. So that could be in a very simplistic way to understand. So add response interceptor for better error handling. Every request you're going to intercept to make it to understand how it are combined, how it's combining together. Then also create and export the configured Axios instances, and after that at the end we're going to maintain that our admin API endpoints. Now from there should be multiple endpoints, multiple setup, but I'm going to let you know how we're going to configure all of that. So first thing first, we're going to define an interface which is going to be coming here, the interface admin API config, because we're going to having that both for the production and for local. Now, the base URL should be string, and is production should be as a boolean value. Either it can be in production or it can be in local, and then whenever it's changing, the API endpoint would be changed also. So this will be the type for the admin API config, and after that we need to make another configuration to get like API configuration for the admin. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna also need to create a simple function. We're gonna just simply make that export const get admin API config. So now I'm gonna keep it all together like so. All the configuration I'm gonna set it right now. So should be admin API config, and that would be a simply an arrow function over here. Now what I want you to do over here, remember in our, especially for the Vite here, there is a file called Vite config file, right? Or you can simply go with the env file. So I'm going to go directly in the .env file. Here, as you can see, you need to write it like the Vite API URL, otherwise you can't access that. So should be Vite API URL. The client URL is not required, just I'm keeping there is even it's mean nothing at all, but this one is meaning everything. So you need to have that Vite API URL. If you didn't write that, so it's already there, you just need to be focused on that it must be there or initialized over there. So right now what we're gonna do, so as we have the API config, like that config file here, so as we has that, we're gonna make a simple function. We're gonna make that, let's say it should be const API URL. So URL is equal to, should be import dot meta dot env. So it can now read my entire env setup and keep the similar name of what we just put there, that import meta env Vite admin URL. Now if there is no API URL, we don't want our application to be break. So what we can do, we're going to just simply throw a new error here, and the error should be passing the message that, let's say the same message, Vite API URL in environment variable is not defined. Okay, that's just a simple message over here. It's not defined, so you need to define that. And if it's available, we're gonna make that is production variable, so it can be coming up within that scenario. So either it can be production or not. So is production if we have that import meta.env, the Vite app new app env. So you can also enable that app env here. As you can see, it's now in the development. So now if it's in production, it's gonna just go like it gonna passing that, or if the meta env production is equal to true, either we need to configure at production or you need to pass it as a production method is true. If it's there, it can go through that. So now after that, we're going to return what you're going to return. We're going to simply return the base URL. So that should be the base URL, or we can just simply pass that all together. There should be the two key. One, it will be base URL API URL /API. That would be our API, especially what we're saying that localhost 8000 /API. Why I'm maintaining that one here, in the simple way, we can now either we can change the entry point, because our basic route is localhost 8000. So that's why we are just configuring that one manually to make that API to working in correct way. So now after that, once we did that, I think maybe I missed something, or is it so? Okay, I think I need to make that one here, not outside of that. Yeah, it should be here. Okay, I was just going out of that function, so everything should be within that function. So now we are providing the base URL /API. So now either it can be is production or not, we can get within that flag, or also by calling that API URL, we can directly get our base URL. Now also we can do another setup which can create our API instances. So that would be this one, configure the Axios instances here. Now how we can configure that? So instead of writing everything from the norm, we are actually accessing that. You see the create API instance, we're getting that base URL, getting get admin API config. So that's the base URL we are working for that, and then we are creating an API instances. The instance gonna coming from Axios create the base URL. And as you can see, no need to type every time the headers content type application JSON, because we are passing it globally. So we know we are passing the JSON. If we want to do any manual setup, we're going to call it manually. And also with credential true, it should be, because the authentication should be coming with the credential, and timeout 30 seconds timeout. You can also make it, if you want to make it not 30 seconds, but you want to make that as let's say I will make it for 2 minutes. Okay, so that could be the 2 minutes for that. Right now I'm going to going to keep it 30 seconds as I'm working locally, or I can go with the 60 seconds, which can be okay 30 seconds, or let's say 60 seconds. I think that would be good setup for that. And then we are also making that add a request interceptor to include auth token. Now the instance to intercept request to use, we're using from the configuration, and we're using the auth data. We're accessing the local storage to get item, and remember the auth storage we have been accessing, that's the one which gonna configure the auth storage. Now if the auth data available, then it's gonna be parsed, and the JSON parse auth data, because we're gonna destructure the token if there is the token which gonna authorization making the bearer token, otherwise it's gonna error. So if we doesn't have the token, we're gonna providing the parsing error auth data and return the config. So this is the config we are setting up by which our auth instance can be verified. And then the instance.interceptors, because remember every request should be intercepted there. And in the error, if the error code is error network, we are providing that network error, or if the response status is 401 like as unauthorized errors, we are also providing that local storage remove item. Whenever anyone trying to access our auth without the authorization, we are removing the auth storage. So in local storage, nothing will be there as auth storage, and the location should be login. That's why we are handling. So whenever you are logged out, there is no way you can access any route without that, any route in the dashboard proportion. And then the promise is going to be rejected, and now we are having our instances. And after that, we're going to also use the error handling, which going to simply passing on that should be admin API, which gonna be create API instance. So create API instance. So that's the function which gonna handle that entire instances from the top to bottom, and we can access it using that admin API. And then after that, we also gonna handle another portion which gonna be admin API endpoints. Not every endpoint is gonna handle like admin setup. For the register, we're gonna auth register should be admin API endpoints, login, logout, that all method gonna access according to that admin API endpoints. Also passing that, also you can ask the users, products, categories as much as we want. Now we can include. And after that, we can just simply make that. So let's see what we did all together. Okay, so now this one is not required. So now we're going to define our admin API endpoints. And also, as we have that, I think that's basically the endpoints at the top. I'm going to cut it. I'm going to pass it here. Okay, that's the endpoint here. Now, what we need to do, we need to make that handle API endpoints to make the build query parameters, which is going to be export const build query params. The params going to be coming as a recorded string number, or boolean value, or can be undefined. Then having the search params, which going to getting that from the URL search params and object.entries. You're going to get the params for each key value there, and then the search param. So this is the basically we're going to use for the query string parameter, which is going to basically export our entire admin configuration. So now let's go back to the top. It's saying that admin instances is a type must be imported. Okay, I think I maybe misspelled something which should not be. So in the creates API instances, what is that? Okay, we used that Axios instances here, so that's pretty cool. It should work. Then what actually we missed here? If we go back and try to recirculate again, okay, what's actually getting wrong here? If we go in our Axios response, that's also be okay. So the response getting Axios response gonna come in from the response providing the error. Okay, I'm gonna try to replace entire setup. But why is providing that? Okay, a type must be imported using type only import. When okay, aliens. Okay, we can see how actually those things working. Or I just reload my window. Let's see if I just having some the TypeScript cache problem or not. I think yeah, maybe yeah, it's just having the TypeScript caching problem. So now this is my entire config setup for my admin configuration. Now what we can do here, we can easily use that parameter to go with that. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna directly go in our auth storage, and here await we will make the call from the API. So as the API is coming, so the API should be, now this is the config, but we need the API. So we can now redirect our configuration set to just to go by to make things pretty decent. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna simply grab that API. So let's just go in the config. We're gonna create a new file called api.ts. On the api.ts, we're going to create a separate combination here because we're going to import everything from there, right? So what we're going to do, we're going to make that export. We're going to just pass that uh, default as API, and that API going to be coming from .config file. Note like that should be from .config file. And from there, we're going to export several instances, and the several instances also going to coming from, let's say it should be coming from config, and the config gonna handle lots of parameter. There should be multiple instances. Get admin API config, also gonna get that admin API, also gonna make that admin API endpoints, and also gonna make that build admin query param. So this is the all the parameters which gonna handle by the config. And here we're gonna also make an export default for backward compatibility. So compatibility. Okay, and here it should be export. It would be providing that default, and that should be coming, okay, default default from, it should be coming from config. That's it. So now this is our configuration by which we can now call our function over here, or we can get our API from here. So what I'm going to do for getting the credential, you're going to make that API, and we're going to import it from the lib, and there we're going to make the post method. So that's the post method going to be there. Remember, we're going to pass that as auth and pass that as login. So it should be routing through localhost 8000/API/auth/login, and over here we're going to pass our credential. That's it. Now we're going to also need to modify that one as we got the response. If we have the response, and response gonna have the data dot token, so it's having the data and the token, then we're gonna set some of the method parameter. It would be a function, then object. We're gonna set the user should be passing that as a response dot data. Then we're gonna set our token, and the token should be response dot data dot token. And then we're gonna make that is authenticated should be true. So that would be true method. So now this user is authenticated. So that's the mechanism we are going to use to bring back that. And also for the registration, we're gonna just go use that simple parameter on that. For the registration mark, we're gonna make that similar, should be coming await API post auth register, passing that entire user data, and by having that user data, they're gonna make the register, and we are not setting anything, like nothing. Only whenever a user is getting logged in, that time we're gonna saving his credential. Otherwise, we're not saving his credential at all. We are just redirecting him to the login page. And after that, once the logout set is happening, just simple, we're gonna set everything as the previous value. User should be null, token should be null, is authenticated should be as false. And also for the check is admin, what we can do, this is going to be running a simple function. First of all, we need to grab the user, and the user should be is equal to just simply a get method, or you can just simply get the user directly, if it is up to you. And from there, return should be, let's say, user dot role. If is just like is equal to admin, only then it's gonna return the value. So now we have our use of storage. We can simply use that. Now after that, when everything is done, we need to make that export default should be use auth store. Okay, so now our auth store is fully ready and we can use it. Now the beauty of using that, especially for that Justin, is that you don't need to configure a lot of things right now. So what we can do, we can directly go in our app, right? So in the app, we can now make a simple customizable things. Right now, we don't need to set any provider, nothing at all. That is why I love to use Justin's. You no need to make configuration by anything. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make just an use state, which gonna get from that use auth store. So use should be auth store. And from there, I'm going to access that is authenticated method, and I'm going to just simply log the parameter just to see if you can see it or not. So it should be passing that is authenticated. I think something happen to be fishy, you know, problem can become, no worries. Okay, the requested module, node modules Vite devs Axios does not provide an export name Axios instance. Okay, config 153. So let's go back to our config here. So this is our config. Okay, the error is still persisting. Even we reload, it's still there. So I'm gonna just try to make those things up. Let's see again. Okay, that should configuration. That is how we configure. Okay, I'm gonna make the package here. So let's say the package in admin. Did we have the Axios? Okay, we have the Axios. So it should not be bothering that much. 1.11. So 1.11. That should not. Okay. Okay, we need to find a way that it should work. I think we can simplifying that one by, instead of using directly from there, we can keep the Axios like that, and then we're gonna just define the type, which gonna be an import type. So now if we just reload here, as you can see, is authenticated is true, means we are logged in, is because remember we're using the same auth storage. So there is the token is right there. I should be in logged in. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make it logged out from there. So that also make it like that. Okay, still true. So I'm going to go and just refresh everything. I'm going to go in my application and then let's say clear everything, auto storage done. If I try to do that, now it's false, because it just setting, you know, whenever we are saving that, it's just there, we're using the same instances, that's why it's happened to be like that. Now we are having the false value here. Okay, I'm going to close others. Now it's gonna be more interesting over here. Now if is authenticated is false, when is getting false, we know the scenario. When is getting false is authenticated, so it's gonna providing that by default is false, right? Whenever it's logged in, it's gonna make it true. So now I'm not logged in, so it is false, that's true. Now what I'm gonna do, whenever it is like, let's say if there is like, if there is no user, then like is authenticated is false, what I want you to do, I want to return. Okay, I'm gonna return a function which gonna set as a navigate. So navigate, okay, also gonna import it from React router, and the navigate to going to be /login. That's it. Now you see directly we are in logged in page. That's it. Very simple, very straightforward. Now we know what we can do and how the things can be fixed up. So first of all, we need to go directly working with, especially to our setup on that, let's say logged in. So we're gonna go in the page, and also we're gonna go in our login setup. But before bringing the login setup, we want to go make that register setup. Okay, we're gonna create the register because the login gonna be initializing the same parameter. So we're gonna first go to bring back everything to be done for our register page. And stay with me, I know there are a lot of things going to be out of the head, but feel, you know, when you are building something, it's not like very easy. You know, even you have the AI, even you have a lot of power to write code very fastable way, but you need to have patience to go in a certain kind of point. So right now for the class name, feel free to go use your own class properties the way you feel it better. I'm gonna just go directly on that. So this is the min height screen with full BJ gradient from the bottom right, and that's the just a gradient property. And I understand you should have a very good knowledge or acknowledgement about how the way it's work, the CSS portion. And if you're still having the problem, let me know in the comments. So first of all, what we need to do, we need to also use the motion. So I'm going to make that npm I. I'm going to use the motion just to make a multiple scenario or instances to initialize the data layer. You can simply search that motion.react, or just search for the motion. So this is the one which the library, not the framer motion I'm using. We're gonna use that one. You can search for the React parameter, which we're using the React. You can feel free to go to the documentation, and then you can understand each and every single compartment, how it's work, how the things can be done. Similar to the framer motion, almost same. Nothing that much difference is there. Now what I'm gonna do to initialize everything, I'm gonna import the motion here. So should be import, and then should be motion from motion/react. So that's how we're gonna import the motion directly. Now first of all, what I want to do, I want to make a motion dot div. That's how we're gonna just initialize the motion div parameter. So first of all, I'm gonna use a card over here, so which need to be imported from the component, and here it would be card header. So in the card header, we're gonna also pass another parameter called the motion dot div, and over here we're gonna pass that our card title, and in the card title we're gonna pass that create an account. So now you can see, okay, there is, yeah, create an account is right there. Now we need to make things in a certain portion. So I'm going to go in the div, put a class name, width should be a full, and max width I'm going to put MD, and padding X should be, let's say 4. That's it. So now we know our application layer is there. Even you sign up, you can see that's the one which you are creating right now. And after that, on that motion div, we want, because that's the one, whenever I'm going to reload, it's going to disappear, I know. So we cannot see directly there, but we know what's actually happening, and I'm not gonna fix it. I'm gonna fix it with you people, otherwise I'll forget to make those things done. If it's irritating to you, I'm really sorry for that. But I'm gonna fix it together. So right now for the div here, I'm going to put a motion. So the initial parameter, which is going to be careful. The first time I'm going to write, that time, and next time it's going to be copy pasted at all. So first instance, the opacity should be 0. I don't want to see that anything, whatever coming to the motion. And then the Y also should be 20, should be at the bottom. That's the initial layer. And whenever the animate going to happen, I want it to be the opacity should be 1, and the opacity should be 1, and then Y should be 0. And after that, if we make that, even you reload, there should be a bump. You see, there's a bumping, but not an actual way, because we need to add some transition. And for the transition, we're going to make that duration should be, let's say 0.3, just 3 milliseconds. So now if we just, you can see here, see how it's coming. If you make that as a 3, or 2, you can see how the time it's gonna take. You see, oh, very slow. But we don't want to be like that. We want just a little bit upgrade on that. Okay, now for the card, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just provide some of that property here, which is going to take us with full video white 95%, backdrop blur, which gonna give a property value here, shadow accel, border gray of 2. There is a border. If you just make it as 900, you can see the black border. I'm gonna just make it lightweight. And also for the card header, we are gonna make a space over there, class name text center space y2. That's the one which we are talking about. And for the card title, for this one, we're gonna provide a motion statement here, because we're gonna scaling it together. As you can see, also you're gonna just click on that, it's gonna jump to scale 3. See, it's gonna coming from the scale 0.8 to 1, and also taking the similar duration over there. Now our header needs to be a little bit a better shape, because it's not look so nice. Again, we're gonna just passing a simple statement. Okay, I need to provide, I am missing one string. So the text 3XL, font bold, and text gray 800. I think that is the similar of that proportion. Now it's not look so good, but we're gonna make it better. And also we're gonna having another proportion here, which gonna be, let's say, card description. And while you are taking the card, we make sure you are importing everything from the UI, like components UI card. That's the Shetchen component we are using. You can customize that one also. Like if you want to customize your own card, you know, nothing can be changed. You can simply come over here. Like if you want to make a BJ of red, you can simply pass that, and it will take that hit. First of all, if you remove the card BJ, it will take that BJ right there. Okay, it's not taking, means it's nothing, something is wrong there. Okay, that's the card props. Why is not working? It is because we are providing some of the class name in the card, yes, but if we remove that, you can see the magic, boom. So we know we can customize that one the way we feel it better, but no worries. It's good the way it's there, but nothing to be worried about. Now it would be fully white. Even you remove that, you can see the white color card. I just make little bit opacity from there. Now over here for the description, we're gonna pass that enter. Let's say should be enter your details to details. Okay, details to sign up. That's it. So now we got that one. And for the description, for the class name, text should be gray of 500, not 50, but 500. So now we have that. Now, what we need to do after this, the finish by the card header. After the card header, we are going to make that card content. So in the card content, we're going to have a very nice things. First of all, we need to bring our from. So that would be our from gonna coming from. Where the heck the from gonna come from? That is a very good question. But we're gonna bring the from our chain UI, the components UI, and here every single from that could be taking as a from property, but we doesn't have a from property, so I'm not going to keep it right now. I'm going to keep another form which gonna be a similar form, which I'm not going to keep any action right now because we're not going to make any action. So okay, not gonna make the action. So this from gonna have something subsidiary. So what we want it to be done, okay, there in the form we're gonna first need to provide that, let's say a from field, and in the from field we're gonna have a from item, not input, from item. So the from field, okay, it will not, okay, that should be the from field, it should be like that. Okay, so right now in the from field, we need to provide some of the properties. So in the from field, we need to provide some of the similar properties. The first one gonna be coming for the name. So you're gonna use the control parameter. The control gonna name as a from dot control. So from dot control. Now we doesn't have the from, so it's gonna be mixed up together. So first of all, we're gonna create a from here. As you can see right here, we should be having some more parameters, so I'm gonna just bring that. There should be a state property here, which gonna coming from the user state. And again, be careful because here we are nothing to be for the use client flag or other, but when you're gonna moving the Next.js, whenever you're gonna use the use state and other, you need to be very careful because we're gonna handle a lot of things. We have the use navigate, we have the use store property for the registration. Now we have the is loading, set is loading, navigate, and register. So right now we're gonna find to bring a from, which gonna use that use from parameter, which gonna coming from React hook from. And from where I'm gonna find that React hook from? Is it there? Is it right there? Because if you see in the packages, we just added that one, React hook from. You can just go to the Google search or just directly just copy that, just search React hook from, just go in the hook form, try to read about it. This is a very decent library which can make you a lot of things to be done. So this is the one which we're gonna use. And from the hook from, we need to be provide a data call. It should be coming as a from data. So now we need to initialize that from data. We're gonna just make that as a type, which gonna coming from the from data, and the from data should be coming from Zot. And in the package, if we just see over here in admin package, did we have the Zot? Yeah, we have the Zot. So we can now, that's just predefine I install. So you can also install by default if you want. So that should be z.infer, and from the infer property, we're gonna provide the type of, and on the type of, we need to provide our schema. So here the schema will go. So what I'm gonna do, we need to make the schema because we doesn't have any schema right now. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna go directly in our lib property. So that will be in the lib. Here we're gonna create a new file called validation.ts. That's the file which gonna handle all of our validation. I'm gonna bring all the validation here. Whenever I'm gonna using, I'm gonna let you know this just a validation property. So which one are you gonna use first of all? First of all, we're gonna use that register schema. So that should be register schema, like that. So now what is the register schema? If we go directly in the register schema, it is schema like export con register schema z and object format. We're providing the name, like every single user must have a name, and the name must be at least 2 characters. That's the configuration we are setting. And the email also need to be, please enter a valid email address, and the password should be string, minimum 6 character. Password must be at least 6 characters. And the role from the enum admin user delivery man, the please select a valid role. So that's the 4 entry point which a user must require: a name, an email, a password, and a role. Otherwise a user cannot be able to do any kind of things right there. So this is the registration format which we're going to create right now. So as we have that, this is the schema which we define. So right now what we're gonna do in use hook from, we are having that from data. So this is the data which we are talking about. So now as we have the from data, we can easily initialize whatever the parameter we're gonna have. Now we're gonna define the resolver. Resolver should be Zot resolver. So should be Zot resolver. Resolver. Why this is not showing the suggestion? That one gonna coming directly from here. hook from resolvers zot, and should be coming as a zot resolver. And from the zot resolver it should be getting that, let's say it gonna get overall for the register schema. Okay, and from the schema we need to provide the default values. So in the default value parameters in the object, we're going to provide the name, it should be empty, and also gonna providing the email, which gonna be empty too, and then gonna providing the password, which gonna be empty. And every single user gonna have a particular basic rule of user. By default gonna be role as a user. Now as we have the from, so now we can provide the from directly there. So in the from we're gonna provide dot dot dot, not like that, because it's gonna enter in the JavaScript dot 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 from value. That's it, our from value is ready. Okay, substrings property, because need to be control. From control gonna be accessing to maintain the control, and also gonna be name should be that one, gonna be a name property. And from there we're gonna render, and in the render property we're gonna take the every single object as a filled item, and then we're gonna directly return, which gonna be returning a from item. So should be from item. So let's grab it here, and in the from item there should be a from label. So should be from label, and in the from label I'm going to provide the name as the name. So if we just reload, we should be able to see, you see the name is right there, and there should be the name. And then after I think the from control we can provide, after the from label we should be having the from control, which can control the entire from setup. In the from control we're going to put the input, going to be coming from our setup from there, from the session UI. And in the placeholder, let's say I'm going to just provide the John Doe, just to see what kind of things they need to type. And over here the type should be, let's say, should be a text, and also visible whenever the loading instances is happening. It should be loading. Okay, there's two things. So whenever the is loading parameter is true, that should be visible. And after that we're gonna also providing some of the class name. This should be just a pretty decent class name over there. And after that also we're gonna just spare all the field property to be extracted with. So right now if we just click, you see, but as you can see here, this is different. It's because if we directly go in our input, we can now modify the input parameter. So in the input value, as you can see, there is a lot of styles right now. It's too much style. So what we want now, you can modify that one the way you feel it better. I'm gonna just remove everything. I'm gonna keep a simple style sheet here. Okay, it should be coming up with full setup. Okay, like that. So I'm just making the flex. So right now if you're coming here, as you can see, that's the things which is showcasing flex, height 9, weight. So this is the combination, you feel it better, how the way you want it to make it, do some changes, you have a free will to go with that. Okay, so no worries about that. Now we are having our field setup, which having the control of that field as the name. So if we type something, we can now get the name, right? Also for the from setup right here, especially when you're declaring the from, we can now get a value called the on submit. And whenever in on submit call, it should be from dot handle submit function gonna run, and that would be our on submit function. Okay, so that's the function we need to create, and on submit, like whatever the function need to be aligned. So I'm going to go and create a simple function. Let's say const on submit, and over here it should be an asynchronous function because we need to talk to our API. Now here I'm simply going to log. Okay, in the log I'm going to get, because every single thing going to be passing as the data, which going to be as a from data. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to log the data. So whenever we are exposing that, whenever we're going to click holding on that, we should be getting the data. So right now if we type something and hit enter, okay, we have nothing to work. So we need to make the function to work on that. I'm going to keep it like that. So later on because right now, no, we need to make a function over here on submit property, because we need to have a button to go and work with that. So now we're gonna bring back other field properties. As we have the email, as we have the name, I can simply grab the entire statement for our similar parameter. Okay, there should be another parameter called after the from control. We're gonna have also passing that, let's say it should be from message, which gonna handle to show all the messages, and the message gonna text should be, let's say, rate of 500, and also text should be extra small. So that's what I'm talking about. As you can see, once we are heading this value is there, right? Once we are submitting, you see the value is there, but it's providing the error, so we cannot see the value property as well. So right now for the email, instead of that like the type, just all things are same right here. Just we are changing the name as email, and also the providing the value like the input label as email. I think the input label we can also need to modify at the top, which I didn't do it yet. So I'm going to go at the top. This label need to be controlled. So this one, something like that, to be make it similar. And now what we are doing actually for the email here, and the input is loading is there, type is email, providing is spreading the field. That's it. So that's the email property. And after the email, we should be having two separate from value. So I'm going to just bring back one more, which going to be our password property. So that would be the password property here. And as you can see, there is no gap in between. So what I'm going to do, especially directly on the form setup, I love to provide some of the style which can make things better. So that should be a class name of that space y6. So it's going to be a vertical gap in between. Now for the password here, name is the password, providing the item, and placeholder type is the password. That's why whenever you are typing, it's providing the type value like that. Now after that, one more parameter need to handle, the role, and you cannot be added on that. Okay, that need to be initialized in a pretty decent way. Also the same from field gonna access on that, and on the from field we're gonna provide the role and input. But as you can see, it's having the disabled parameter, the text is there, placeholder is user, but we are not spreading our entire structure. Like we are not making a render positioning. We are providing an status, like a static value by which it's gonna get the default value, providing the render, but we are not spreading the value from there. That's what we did. Here we are taking the field, but if we take the field here, also it can be the same property. It can be a make broken on that, but we are not using the field. Like if you use the field and spreading the field, that time it can be like you can see it can be make an error over there, but we don't want to do that. We don't want to use that field. It's just gonna be as a typo, like because by default value it's gonna inject. Okay, what I'm showing, it should be showing here. Yeah, now okay, now I can pass that field. And also if we just spread the field, okay, as you can see, now you type, but we don't want to pass the field so that it can be really, you can see right now, even you okay, you can type, but we don't want to type at all. We can make it simply disable. True, that's it, visible, that's it. It's gone, everything is right there. Good. Now what we need to do, we need to have a button right after the form is there. So before finishing the form, we should have another div, and that div should have a button, and the button gonna say, let's say it should be user plus LUS, user plus, and over here should be coming up sign up. That's it. So we are having our button need to be showing right here. Okay, that's the button. And for the button, I think we need to provide the button within the form. So let's go directly at the top of the form. It should be there. And for the form itself, I think this one not required. Why we're using the div? We can simply pass the button variable. And for the button, we should be providing some of the class name to initialize that one perfectly. And the class name, it should be the width full, BG Indigo 600, hover BG Indigo should be 700, and hover effect, blah, 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 all other parameter. And now for the button, we can also provide a type. Type should be submit. That's it. So now over here, if we inspect entirely, and if you go directly in the console, if I type something, hit enter, you see all the validation required. Type something, because before finishing the validation, it will not hit to the database or in the API, gmail.com. Okay, something like that. Okay, blah, 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 role, hit enter. Okay, it took more than 6 characters. You can see I can get entire value, email, name, password, role. Now, according to the value, we can now destructure the data structure. And also before finishing or before going to make the functionality, we need to do something more. What is that? We need to bring back our cart footer. So after finishing that cart contained, we need to just provide that cart footer, and footer gonna say over here, we're gonna provide a link from the React router, and it's gonna say already have an account, sign in. So when we click in the sign in, we're gonna directly go back to the login page. So that's now is we have that. So now what we need to do, we need to bring all the functionality to let work for our registration. In our register function, it's gonna be handling according to our use auth store. As you can see over here, we have that route setup. We need to pass the user data and then it's gonna do all the work by itself. So how we can do that? Simply, as we are not going to make any other complex intervention here, I'm going to simply make that is set loading should be true whenever you're going to routing on that, clicking on that particular tab. Then I'm going to make that a try catch parameter, and in the catch parameter going to be simply passing that console log. So should be console.error. Okay, I think should be like, okay, maybe, okay, I'm going to make the try catch again. So overall in the catch, we're going to simply make that console.error, and here the error going to be let's say registration failed. That's it. And after doing so, we're going to also make that, let's say it should be, okay, it should be coming to simply on that finally tab, and on that finally we're going to make it, let's say set is loading should be as a false value. And also we, if you wanted to, we can simply pass an toast message to let user to be find out about what's going on. So toast dot error, and on the error we're gonna get that about that, let's say fail to register. That's it. So FAIL, oh sorry, there should be an E. Okay, fail to register. And also we can just get the error directly over there. Now what's gonna be in the, like for the try block is that, in that we're gonna just simply await should be getting the register, and the register is gonna combine all together about the data. So that should be coming from data. And if we go at the top, as you can see, we already having the register from that use auth store, and what's actually is doing, it's just making a call in the API post request auth register, providing entire data segment, whatever the data we are passing directly from there. And that's the data, it just happened to be passing there. And the navigate, we're gonna simply navigate to login. Now you can route that also if you wanted to, but I'm gonna just simply keep it as login as possible. So let's just create a new account, and should be gmail.com, and I'm going to just simply provide my password. And as you can see, if we make that sign up, okay, there is something wrong, which we can find out what's happening. If we go in our server is working, DB is connected. If we save again, okay, something is happened to be wrong. If we go in the console, we can find out what's happening. Okay, Axios error is coming, is because the request is having some problem. Okay, we can find out. Okay, localhost API, then we are providing the data, it should work, auth register, and okay, request failed with status score 400. Okay, what's actually we got the base URL /API, okay, localhost API, and then URL is coming for the auth register. It should work. Okay, we can find out what's wrong in between. And our config looks fine. So I think there is some kind of error it could be, because it's providing the 400, which is coming to be directly. If we go in our auth routes, we can simply check what kind of request we are sending from our registered user, and you can find it everything here. As you can see, user already exists, which is providing the 400, not 404. So now if we can just legitimately device tweet for the responses, as you can see, it's getting the response which is coming from the data user already exists, try login. So now we can simply copy that which is coming from the data. So we can just simply make that const data is equal to await register. So let's say it should be response. We can just simply grab it. Now we're gonna just pass that response to see what kind of response we are having directly. So we're gonna click the response now, so you can find a very easy way to go by. And as you can see over here in the response, anything is receiving? No, because this is the cancel. So we can just simply pass it, because the response, it will not come here. So automatically we can simply grab the for the particular scenario, that error, right? So what's actually happening on the error message, you see error dot response. So I'm going to try to check if it's coming or not. So let's say error dot response. Okay, should be response, and let's see if it's coming by or not. So I'm going to just make that, and as you can see, error dot response is coming, registration failed, and that's cool. This error is not providing the response. Okay, we can find a solution for it. Now this is the console which is grabbing it internally. So error dot, I think the data, it can be passing like that. Okay, error dot data. Okay, data dot response. Let's say if we can find anything, or it's getting undefined. Or you can craft the error in a very diverse way, but what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to try some different email just to see if it's working or not. So if I sign up, okay, now that is working, but we need to handle the error in a very different manner so that we can show that if a multiple user is coming to register, we are showing a simple message that user is logged in. We can do in multiple instances, right? Now, if you want to dig more about on that particularly error, because the error is coming from, as you can see, use of the store registration error, and from there you can just simply throw what kind of response you want to gain, or you want to make it get it in a very decent way. You can do it just to provide that. So there is a task for you by just to motivating how you're gonna capture the response from there. So right now we know what's actually happening. So we got that response criteria, which is not required. We can just remove it. We can just simply go in the login interfaces. So as we have that, so again, for it's just for the admin, so we can just go out to perform as many as possibilities as possible. So what we can do right now, as you can see in the login, so typically it's gonna be almost everything, whatever the way we are handling our registration. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just pull back everything here just to get by everything, so it could be similar like that. And what actually we're getting, we're gonna find it. So of course, this is my previous application where we use the React Router DOM, as I told you, and also the toast. But right now we are updating something, so we're not using the toast like that. So we can simply just grabbing the toast the way we are preferring. It should be coming directly from the sonar, and of course it's gonna be just get that description. Rest of well, I'll just gonna remove from there. Okay, fine. Now we're good to go, and also this gonna be similar. Okay, I think we're good. So what actually we are doing right now, we are providing a particularly happen to be a same as the description scenario which we did for the registration, the same thing. So if we go one by one, particularly for the component setup, as you can see, we got our motion div, then we're going to got our title, and also getting the header here, which is coming for the admin dashboard. Enter your credentials to sign in. The similar way we're using the form, and over here we are submitting the form. And if you just look back closely here, we are using that login schema. If you can see here, the login schema contains that email, which is the please enter a valid email address, because it gonna testify either it is valid or not. And then we are also focusing to get back our password, which must be at 6 characters. So this is not actually required, right? So actually this is not like you can just simply go with that. Either you can just minimize that if you wanted to, because the password for the login, it should not go focus on the minimum 6 characters or not. That will focus for the registration, right? But for the login, it will take whatever the characters is providing. So I'm going to just keep like that. I'm going to hold it like there. So you need to provide. So okay, I think I'm not going to go in the minimum character. Okay, so we can just skip like that. So it will not directly go in the minimum compartment. So if it's gonna come, we can simply pass the message here. So email string dot email. Okay, we can simply pass the message, I believe so. So okay, that could be removed. Okay, but I removed extra. Let's see. Or we can just simply go with the minimum characters of 1. We can just simply pass that. You have to enter it. password. Okay, so minimum length is gonna just to coming by as a single character, so we are not gonna providing the clue how many characters can be there. So if we try, okay, as you can see, you have to enter a password. Okay, so that's what's actually gonna do. So now over here we have the loading set is loading and set is loading by default, which gonna be false. You're gonna having the navigate, you're gonna having the login here. And the login also, if you can just visit the auto store in the login, what actually we're doing after the login, we are getting that credentials, and after response we're getting the token, and from the token we're setting the user, which is going to be response to data token, gonna be that response to a token, and is authenticated should be true, so we're gonna have a valid user. And also, as you can see, we set up the form. And before explaining that, let's go back here, and as you can see in the form, we are just providing the handle submit, which is similarly for the registration on submit function. And from field over here, we're passing the email and providing the email setup. Then we're having the password, we're providing the password setup, and then we're having the button which gonna do all the actions required. And that's it, very simple. And then we're gonna providing that card footer segment. So right now what we're actually doing, we're just simply making that on submit with logging data, and now you can check with the data, like you can make the response, then if response to success like that, if it's no success to the other things, it's up to you the way you prefer. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, whatever it is right now, I'm going to just go try to use my account password. So okay, at I think we make it through gmail.com for your password. If we sign in, as you can right now, we can see over here we are having a user, and even we reload the user, it will be there because it's totally accepting. And also if we directly go in your like developer tools in the application over here, you can see there is an alt storage, and the alt storage containing the ID, name, email. And the similar way, if you just directly go over here in the MongoDB, and if we just refresh the data, we should be able to see how we are receiving the users and others. So simply, it's very simple and very decent. We are having the user, and the similar way we are having retrieve entire functionality and others. So now as we are having very shiny users and others, now we can go and fix all other properties by which we can start building our application there. First of all, I'm going to go start with the header, which can be make a bit of cleaner properties right here, which is really needable things right now. So we're going to just start pouring the data over there. So I'm going to directly go in our header. So this is our header where we need to do all other functionality, right? So the header going to consist in a lot of other properties. We're going to pouring that up. So first of all, to bring back the header, see, and in header we must to have the user. So as you remember, we can get the user, so simply we can just grab back the user using that the store, and we're having the user directly over there, so we can simply get all the functionality to provide the setup. So first of all, we're going to go and pouring the things up, which can really meaningful. So I'm going to just keep the tag as a header tag, and then I'm going to providing, because there should be a two particular div over here, so I'm going to provide a div, then I'm going to just provide on that. So there it will be a singularly coming to a button, and then it's gonna passing to a bell icon, especially like that, as you can see the icon here. And for these purposes, you may see here we have the bell icon, we have the admin user and the other properties. That's it, nothing more about that. And also I'm going to just grab those things. So one should be an icon, and another one should be specified particular parameter, which is going to be a simple user avatar and others. If we go here directly, as you can see, it's right there, but it's not the way it's supposed to be. We need to make it a little bit better to simplify the scenario, and to do that we're going to just simply go on the div here, flex, and over there should be item should be center, and should be, let's say I'm going to make it a gap of 4. Okay, so just to provide a little bit gap calculation, I think, yeah, that is okay with that bell icon. Okay, gap 4, so it can crash it all together, and ML should be auto, so it's gonna be totally in the left proportion, margin left auto. So as you can see right now, we can see the icon properly and it looks better. And if you want to provide a more specified gap over there, you can simply make that, let's say this is the div here to make the scenario looks better. So flex item center, you can provide a gap of 5 if you wanted to, just to provide push that icon a bit further. Okay, why this is not getting, okay, there should be gap of 5, as you can see. So now this is the combination over here. Now we need to make that sidebar looks better. So if we go directly over in our, let's say, app, and from the app, if we go in the sidebar, now we need to provide a lot of data things right here by which can combine each and every single segment to make our sidebar initially from this statement to like here, this statement, which combining all the functionality to actually work it like, and especially for an admin dashboard. And to do that, first of all, we can get some of the sidebar props over here. So sidebar, we are actually calling it in the app. So I'm going to just minimize all of those. So from the app, because as it's going to deal directly over there, so we can now know either we want the sidebar to be open or not. So what we can do here is special scenario to make that. I'm going to just go grab it here. So is authenticated is right there. I'm going to take a special combination of the state, which going to be making that for the sidebar open or sidebar close. So this gonna handling by default here. And also if it's not authenticated, it's gonna be directly passing there. And from there, I'm gonna pass that, let's say it's gonna take that open and close statement whenever the sidebar props is open. So by default it's gonna be false, it's gonna open. If it's closed, we're gonna just simply pass that set sidebar open is false. And as we did that, there is a purpose to building this one. You see that ML64, right? So instead of passing that directly, we can now modify that. I'm gonna cut every single thing from there, and I'm gonna use a CN property here. Remember in the utils we're having that. Then I'm gonna make that if the sidebar open is there, so it should be sidebar open, then we want something, otherwise we want something. If sidebar is open and it's actually in the empty screen, then we can do some more properties right there. So we can just simply bring back the contradiction here. So it should be similarly like that. It's sidebar open and empty screen, it should be margin left 64, otherwise margin left 20. And also in the sidebar, as where we are providing especially the width and others, we can also make that property there work here. So first of all, I'm going to get the type directly at the top. So that would be our type, which is going to be coming as a sidebar props. From there, we can get that is open and other parameter. We can simply guide it through, let's say it should be sidebar props, or you can simply pass that as a props. Is up to you. So you're going to get the open, we're going to get the set open. So the two value properties is right there. So as you can see, the width is 64, which is going to be fixed right now. But we don't want to fix that anymore. So similar setup which we did before, we can just simply grab it. That's it. And instead of the div, we can simply use that aside tag here, because it's gonna be coming in a side by. So now whenever the open is there, it should be as a 64, otherwise it's gonna be as 20. So right now I'm gonna do one thing. I'm gonna make that is sidebar open. Okay, here is the true. I'm gonna make it as false. As you can see right now, it's getting only that scratch value. So this is the one which is handling that. So now we can go and particularly use the scenario. I'm going to make it true right now, because we need to pour in a lot of data criteria over here. So over here, what I'm going to do to make that looks better, I'm going to use the motion also. So import should be coming motion from, it should be motion / react. And in the motion flag here, we're gonna use some more property here to make it looks better and looks more easy to go by. I'm gonna provide the properties here. Initially the width should be 256, if it's open 256, otherwise 80. So this is the value of 20 and 64. That's it. So that's what we are actually going through. So now it can, whenever we're gonna close the value, so it actually going to make some, some kind of a little bit movement motion there. So that's the one which gonna combine that. And after that, we now need to provide a lot of other parameters. So first one is that content will go here, which is going to be the header properties. So over here, I'm going to bring back the motion that should be coming like particularly as a, you can say as the logo. So I'm going to just bring that here to flashing it. over here, what actually we are dealing is that we are providing a baby shop admin, which gonna coming up with an opacity parameter and others. And whenever we're gonna refresh, you can see, I think particularly that much motion parameters, it will not be there because initially open is one. So whenever the open close movement gonna take apart, it gonna do the trick. Now this opacity can be depends how the way you want to make it better, is up to you, but for me I think that is enough to just go and make things work. And after that we're gonna also have a motion like it gonna be a particularly another button here. So after this motion dip, we can just bring back another motion dip, which gonna be coming as the left icon, and also we're gonna be another chevron right icon, and then it's gonna be a button. Okay, right now you can see the button, right? If we click here, you see it's closed. If we click here, it's open. The similar functionality with what actually we are capturing here, that's what we combining. So how actually this thing's open? Whenever we click on that particular button, you can see it's just making a two simple parameter. It said open. If it's open, it making it close. If it's closed, it making is open. So just checking null side value. And also you see the why I'm skipping some kind of like styling and the motion, I told you before, so you can juggle your compartment, and you know all the code, it will be available in the part of in the branch over here, which going to be coming as an admin setup. So you can grab everything the way you are looking forward to, so no worries about that. Now in the motion dip, we're scaling it, and while in top we're just scale 0.9, and in the button, on the button over here with the chevron icon left and chevron icon right. So this is the combination. If it's open, we're gonna the left icon. If it's closed, we're gonna get the right icon. Just as you can see, the icon is just changing and pretty much rotating as so far. And that's it. So now is the very crucial part, like very important part right here. We need to provide our all the data layer, like how the way we want to combine. There should be a two particular div. So I'm going to just make so that it would be sidebar menu. Okay, and here it's gonna be, let's say, logout button. So there's two combination going to happen. So as you can see over at the bottom, we have the admin user, logout, and also the similarly that's working perfectly the way we are looking forward to. So first we're gonna caching that admin user and that logout portion, then we're gonna crashing over there. Okay, so that we can simply go and create the logout activity if we wanted to. So how we can combine that? So after that, I'm gonna take another div here. So within that div, it's gonna be another motion.div. And over here, we're gonna provide all the functionality by which we can go and take all the activity by so far in a different method. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna keep crashing on that CSS. So that would be our CSS for that, which gonna be coming as, let's say it's gonna be a padding 4. I'm gonna just write something as test. So you can see what actually, as you can see, it is right there. So it's also similarly right there. Now, what's actually happening was a padding of 4 and the border T. And before putting that so far, I'm going to just take another div here, and that should be, let's say, sidebar items. And over here, we're going to simply pass that it should be flex column, and also it's going to be flex 1. Flex 1, I'm going to provide a gap of 1. I think that would be fine. And then it's going to be passing that padding should be 3, and then whatever the gradient properties we are skipping for that, we can just simply pass it by. Okay, so providing the gradient, now you can see over here that that is there, right? But right now we can't see the data layer. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make it a text as white so that you can see at least that's the sidebar items right here, and that's the test item right here. Okay, because it's flex 1, so it's gonna take whatever the entire properties is right there, and then it's gonna crashing that. So right now what we need to do is that, especially for the motion, we are gonna be needing some of the class name and some other properties. And in the class name, we're making a flex item center, and also gap 3 margin bottom is 4. Open justify should be star, and if it's close, it's gonna be center. So this is similarly like that. If it's open, you see how it's structurized. If it's closed, how that is because it's gonna be in the central line. Otherwise it's gonna be different aligned, which is not be looking so good. Now over here, what I want is that we're gonna pass that if the user have the avatar. Okay, I think I misspelled something. So if user, did you get the user? No, not yet. We are not having the user at all. So what we need to do, I'm going to simply bring back our user at the top. We know from where to get it. We will just simply get it from our Auth store, right? So we have the user, we have the logout function. Now we can use that. Now whenever we're gonna having, because if it doesn't have the user, we don't want to put that, right? So if we have the user, and user should have the avatar, then we want something, otherwise we want something. If it doesn't have that, then we're gonna just simply make that, let's say we can make a p tag, or we can just simply pass it like that, should be user dot name, and then we can simply make that character at, we're gonna make the first character movement, and from there we're gonna make the 2 uppercase. Okay, that would be the user first letter if the avatar is not there. If avatar is there, I'm gonna simply use that image tag here. In the source it's going to be, let's say, user dot avatar, and in the alt tag should be user image. That's it. So now we should be able to see one user image right here, which is not so good looking, and because as you can see right here where we are providing the avatar and others, instead of doing like so, we can just grab it within a div properties, which can be looks a bit of nice and clean. So for that particular div, we can simply go fashion by provide a height of 10, width of 10, rounded full, widget gradient, whatever the gradient you are preferring on there, and flex item center, justify center, keep in the middle, text white. So whatever the text we're providing within that div, it should be according to the white. It because if it doesn't have the user image, you can see that's the property it's going to provide if it doesn't have the image. So this is the calculation over here, which is mixing so good. Now in the image also still there is some more not good property here. It's because we need to provide a full height and full weight of the div here, and then I'm going to make that object should be cover. Okay, so it's gonna just combine everything on that particular scenario. Now this is the div over here, and after that div we can also use another compartment here, which is gonna be animate presence. And why we need that? Because remember, whenever it's gonna be open and closed, that's a moment scenario need to be creating. Now you can maximize, minimize the value the way you prefer, then you can do whatever the things you like. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just bring back things together, because it's just gonna be some kind of things what you already did. So now over here we're having that open menu and the motion div, which is we're making the opacity and X value, providing the transition, which is combining the duration of 0 to 2, and here we're providing the username and then the user role. And as you can see, that's the text. You can change whatever the way you want. So that's the similar functionality we are having. Even you reload, as you can see, the animation is working perfectly. Now after that particular parameter here, so this is the motion div and other things is done. Here I'm going to take another motion dot div. Over here it should be taking the button, and the button going to contain that it's going to pass that log out. Okay, so log out, which going to be coming from the Lucent React, an icon out there. And now after passing the icon, like we need to also provide the text, right? So how we can grab it? So I'm going to just give that particular property. If it's open, we're going to provide that logout text. If it's closed, see, the text is not there, the same simplicity text is not there. And also, by the way, this is the case scenario over here. You can see that's also maximize and minimize over there. So I think you can see right here, this is the auto, like this only gonna show once it open. You can see that the name and role. So if it's closed, the name and role, it will not be seen. Now as you can see, there is some crashing movement here, which we can make it better by just keep some rolling data. Now what I'm going to do for the variant movement here, I'm going to just pass that some of the class name for the button itself here. Let's say I'm going to provide the variant. The variant should be, our button variant should be outline. And after that, we also are going to be a size property here. So whenever the open, it's going to be coming as a default size. Okay, should be coming as icon. And if it's open, it's going to be default. That's it. So now as you can see, looks a bit of clean and a good scenario here. And I will just modify some of the class name over here, which can be width, full, border, and other parameter, so that you can maximize the some data scenario and others. I think something okay, yeah, it's good, it's good, not so bad. Now what we need to do is that whenever we're gonna just make that function, so on click, I'm gonna just simply pass that logout. Okay, so that's the functionality which is gonna do all the things. If we remove, done, we're good to go. So I'm gonna go with another account, and then I'm gonna pass that. Okay, so now we're signing in, login. Now we need to provide the entire sidebar property by which we can go any screen we are looking forward to, and to go by and to provide that we are still in the sidebar. So over here we should be providing that sidebar menu properties by which we can do all the tricks and configure all the setup to do those things. And then all the menu items for the neighbor items, it should be coming as an array. Then we can really map through the entire array segment to provide the data. So what I'm going to do at the top layer of that particular build over here, I'm going to just provide that array, which is going to be combining all the setup to go by. So that should be okay. I think that would be for the dashboard, which going to combining the dashboard. So okay, let's just bring back all the icons which I'm going to use here. So that's the icon, and I'm going to bring it all icons together. Okay, so right now what we're having that navigation items, entire items, it's going to be an array so that we can map to entire item and we can pass the data according. So now, first one is the two for the dashboard, that is the ref where it's going to provide. Then we have the icon, which icon I want to show, and that could be the scenario. Then have the label, which kind of title, and end is true. So that could be the first one to provide the end statement over here. Then we're having the user, which gonna give direct to us to that dashboard account, and that's going to be account. And also we have the users, also we have that order, we have the invoices, which going to be flex text, and then we are having the banners, products, and categories, brands, and so on. Now what we're going to do, as we are having the data itself here, as you remember, that's the one where we're going to provide the items to make and move through it. So what I'm going to do, instead of this particular text over here, I'm going to just take that one as the navigation items dot map. And I'm going to map through it every single item, which is going to be passing that as an item. Just return it here. Let's just pass it in, okay? And I'm going to provide an hello text just to see what's actually rendering. You see, there is hello text is right there. So this is particularly good. That's we are having all in all everything right here. Also, if we want to change, we can simply pass some of the value here. So that could be like that. Yeah, so the text can be combining at that, because what we can do right now, this could be similarly of that fashion, but we're going to later on improve the data and others. So now instead of this particular parameter, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another function which going to be providing all of my nav item over here. So that would be like kind of nav link, which we're going to use from our React router, and that also going to be nav item props. Now this props is still not defined here. So what I'm gonna do, I need to also provide another type at the top, which gonna be combining that nav item. So after that, or you can just simply pass that, which gonna be a to string, icon string, label string, open should be boolean, end should be boolean, path name should be string. So that's the value properties which we are gonna inject right there. So now what actually we're having in our nav item properties, in the nav item we're providing two icon, label, open, end, and path name particularly there. And of course we didn't get the path name, so what we need to do, we also can grab the path name from there. So similar fashion on there. So with that we can check whatever the path we are actually in, right? And the path name should be coming from the use location. If we just make that as a use location from React router, you can see we can simply grab the path name as the key over there. So that's the path name which gonna hold us, like if we're here in that account, it should be, that's the route which gonna combine and provide the data. So that's what actually gonna do. Now if we go back to our nav item, but before going through it, let's just let it be passing the data over there. So instead of that, we're gonna simply pass that, let's say the navigation items is there, so it should be just pass that nav item. And in the nav item we will provide a key, and every single to property is different, so it's gonna be that key of that. And after there also we can just simply pass that whatever the to property, like icon property, label property, and open value, end value, and the path name value. So this is the maximization of the scenario. Now what actually is happening in the nav item, because if you just hover, there is a style, if you keep users, is like selected the users, and that one is selected, we can go directly in the dashboard. Now we are getting that to icon, label, open, end, and path name according to as a props. Now in the nav link, the two should be whatever it's we're providing the ref. N should be the ref, and the class name, this is the fundamental things which is making things better. And also if the path name is equal to 2, so whatever the href we are providing and is matched with the path name, that is the class name which is combining that, as you see, bg background color and others. Otherwise it's just going to be as an slate 200. And as you can see, once it's also getting like a scale, but whenever it's selected, it's already scaled. And then we're passing that icon, and or if it's open, it's the logo is there. If it's not open, you see that's the simple parameter we're providing. So this is the way you can combine, this is the way you can make a very good job to provide all the dashboard data and others. And again, I'm saying this is a simple line of code, as I did it very easily at the first instances. You may have to take a little bit more time to considerably like plug in all the data and together, because you need to type. And if you are feel boring on that, you have the code, so you can do so whatever the way you are looking forward to. Now our first instance, it could be providing the data in our dashboard, right? Because as we bring back the dashboard, we now need to pour in entire data. But before going to the dashboard, I think it would be a good option to go start with our users, right? So that could be a pretty much handy, because if we go in the users, and also if you see in the users, as you see, the user data layer should be adapted here. And in the users, we have role, we have the search option and others, so we can go and combine. We have the prev next and others. So okay, there is some, okay, the next and prev is not working here. We'll make it work. So yeah, there is something, some glitch is in the production, but we can fix it whenever we are building our application. So we're going to start working putting data in the user tab. Now to bring back the user, first, as you can see, we need to provide a little bit a data layer here, which is going to combine the data structure. So as the user management, view all manage, like view and manage all user system users, then the refresh button and add user. Now over here, as you can see, I'm logged in as a user, so I may not perform a lot of actions. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go directly logged in with my admin user. So let's just go and try to log as an admin. I think we have the admin user. So now we are using as an admin user property. So I'm going to go in the app, or I can close everything. I'm going to go in the user tab. I will just close others. Now, particularly in that user scenario, we're going to use some of the state to make things, everything in a very good fashion and work perfectly aligned. So over here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring back all the setup, which we really need to do and work by. First of all, I'm going to go and show you what's actually we are bringing. Now over here, we are bringing all the state and also the user. So I think the user, we can, I think we are having a type of file over here. Did we have? No, we didn't have the type file. So either we can use a like a type dot, like in the leaf, we can use a type if we want. We can use that type dot ts. Over here, instead of type, we can make that export interface, and that could be our type. So that's the type we can use. Now we can simply pass that as a user type. So the user contains with that a ID, name, email, avatar, or it can contain a role as an admin user or delivery man. Then whenever the created type is happen to be, that gonna be reflect right here. So now the users and set users, as the users gonna be as an array. First of all, we're gonna keep it as an empty array. Then having the loading and set loading, having the refreshing, set edit model by which we can add it. As you can see, we're having two particular type. We have the add user, we have the edit model, we can also have the delete model, and also we can have the view items by which we can view the users. So now this, all the things should be here one by one. Now in the after that, also as you can see, is edit model, we have is delete model, is view model, because that's all are going to coming as an state property, and we need to handle everything differently. Also we have the selected user, we have the from loading, search term, role filter, total, set total page per page, items and total pages, set total pages over there. And then we have the Axios private, which gonna be coming from the Axios private. Also we need to import that Axios private property. It's gonna be not coming like that, so I'm gonna just bring it right here, which you're gonna okay, we didn't create the Axios private, are you sure? So if we go directly in the, okay, I think in the hooks, did we create the hooks? No. Okay, I'm gonna just bring back the hooks, which gonna combine us provide that Axios private property. So let's just grab it And here in the source, I'm going to create another nodes like that, another directory, which is going to provide us all the hooks. And here we're going to use the Axios private. And what it's gonna do, as you can see, use Axios private, we can go directly using the use out, because that's gonna provide us the admin properties. Now from that use effect, we're gonna just use the response intercept, and if we are not authenticated, it directly gonna log out, and we're gonna directly capture in the login. And otherwise it's gonna provide that our admin API interceptors. Remember, in the admin API we can like work as an admin. You see, all the requests can by so far go to through there, and either you can change, like if you can make it as a 90 seconds, yeah, that should be 1.5 minutes, so you can do like that. I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger, that could be good. So that's the private, it's gonna do the action. Then all for the toast, no need to use that. And we're gonna use that auth store, and also we're gonna check that is admin is true or not, so it's gonna combining that is admin. So I think this is much more it. Yeah, that is the entire property segment which we are utilizing to use that data layer and structure. Now what we need to do more is that for, okay, I think, yeah, I think we're good. Okay, our statement is right there. So now we're going to start pouring the data, and also we're going to do all the functionality to match with the scenario. So the first of all, what's actually we're going to do is that we're going to create the header here. So that would be the top, so there it would be the header. And after header we're going to have the filters, so the header portion, then the filter portion, and also after that we're going to also make that, let's say, add user model. Okay, so by which we're gonna call all the users, and also we're gonna bring that our edit user model. So it should be coming like that. Let's say edit user model. And after that we also gonna combining that delete user, and like so should be, let's say, delete user model. And here before, after the filters, we're gonna pass that users table, as we are going to pass that all the data going to be coming according to the table. Okay, so right now what I'm going to do, you see there is motion also working. I'm going to skip okay, that's I didn't fix it yet, but I'm going to fix that, no worries. Now here, whenever I'm gonna just, as you can see, there is some of the motion is working, I'm gonna skipping this motion. You can either introduce the motion by yourself, or if you don't want it to, you can skip that, so no worries for that. So what I'm going to do over here, I'm going to bring back first instances, which is going to be our header, right? So to bring back the header, I'm going to take div over here. In the div, I'm going to make that, let's say it's going to be capturing with another div, which is going to coming in h1 text, and then passing that users management. Let's just see if we can make that, yeah. Okay, we can combine that if we wanted to, but I'm going to keep it simple. I'm going to keep it as it is right now. Now this will be for the users management over here. Okay, so let's skip that. And after that we should have another a p tag over here. The p tag gonna combine, let's say it should be view and manage all system users. If we go in the users, you can see that is right here. So this is the one div property which going to contain this one, then another one going to contain the other property. So let's say another div over here should be contain another, going to be passing that an users icon, so users, and then going to have an span tag, going to passing that a total value of the users, like how much user we have there. It's going to just capture the total. So let's say it should be total properties. So this is how it's gonna combine. So that's the same thing. You see, we have the user icon, we have total refresh button as user button. So that's the same thing. Like say here is that, okay, what's wrong here? I think it's just reloading a bit. And while rendering on that, as you can see, the user's icon and the page is getting the same mark, so it's gonna providing the error. We can simply pass that as a user page data layer, and if we just go in our app, we'll just change the name from there. Okay, that's it. So we can, as you can see over here, now what we can do for, okay, I think we need to go in the main. So as for the users, so now this is going to be coming as a user. So instead of that users, we can simply pass that as user page. So I need to also make const user page that should be passing that as user page. So let's go back to the main, and that should be passing that as user page, coming by directly there. So I can just pass that value. So now here you can see we have the user page. So now it's gonna be popping up. So you can show the data, so it's up to you. So no, nothing to be worried about that. So right now, as we have that, now we can go and do the other property. We have the user management, view and manage all user system users, and then the value is right there. Now we need to provide that button, others and all. So how we can do that? First of all, to maximize on that portion, I'm going to go at the top here, and then I'm going to see how we can pour in the data layer. And to make an instance segment, we can just start making things right. So first of all, at the top layer of the div over here, which gonna be as a flex, item center justify gonna be between, you can see it's just in side by side. And over here we can just simply make a class name which gonna be padding of 5, and let's say space y of 5. Okay, so it's gonna be having a good padding margin properties. And for the H1, for the text property over here, what actually we can do, we can simplify the structure over there. It can be passing that as a text of 3 axle font bold and the text gray of 900. And also for the P tag over here, we can just simply pass that as a text gray 600, margin top up to, I think 2 is too much. I can just provide 0.5. I think that would be. Now the right part over here, for especially for the button and others, we can also do some tricks and track over here. For the class name, make it a flex, item should be center, and you're going to provide a gap of 4. Okay, so now you can see it will be right there, and it's going to be crushing it together. So now for the user property and other, because there should be a particularly some more setup there, I'm going to just bring that to button, which gonna include all the value properties. So I'm going to just grab it from there, and that should be the one div here. Then after that, that should be the two button here. I'm going to keep that function. I'm going to keep that functionality which we're going to use later on. Let's import the button and also this. Okay, so right now this button gonna contain, whenever you're gonna click, it will refresh. When you're gonna try to add user, it's gonna use the add user property. And for the top layer of that, which gonna happen to be showcase all the value, with the class name should be a flex, and item center provide a gap of 4. Okay, so that should be there. Now this is the item property, and for the user icon, we can just simplify on that, providing some of the class name and do all others setup in very decent way. So that would be for the height 8 with height text blue of 600, and also the same thing for the item over here, which going to be calculating entire count properties. But right now, instead of that 4, I believe if we can give the 2, I want to make it side by side. Now as you can see, setup is the similar, but we have to do a lot of other work to make it better, because right now as we are having that is not so good looking. We need to make it better to initialize all the setup in a proper way. How we can do that? So first thing first, as we did that, we need to get back our users, right? We need to fetch the users, then we can combine all of these things together, right? Now over here, as you can see, I didn't make the pagination to work, and that is by purpose. The pagination, the role, and so many things, you will find that it's not working here. But you don't need to get a freak out, or you don't need to be worried about that, because now you know how you can considerably done it, how you can make your things to be done, and it's working in the in the life. So I'm not fixing it, because as you can see, if we go in the products over here, you can see that is working perfectly, the ascending, refresh, descending, and also especially the pagination, everything working. Because there is in some part, I'm going to skip something for you which you need to carry on, you need to pass that, you need to grab the data, you need to carry on. But don't freak out, you can do it. I know, I have trust on you, that's why I'm keeping those things. So first thing first, we need to grab the users, right? What kind of users we are talking about? First of all, we need to create a functions by which we can fetch the entire user segment, right? And to do that, I'm going to just simply make that, let's say const should be fetch users, and it will be an asynchronous function, as we're gonna directly call to our database and withhold on that. So first of all, whenever we're gonna looking directly on that, set loading should be true, and after that we're gonna make that a try catch function to go and passing by whatever the data structure it's gonna be making things to be done. First of all, if we are getting the error, we can simply pass the error over here. Should be passing that console.log failed to load users, and also we can just pass the toast.error. Okay, and the toast is not imported from the sonar.error, and the error gonna say should be failed to load users. And of course there should be a finally tab, finally, and on the finally we just gonna make that set loading should be as a false value. Now, how we're gonna fetch the users, right? So to make the users to fetch, remember we're gonna have a like an input type value and all other value. First of all, we're gonna go in a simple way that it should be const, and then we're gonna make that response, that should be response to be coming according to await. We're gonna make that axios private dot, it's gonna be get directly there and / users. Okay, and on that users we don't want to provide any kind of setup, we just gonna log the responses right now. So let's say should be res, and then we're gonna pass the response property. And as you know, whenever we're gonna try to handle, like you're gonna get the users, we need to use the use effect property, and on that use effect property we are gonna just simply combine an empty string, right, empty array right now, because we're gonna call that fetch users, right, fetch users. So let's go back to our application layer. We're going to inspect on that if we are receiving any user data. Yeah, we are receiving that, and from the data we're getting actually the users. We have 5 users, we're getting all the data set up correctly done. Now over here, what kind of things we're gonna setting? We are not gonna setting any params right now here. We're gonna keep it simple as possible, right? So we have the data here. Trust me, I'm not going to do any kind of pagination and others. So that's the one which you need to work on, because later on we're going to fix the pagination and others. So you need to go by, if you can do it by yourself, that's fantastic. If you cannot, just go and start, like, keep watching. And by the way, if still you are feeling you're learning something new, like the video and subscribe the channel, it will be a lot of help to me. Now over here, what I'm gonna do, so as we are having that response, if we have that response dot data, I want to set a something like it should be set users, should be passing that response data dot users, or response to data. Actually, I think the data layer is getting everything. So over here, I think we can just pass the total value here, which we're gonna get the I think we're gonna get the length. Okay, so right now if we reload, did we receiving anything? No, we're not receiving anything because there is some structure maybe change. So I'm gonna just log to the response over here, response to data. Okay, response to data dot data, response to data dot data dot users, like that maybe. Okay, we'll try that. Also I think that is the data length should be there. I think so. Dot length. No. Is it so? Okay, response to data. Okay, I think I make one more parameters should be disappear. Yes, response.data.users. So that's where we are actually getting the data. Now, as we have the data on that parameter, we can simply grab it. So we know we have the data. Now we can do all other things to work. And the first thing first, we can also make so many other combination here. So first, we're going to bring back our handle refresh pattern. What is actually going to happen? Similarly, of that handle fetch users, we can just combine that fetch instead of fetch users. It should be like handle refresh. So this function is always calling whenever we are just calling directly in like the first instances, but this one gonna call whenever we are trying to or letting it to be called, and we're gonna just simply pass that call directly here. Should be passing that as a handle refresh. Okay, handle refresh, that is there. We just have a slight mistake on the name. Now over here, whenever you refresh, it's gonna be refreshing that, but there is some minor property need to be changed here. You see, instead of set loading for the refresh one, it should be set refreshing should be true, and also we're gonna make that set refreshing should be false. So you can see now it's refreshing. We're just calling the data and setting the new data, so no need to like entirely reload that. You can simply get it directly from there. So now what we're going to do before putting all other parameter, we now need to show actually the user, right? So okay, we also can do the filter tab, but what I basically want is to provide the user data. So now we know what actually we're working, we have something to go by. Now for the user data, we're gonna use simply some of the table version. So the table is already there. As you can see in our components UI, we have all the setup we require for that. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pouring the data to here. So first here it's gonna be a div, then it's gonna be passing a table from our components UI. Then it's gonna having that a table header. So let's say table header. Okay, on that table header, you're gonna having that table row, and on the table row, it's gonna be table head. So there is header and then head. So let's say pass that avatar. Okay, avatar. Now you can see there is the table is coming by. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pouring all the table head here so that we can see what's actually going on. And in the table head, we have just make that font as semi-bold. And by the way, instead of not putting there, you can simply pass that in the global layer if you wanted to. Like you can just make that a text which gonna be BG gray. Okay, not like that. Should be, let's say, gonna be text gray of 500, gray of 50. Actually, either is getting the text gray of 50. I don't think so. Okay, I'm going to skipping that. So not requiring that. So this is the one. I think it's not the text, it's the BJ. So it should be class name. BJ should be gray of 50. Yeah, that's the one which I'm talking about. So now we can perform all the action property here, which can really do and make things in a better shape. And also what I'm going to do for overall at the top layer for the div here, so not the table here, for the div, like for the table, I'm not going to do any kind of performance action or something. For the table, we're just providing that background color should be white, rounded should be LG, shadow SM, border overflow hidden. You can see there is a rounded effect right here. Now this is the table header, right? After table header, we need to provide the table body, which can contain the entire content setup. So to do that, after the table header, we're going to bring back to make that, let's say, table content. So table body should be coming here. In the table body, we should be having that users dot map, and our everything we can just make that, or before passing that users dot if we have length is bigger than 0, then we are having that users, right, which gonna be passing that. Let's say I'm gonna just simply pass a table row. Okay, and on the table row you're gonna pass that, let's say, table cell. Okay, users. And if there is no users, we want to show some kind of, let's say, a message over here, and that message is gonna be that no user is available, blah blah blah. So that can make things pretty done and well. So right now, if we just save it, we have the users, right? So I'm gonna make it as a null value here. So if it's not there, you can see no users found. Users will appear here when they register. So that's what actually saying by this div. So this table cell, a single cell which contain the div here, which contain the user icon, no users found, and providing the search term and role filter is not like there is search term. Like whenever you're gonna search the user, it will be empty. So we search no user, right? And if the search term is there and or there is no filter at all, that time it can providing that try adjusting your search or filters. So which gonna be passing that message. You see, try adjusting your search or filters means the problem is coming from the search value, but and globally if there is no users, you see no users found, that also coming no users found but different message. So that's how we can highlight it all together, and it's pretty cool if you can do in that way. Now overall over here in the search term and others, now we are having the users, so we can now provide the cell value here. So we can just simply make that as we have that. Instead of that through directly here, we will do one thing first. First of all, let's say we're gonna make that users dot map, and every single user is going to be passing as a user, and from there we're going to just return the value for, let's say it should be table row, and then should be passing the table cell. And on the table cell, first thing first, for the first cell itself, you're going to provide a div here which is going to contain our user image, and of course we need to provide a key here, otherwise it's going to provide an error. So a key. So now what actually, okay, I'm going to remove the null check. So now what's actually is doing here in the table cell, we are providing the first item, which is going to be user, and just a class name to combine it all together, providing an image for just height, width, and full property from the parent, and object center, object cover. And if we doesn't have that avatar, it's going to just contain the name property, how the way we are looking it better. Now this is the one property here. After that, we're going to have a multiple property here. So I'm going to just bring that particular property layer. It's nothing so much combined to complicated. You see how we are. Okay, we also need to provide the badge from the component, and also we will provide the CN over here. And right now I'm going to just skip the badge because we need to combine some of the class name. Let's say I'm going to just make that as a badge. So what's happened to be there, we have the name, we have the email, we have the role. Now role gonna combining the badge, right? We need to go and decipher how we want to make the badge color. So for the badge, we can decipher some of the colors here. So that could be, let's say, it should be get a role color, where we're going to pass on every single role. If the role is equal to admin, we're providing a red color. If role is equal to delivery man, we're providing that. If user, that, and by default is that color. So this is switch case properties which going to handling every single scenario. So now we're going to come back here, we're going to just initialize the badge, and as the badge is an admin, we can see we can provide that admin going to having that, other users going to having that. So this just we are combining that one. Now you can fix that. So as you can see, no, hover is not working, like this one having some issue for the hover, but our one is good. So you see that we are fixing a lot of error by just using those properties. Now after that, we also need to provide some more things, some more items over here. The first one is that I'm going to bring that again. So I'm going to bring all together. So rest a table cell. So after that should be coming that I'm gonna skip that handle users property and others. So we're gonna make one by one, then we're gonna pouring the data. So right now we're providing the created at, making at to local date string. So that's, you can see that's the date over here. Then, and on the action tab, we are having three action. We are having the view, we are having that edit, we are having that delete. So this all the actions we need to work on, and also the add user. So as you can see, as I told you, pagination, it will not be there. I'm going to keep it as simple as possible. We can bring back the filter if we wanted to. We will bring the filter, but other rest of pagination and also you need to do it the next parameter, which we can combine it all together. So let's go and bring the filter segment. After the filter, we can bring all the setup to combine it all together. And for the filter, so this is the header is done. So now over here, after that scenario, we can just bring back our filter properties. So let's go back to the filter. We're gonna combine a div here. So in the div, we can just bring back the property. We will make another div here, and over here it's gonna be coming as a input value here. Now that input is gonna be coming with the search icon. So whatever we're gonna type, it's gonna be just getting that set search item e.target.value. So whatever we're gonna typing over here, it's gonna get the value as a search item. And after that, one more property gonna initialize after that particular div over here. So this is the combination of the div. Then we're gonna having another div which gonna having some of the select value, right? And let's first import all things from our components. So trigger, and also gonna coming after value here, then gonna passing the contained, and also we're gonna pass the item over here, and then okay, done. So as you can see, in the selected item, okay, that's the valid. Okay, as you can see, we have the roles, admin users, user delivery person. So that's all are setting here using just simply a selected value, right? So what I'm gonna do over here initially, we're gonna provide some of the class name, and that class name can combine a flex item should be center and gap of 4, and also it can be flex wrap. That's it, should be coming as side by side. So this is the value gonna be a role filter property it's gonna provide, and then it's gonna work as it is. So now instead of providing such a weird number of value, as we are not gonna call in our database just to make the search value and for the other value, now we have the users. I'm gonna provide a very simple and static format how you can make the filter as your own if you wanted to, if you're looking forward to. So we are not forgetting the static properties how we can use it. Like we are having the user data, then we can go and combine that data to make things look better. So to do that, we're gonna combine a simple function. So as you can see, we have the fetch users property. Fetch users gonna fetch all the users. Then we're gonna have another property called filtered users. So this is the function which gonna provide the filter flexibility, by which we're gonna perform all the filters actions to make things by in a very good fashions, right? Now this is just a simple array or combined values here. So use just to filter. We are filtering from the match search. Whatever we are searching, if it's matching, it's going to filter the data, right? And also we are providing that user like match role. So we are just manipulating this data. We're not calling in the database. And so we're manipulating whatever we are searching in the item, we're manipulating with that. Then also we're manipulating with the role, and we're getting the data. So instead of directly passing the users, we can now, what we can do is that, so instead of that user table, so this is the user table here. So I'm going to skip the header. So this should be passing that filtered user. So now if I filter with the admin, you can see I can roll all. I can just simply try blah blah blah, or you can type test. You see this is gonna be pretty fast because there is no loading set at all, and because we are directly combining the data on that particular instances. And over here, when we're gonna loading the first user, like whenever our loading statement going on, we can simply grab one parameter which can we can combine an skeleton to provide and show the data how it can be done. So we're gonna just make the loading in a different parameter which can really set things good. So what I'm gonna do, as we are having that loading state, if we have the loading state, what we're going to do is that we're going to return a particular value, and that return parameter is going to be passing a div. Let's say it's going to be a loading. Okay, so now you see the loading here. Okay, it's cool. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another directory in the components. So a folder which make that skeletons. So all the skeletons gonna be there. So let's say should be user skeleton.tsx. Now this is gonna combine all the user skeleton properties here. So rafce. Okay, so that should be our skeleton. And what actually we're doing. Okay, so now this can be looks pretty drastic, but trust me, it's very simple to go and pass that. Okay, we need to provide that is admin, either is admin is true or not, blah blah blah. Okay, we will provide the is admin. First I will import all the things to be done here. Okay, UI table, header, and also getting the row, also the heads. Also, I think the body, let's say providing the cell, and now only the required thing is admin. So I'm gonna just pass that. So whenever the loading instance gonna happen, okay, user skeleton, we're gonna just simply pass that. Let's say it's gonna passing that user skeleton. That should be user skeleton. And we're gonna pass that is admin, gonna be passing that is admin data. So over here we can capture that, should be is admin, and over here it should be, or we can just simply, yes, we can do like that, is admin. I'm gonna make it an optional so that it will not make a problem. Boolean value. So now either it can be there or not. So we said is admin property, we can save it. Now we can see whenever we're gonna come in here, it's gonna like refresh data, but we are not having any, like whenever you refresh, you see we can now also call the loading. So that's the good thing here. So whenever we are refreshing that data, we can now also sit back to go and see if is admin is performing or not. So we are refreshing users. So also we can make that, let's say set loading should be, I'm going to make it true, and also I'm going to make it a set loading as false. So whenever you're going to combine that, let's say refresh user, it's going to be just refreshing. It's up to you if you wanted to, but I'm gonna, so you can see the demo statement how it's working. But right now, as we have the refresh value, that's going to be fine. It's going to refresh the data. So now we need to provide that other functionality by which we can add user, we can delete user, we can edit and view the users. For adding our user, as you can see, we have the user table, and then we need to add one add user model property. And to alongside on that, as you can see at the top, we have a condition on that is model open and set is model open. So that function should be running whenever we are trying to make that add user functionality, right? So to do that, remember we have a button called which should be passing right here. And you can see, I think we did the functionality to make that one as open. So set at user model should be, yeah, that's the one function. If it's admin, it should open up that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring back our add user model, as it's going to be similarly of the functionality of that. So now to also the delete and view model and others. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back there. Over here, we need to create another model, which, or another dialog. We need to add a dialog statement right here. So how I'm going to do is that I'm going to open a dialog over here from my components, and on the dialog it should be, let's say, dialog content. So dialog content, and on that content we also need to provide that header and others. So I'm going to just popping that some of the statement here. So this one should be coming for the dialog header, which gonna be pouring the header, and then also it gonna be added the title. Okay, bring back the title. Okay, what's wrong here? Not importing. Okay, bad. Okay, title, and also should have another dialog description. Okay, we make sure you're importing all from the UI components. Now as we are having that dialog, it's not no, like it doesn't know when to open. So to make that, it should be open once it's going to be, let's say, is add model open, that time it's going to open. And on open change, what it's gonna do, it's gonna make that set is model open. So that's the function it's gonna run through to do the things. So if we click on add user, as you can see, add user, create a new user account. So our things is working perfectly fine. So what we can do for the particular instances, in that dialog content, we're going to make that class name for the smallest screen. It should be 550 pixel and max height 90 VH, overflow wide auto. So that's going to be there. So after that, now we need to do a lot of tricks. Remember of how the way we created the form over here, especially to, no, I think we didn't do it yet. So now what we're going to do here, we need to assign a form to, let's do all of these tricks. Remember the way we did for sign in, sign up, this kind of things it's going to be coming here too. So after that dialog header, we should be adding a from here. That should be from, and on that from we need to also add another from, which I'm gonna not keeping any action property here. And on that particular from over here, we are going to make that should be dot 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 from add property. Now we doesn't have that property yet, but we need to attach those properties. So to do that, so let's just go at the top over here. So I'm gonna go over here, and after that I'm gonna just make that one. So should be from add value, and on that from add value should be using that use from hook. And we did these things beforehand, so I'm gonna just putting that up. So that would be similar of how we are using a user to bring back together. So that should be coming, a user should be getting that user schema, which already we have in validation. So okay, if we go and check the user schema, so the user schema, It should be coming from the validation, and we also need to provide the type for that particular schema here, so that should be define the type and should be coming from z infer the way we did so. Okay, now after doing so, we have now from add a value property is not defined as saying, but we defined already. Okay, it's defined. What it's saying is that okay, I think something we're missing. Okay, anyway, we can see that where is not adding it by so far. So if we go over here, this things is cannot track it down. Okay, I think a bit of typo mistake is here. I just need to make that a cap like capital case. Now over here, as we have the form, remember the way we used to do it, we can just simply pass that on submit formation right here, and we also gonna add that at the top. Right now I'm going to just keep it as simple as possible, so should be coming at is coming should be coming like add a user. So I'm going to just make that const add user, which going to be an asynchronous function, and that's it. Now, what we are going to talk about is to bring back all the field statement. Remember the way we used to do it, the from control property. We're going to set those things up right here too. So how we are catching up? First of all, every single user should like, okay, first I'm going to bring that from field from there, and every single user should have a name particularly. So we are providing that as a level, and also you can just bring back from directly from the like registration or user login. That's the same setup which we have been done before. So now over here in the first statement we have our name, right? So every single user should have name, and in the control we are defining that input field gonna be coming sparing all the field, and the label gonna be taking as the name property. And if we are having any error message, it's gonna show up the error message right here. Then after that, every single user should have an email too, and the same setup for the email. Then also gonna have a password value field, because whenever we're gonna creating a user, they should have a password, because the admin is doing the action, so he can add any user, and whenever the adding user segment is done, it should have all the properties together, right? So now this three segment is done, we can pouring up the other segments too. So after the tree, we should have that like it should be coming up with let's say it should be coming up with the image upload property, so which gonna bring back our image uploadation. And now over here, after particularly giving back the email, we have the password, then we are having also the role. So in that role statement, we are providing that control value which they can select, like user should be the lowercase, but we are putting is the camel case so user can read it properly. Now for the user, it should be user admin delivery person as the delivery person together, so user can select it from here. And then also for the avatar, right now we can put the avatar, and then also it can go directly with the image upload statement. And for the image upload, we're going to create a separate component. It could be similar like that. As you can see, whenever we're adding user, you can have a special drag and drop. You can drag and drop. Also, you can just upload it here. So this whole functionality is just right here. So you're going to bring back it together to make it good. So to do that, I'm going to go directly here in the UI, because I'm going to keep it the same statement here, image upload.tsx. So RAFCE. Now there should be image upload. Okay, so that's the component we're going to build up. And for the image upload, what we are actually doing is that, as you can see, we are providing that value which going to be coming as a filtered value. We are providing an on change event also, and then we are making that from loading it should be visible. So this tree value we are passing directly from here, which we are collecting from our field control. Now okay, I think I need to also dialog footer. Okay, import. So this is the setup to get that our image, so we're going to bring back. But beside of apart from that, whenever we're going to opening that, as you can see, we have, okay, that's the thing. So we should be having another button footer. So that footer is gonna say either you can cancel it or you can create user on it. So that's just a simplicity to have the button. Whenever you're gonna click on cancel, it's gonna make the set admin model as false. And whenever you're gonna click OK, it's gonna directly go with the from loading to make the loading statement done, then creating, and it's gonna create the user. Because the button over here, you see the type as submit, so it will do a from submit. Whenever you enter, it's gonna do a full from submit property. So so what we're gonna do right now, as you can see over here, okay, our user role that's not getting the proper validation. So I think we need to make a bit better. So if we can, no, we cannot use that. I think select trigger control or the content class name. I'm going to provide a full width so that it can, no, it's still not taking. Let's say VJ right. Why is not okay, this is not the one. So I think it should be coming as trigger, so it should be with as full. Yeah, now it's good. So now we need to like bring back our functionality to make our image upload working properly. And first of all, as we are providing the three value here, remember what we are just pouring that, which going to be coming as a value as a string. And on change event is providing as a base 64 string property as a functional value by which we're gonna capture our images. And whenever the disable value is coming, it's gonna work as a boolean property. And this image upload property we're going to use by so far in a lot of properties. So first of all, we need to provide that it's going to be say image upload props. So in the props, we're going to define whatever props we are actually bringing from the parent. So should be coming value, should be coming on change, and should be coming as visible. That's three compartment value gonna coming up. And then also we're gonna set some of that which gonna be coming as a preview. So we can now, what we can do is that we are going to send the preview statement. So whenever you are uploading another image, right? So now as you can see, like I say, I'm uploading this image, right? So after uploading, this image gonna have a perfect preview ratio, right? That's what it should be. So I just changed the image because that one was more than, like, it was bigger than whatever we were expecting to. So now as you can see, we can create user directly according to that. Now it will not upload yet. So whenever we are just selecting an image, it will not upload. Once we're gonna create a user, only then it gonna upload. Otherwise we can just check one image and it's uploading. Is not good. Okay, so that's what we are actually going to do. So to make the things better, as you can see, we are setting the preview statements. Whenever we are changing the value, it's gonna just setting the preview on that particular value statement. And also we're gonna make another function which gonna bring back our value from to convert is a base 64. So convert to base 64, we're providing the file which gonna be receiving according to the value property. So the file, it's gonna just coming as a props. So the file statement gonna be coming, as you can see, it's a build statement of file for the node.js, right? So that's what we're gonna do is that, and that file gonna remove like a receive a promise which gonna be coming as a string, and then we're gonna return a new promise which gonna resolve and reject this two functionality it's gonna handle. And we're gonna reader with that the file reader by which accessing it can read the file, and reader that read as the data URL should be the file, and reader.onload, we're gonna unload, we're gonna resolve the issue, and if it's on error, we're gonna reset and throw the error. Now also we're gonna make another function by which it can go and make things done in a pretty decent way, which call is that okay, get accepted. I think the drop zone we need to use. So also for the drag and drop, we're gonna use that React drop zone, which is gonna be a handy tool for us, because whenever you're gonna drag and drop, as you can see, you can drag and drop directly from there. So I'm gonna just do one drag and drop here so that you can understand. If I just click and drag and drop, it will work perfectly. Just drag and drop. So now I'm gonna go in npm, and from here I'm gonna search that simple package React drop zone. So let's go over there, and it's a pretty decent library, I think so. Yeah, that's more than 3 million download per week. So I'm gonna just copy that. Let's go back to my terminal. I'm gonna take a new one, and from there let's go cd into admin and npm I react drop zone. And from that drop zone, what we need to use to do is that to bring back our this property use drop zone. So that's what it's gonna use to like enable functionality to create the drop zone preview. So that's the one which, so it's gonna get the two value, which is the root props and get input props to property. So the root props, and it's gonna accept an image. Now I can mandatorily like I can either use the jpeg png webpp, so I can restrict whatever the property I can provide, and the max size I can provide, I will provide a, let's say 10 megabyte. So that should be not 4 megabyte. By default is 4, but as my server is handling 10 megabyte, we're gonna go with the 10 megabyte max files 1 disabled. And also on drop, you see how we are just accepting to get the converted to base 64. So that's the function is running to bring back our entire segment, which we are converting the property, and also we are setting the preview as base 64. We are providing the unchanged value as base 64. Now also there should be another property by which we can remove the property, and that's the simple function. It's going to be like propagation is should be stuck, unchanged should be empty, set preview URL should be null. Okay, right so far. Now what we're going to do, we're going to bring back, we're going to start pouring the data by which we're going to create the things, right? And how we can do that, instead of the div, I'm going to remove that div. I'm going to use a card property. So card, and in the card it should be, let's say card content, and on that card content should be having a div. On the div I'm going to provide an input property, and this input property, it directly gonna go on that functionality should be, let's say I'm gonna span all together, should be get input props. Okay, that's what it gonna make things pretty decent. Right now you'll see nothing yet here because it's just a simple formulation here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna provide some basic class name over here, which gonna take that as a border dashed overflow hidden. So as you can see, this is nothing that so much. And also for the card content, I'm gonna make a padding as a 0 padding to make it more flexible. And for the div itself, we're going to provide some of the class name which going to coming as grid root props, which going to spanning it all together. Then we're going to make the flex call item center, justify center, padding 6, cursor pointer. Now even we, as you can see, we have that value property, like we have the input property, but it should not be in that way. So what we're going to do, we're going to set a preview statement. If we have the preview, we're going to do something. If we doesn't have the preview, let's say if we doesn't have the preview, I'm going to say hello. If we have the preview, let's say I'm going to say image. So that should be fundamental. You see hello and image all are working perfectly fine. So now we're going to set up the preview in a very decent way. But before the preview, we're going to just go and make the statement in a different way. So that's the one which is going to be handling the first instances, as we doesn't have the image. Over here we're going to make an upload, not like that, should be upload tag over here. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to make sure that's having a proper style segment. So it's going to have a flex column, item center, justify center, height 200 pixel, white full, border dash, border metered foreground 50, rounded MD. Should be coming something similar. And I think this one also, this looks pretty decent. So I think that's our file should be coming up on that way too. So you see that also going to be, I think there is some value property here which is grabbing the image, but no worries. So we're gonna remove that statement to not to initialize on that, because that a value over here get input props, it's gonna maximize it to cover up later on. Now over here for the upload image, I'm gonna make that one as to get that height 10, weight 10, text metered foreground, MB2, that's the one which we are creating. And after that, we're going to just surplus some of the text, which going to be make some good. So I'm going to just put that drag and drop or click to upload or image max 10 megabytes. So that's the text which we are encompassing. Even we click, nothing going to happen right now, but we're going to bring back all the functionality to do the tricks. So this is the one kind of things which we are having right now. And still our, as you can see, this one is not working properly. It's because that should be a function, not a static value property. So now as you can see that is gone. If we click, you see our functionality is working. So I will just go and upload one image here. Now the image segment is coming here. So now we need to create a preview image. So over here I'm going to simply grab an image tag and then provide the preview and also some alternate data to make style in very good. So this is our preview. We have that with full height 200 pixels. So that's the ratio which we're going to cover up. And also we're going to add a button over here by which we can okay, let's just import the button here, and also we can import the icon here, the cross icon. Now what is going to happen once we are coming right back here, if we try to add a image right here. So okay, so, I'm just in right here. I will just reload a bit. So now over here, as we are going to add a user, so as you can see we can add more user specifically from here. So now if I click and open that, so that image is right there. As you can see, there is a button over here which is not aligned to our design. We need to fix that button to be coming right over here. And to do that, first of all, as you can see where we are adding the button, especially right here, we need to make the button to be coming in motion. So what we are going to do, you see the top of that, we're going to make that one as a class name, which is going to be width of full, and I'm going to make it as a relative, so the button will stay within that property here. As you can see, we have the button, we can click and it will disappear. So the same thing we can do on and on to just to add that, and then we will be able to create our user. If we want to do it right now, as you can see, we need to pass a lot of validation properties. So what we can do, we need to create the functionality right now which can be providing us all data there, because now we're having our images, so all the things is working handy. So now we can go over there and remember the function which we have been accessing there. So that would be okay, the cancel and the submit, and this is the button which you're gonna submit. And for particularly in the form statement, you see the handle submit, so handle add user. So this function which you're gonna putting everything on the places. So what we can do, especially here, the previous statement, the way we did before, we're gonna take the data which gonna coming as a from data. And after that, we're gonna just go and initialize. Let's say set from loading should be as true. So it's gonna be like the from initializing gonna be true once it's coming over there. Then we're gonna try catch in that property statement, and then also in the finally we're gonna do what we feel it better. So in the finally it's gonna be simply just set from loading as false. And for the catch, we're gonna make that, let's say I'm going to simply provide a log which gonna be, let's say, user created, or we can just simply pass that, let's say, fail to create user, and there we will just simply specify the error. And also we can simply make that toast dot error. We can just simply pass that, let's say, fail to create user. That's it. Now for the try specifically, that's gonna be as simple as well. So it should be await, and then we're gonna make that, let's say, Axios private, and from there we can access that our post method. And from the post method, it's gonna be filling through the users, and we're gonna just simply pass the data. And of course we will pass the toast.success message, which is going to say us user created successfully. That's it. So that's the message. And after that, we're gonna just make that several kind of things from add. Remember the one which gonna be, we need to make it as a receipt parameter. Then we're gonna make that set is admin model open should be, let's say, false. And then we're gonna call all of our, let's say, fetch users gonna be as true one more time. So right now what you're gonna do, we're gonna just make a test user. Let's say test user should be test@gmail.com, and we're going to provide a password, and it should be specified as user, or you can assign anyone we like. Let's create a user. It's creating, and fail to create user. And of course we need to rectify what's the problem over here, why the user is not created. Database is connected, API was running, so we are going to initialize over here to see what's actually we are missing here. So create user, and then okay, the saying API users is gonna be coming as a bad request. So we're gonna say in the message with status code of 400, and over here we can simply grab whatever the issue is right there. So the response is coming, user already exists. Okay, now you can destructure it. What I said before, you can destructure it and then use it. So I'm going to just make test one just to go over flow on that. So now as you can see, user created successfully, and we have one test user which is getting to test one, because previously we have a test at gmail.com. Now what we can do, we can also be able to delete the user, right? So that's the functionality can be now before deleting we should be able to update the user, right? So before delete we're gonna implement the update module, then we're gonna use also the delete module. And to update user, so that's the same functional parameter we're gonna run through it. So let's go back here, and we're gonna just add user. So it's gonna be similarly some pattern gonna run. Okay, set is model, so should be something, yeah, set is model is open. Okay, we can, yeah, that should be, so we made it true right here, add user. So there it should be coming up. So this is the add user, and these three buttons need to be working together. This should be add, this should be added, and this should be deleted. So three mechanism going to work. So you can just have an overview over here. What you can do is that pretty defined and pretty structurable data. When you click, the edit model will open. Once we click, we can see the user. Once we delete, it's going to open that model as well. So to implement that one, we're going to start working on it. So now let's go at the bottom where we are actually getting the user. So I'm going to just minimize some of that. So as you can see right here, we have the add user model, we have the user table. So we need to access that user table over here. We should be able to see that on click should be handle edit user, and also should be handle delete user. So these two functions gonna be up and running to just implement those scenarios. So I'm gonna just drag those functions. So const should be const, and there it's gonna be delete user, const handle delete, and here it's gonna be simply as delete the user. Now what kind of things it's gonna do particularly for, like say it's gonna be for the edit user, we're gonna just open some of the formation which gonna be, because everything as you can see we're gonna taking at user as user, right? So if you just directly go in the edit, you can see that's the edit, we are passing our user. So the user is especially the user which we are seeing, it's just the user over here which we mapped to it, right? So now that's the same thing we are passing, and from edit portion which we need to provide that the similar way how we make that from add, the same way it's gonna go to make that from edit. So I'm gonna copy that, I'm gonna just pass that. So this is the add, here it will be added from edit, and here as you can see name, email, role, avatar. So the password we are not injecting here, we are not editing the user's password. This is not a good practice, but you can do, if you pass the password field, it will automatically handle those parameters. So what's actually happening in edit model, we are just getting our set selected user as user. From edit model we're going to resetting overall. From the name we are providing whatever the existing name, email, role, and avatar is there, and also we are making that set is edit model open, right? So what we need to do, we need to combine to make that set is edit model when it's open. We need to bring back our scenario by which we can just grab everything properly. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna bring back dragging my edit model here. So after that user table here, so that's the add, this will be my edit model. So now edit model also happen to be similar of the add model, except the scenario which we are passing that, except the field of password, rest of the things are just same. And then we need to also call a function which is gonna bring back to us, you see that update user. So that's the function gonna run to update our entire user segment. So I'm gonna just call that over here, should be const update user, and that should be coming as an asynchronous function, because now we're gonna initialize the talk to our database, right? So now if we just go directly to edit the user, the same thing similarly of the edit portion. If you just come over here, click on edit, you see our all the setup is predefined, especially for the users and others. If I go back here, I'm going to close that. I'm going to upload my own image. Right now, I think the image upload option is still not initialized. That's why it's just getting to be in handy. So we're going to fix it. We're going to fix it. No worries about that. We're going to upload the image right now also. So first of all, what's kind of things gonna happen once you're gonna upload the user, right? So similarly, you're gonna have the data, and the data should be, let's say, from data, and the pretty defined way. First of all, as you can see, if we doesn't have a selected user, means the data is not selected, we are making it as false. Then what we are doing actually, we're just gonna combine a try catch value property. So I'm going to just reinitialize our toast messages. So that would be here, done, and also fail to create user, and over here. So now what actually we are doing, we are calling that axios private and using the put method, which is going to be a selected user.id is selecting the method parameter like that, and then user is successfully done. And also we are providing the set is model open false after updating the user. So let's go back here. We're going to try to update the user. So remember the test user which we have been created, I'm going to go and edit that. Instead of the delivery person, I'm going to use it as a user update. So it's updating. And after user updated successfully, right? So it's working perfectly. If you go right here, now we need to go and work with the image also. And it should be handled within our image upload functionality. But I think one thing is not working properly, because remember, in our database, we're supposedly to provide that Cloudinary a cloud name, API key, and API secret by somehow which we are missing around. So I'm going to go in that cloudinary.com, and over here, I'm going to try to log in with my existing account to bring back the scenario. So let's go log in with Google. And after that, I will choose my account to go by from here and continue. So what it's going to do, I need to provide that Cloudinary cloud name, API key, and API secret. These three should be bonding together to bring all things making in a perfect ratio. As you can see, you can see my Babymart and all other things. I'm going to change it, so don't try that, so it will not work for you too. So now what we need to do is that basically to intercept all of those parameters. So from there, as you see, I'm in my account, I'm going to click on this, because if you just go in your assets, from the assets, you can see all the asset property, whatever the asset you are updating and whatever the things you are putting through. So this is the assets directory here. You can find all of your images and others, so all are things right here. And also if you go back to back on the folder structure, you can see all the project folders and others. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go in the settings over there, and from the settings I need to grab three properties. So I'm gonna go in my API keys here. You can see I have only one API key. So I'm going to copy, I'm going to click to create a new API key. I got a confirmation. So let's just check my email a little bit quickly. So I'll just grab that API key from there. So it should be somewhere. Okay, let me find it. Gmail, and it's going to provide it a key right here. So the Cloudinary, and that is the key. So let me just grab it, approve. So now I have another like an API. So I'm going to provide the name of the API. This is the latest one which I have been created. I'm going to put the name of that Babymart. Okay, so that I will know that that's the key which I'm talking about. I'm going to copy that name, which is going to be coming as a cloud name, and then I'm going to copy that API key. That's the API key, and also then I'm going to grab my secret from here. So let's copy that and grab the secret. So now I'm having all the scenario, especially if I just go in our users, let's say user model, user controller over here. So now as you can see in the update user, I can now overflow with that, like as you can see the avatar is just still pending, because we need to set the avatar scenario, so which need to be coming with that particularly on the user controller, and then we can make things done to be in a very decent way. So as you can see for the avatar, as you can see user addresses which we have been done, and for the avatar we need to go and make some simple initialization. First of all, the result need to be coming from the Cloudinary. Did we set that Cloudinary? I don't think so. I think if we go that Cloudinary, I think in the config file, did we create any Cloudinary file over here? So in the config, in the Cloudinary, yeah, that's the one. So we have the setup done already. So now we can just simply import it right here, and then it's gonna work perfectly fine the way we are looking forward to. So what it's gonna do actually is that, so first of all, it's directly gonna passing that data. You see rect body avatar, if that's there, and then if avatar is equal to user avatar, means it's not equal to the same user image, then it's gonna go and upload it to the Cloudinary with the admin dashboard. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna check of my directory here in the folders, whatever the folders name I have, I can just simply pass, instead of admin dashboard, I can just simply pass that Babymart. Let's say Babymart Vite. Okay, so that's the one. It's gonna just save all the avatars which I'm gonna passing that, and once it go directly there, it's gonna say, it's gonna bring back all the functionality the way the Cloudinary can handle. It's gonna just process through entire segment, then bring back my image which gonna coming as a secure URL, and according to the URL, it's going to update my particular user. So if we just check in the database, it's working perfectly. So let's go back in our over here. I'm going to just try to update another another image over here. So open, and after open, update the user. So this time it should stick. You see, it's taking a bit of time because it's now updating, like it's first going to deploy the image, then it's going to deploy the other parameter. If we go directly in our home, and if we just try to make reload in the Cloudinary, we should be able to see a new directory which is created right here. And so that it can be really make a lot of sense how we are building the structure. So as you can see, it's opening, and in the directory there is a Babymart right now. So you can see the Babymart, and inside the Babymart there is an avatar, because we should be providing the users and others should be all coming in a very different way. So now we have our image ready. So especially every time whenever we're gonna try, it will work perfectly. So now we should be able to do the things in a very catchy manner. And of course, we're gonna now go access some of the other parameter, delete model, which gonna implement our delete functionality, and also for the is view model, right? So there's all the things we're gonna really go and pour things right now. So for the delete model, I'm gonna go directly at the bottom here. So this is my edit model, that will be my delete model. So in the delete model, we also need to, it will be coming as an alert dialog, not a dialog parameter, because it's gonna be coming, showing an alert that are you willing to delete, something like that should be coming up with the header and also with the title, and then it's gonna coming up with the description over here. Okay, good. And also we're gonna passing that, which gonna be coming as a footer, and also for the cancel. And then it's gonna coming up with an actionable button which gonna writing that handle delete user parameter by which we're gonna run each and everything. So first of all, what I'm gonna just define that handle delete user function, otherwise it's gonna like start crying on that property particularly. So I'm gonna just bring back things to up. So what's actually kind of be here, so let's go at the top, and after that const should be handle delete user, and from there we're gonna simply run that, which is gonna be also in asynchronous function. So right now if we go and investigate it, as you can see, it's providing an alert, okay? And the alert is showing whenever the is delete model is open, and also set is model is open, so it on change event is working. First of all, are you sure this action cannot be undone? This will permanently delete the whatever the selected user is there, that account it will delete, and cancel button and accept button. So right now we're gonna go directly in our, especially for the initial okay, I'm gonna minimize the header. For let's go back to the user table. So in the user table we have one handle view function, and another is handle delete is already there, right? So also we need to make that const handle view function, otherwise because we just initialize that. Now in that handle delete delete property, what we're gonna do, first of all, if we are just, it doesn't have a selected user, it's gonna just return that particular value property. So right now if we go here, handle delete, so we are passing the user, whatever the user is right there, right? But are we saving that user? That's the combination here. I think we are missing something maybe. Okay, handle should be handle delete. So there is handle delete and there is handle delete user and handle delete. So two separate things is coming up all together. So the handle delete gonna run something which gonna be passing that, let's say, should be coming up with this property, right? So it's gonna bring back. So whenever we're gonna make that one, let's say it's gonna be passing as user. So whenever we are passing that handle delete, as you can see, it's running from the trash icon. So this is the icon. When you click, it should be popping up that, and you can see now, you can experience the application layer, how it's very cool once we are doing in locally, because a lot of things, a lot of packages which we are upgrading, and thus the feature is getting better and better, because now the animation is working out very cool, right? And as you can see, okay, good. So now from here, whenever we are setting that handle delete, we are showing some of the property. We are making that set selected user as a user, and also set delete model should be true. Now for the particularly on that handle delete user, I'm gonna just bring back together at the bottom. Okay, now what it's gonna do for our deleting the particular user, it's gonna running a separate functionality again, which will be the simple same statement and configuration. First of all, I think not the update. Okay, should be handle delete. I just copied the wrong one, so it should be something like that. And for this one, we can just simply pass it like that, and also fail to. Okay, so now what actually is doing, await Axios private. First of all, if the no user is selected, it's going to return. And whenever we're gonna go with that Axios delete user selected user.id, by which it can be deleting, and then we are passing the value, and then also we are fetching the users. So right now, if I want to delete this one, let's say click on that, click, and as you can see, after clicking, it's gonna directly initialize, and we are fetching it again. So this is very cool. We are doing everything in a proper way. Now we are having the delete. Now one more thing is that to happen to be, let's say, preview that, right? How we can to make that whenever this should be making a little bit a crucial preview model, or you can say a view model, it should be coming up. So I'm gonna go and bring that things up. So after that, add it. After the delete, we can pass that view model here. So that should be a dialog here. In the dialog, there should be some subordinate motion, which is going to be passing that user details and view complete user information. And from there, we're going to having that avatar, which is going to be having all the selected data character, name, email, and the role. And of course, we're going to also passing the label, which is going to provide that user ID specifically. And then also whenever the user is created at, if we hit save, then if we just come back here, enter, not that one. Okay, we didn't run the function, so we need to go back to our user. So handle user, edit user. Okay, where is our handle view? Okay, so in the handle view, we didn't pass anything yet. So we need to provide the data. And the same thing, what we did before, we need to just set selected user as a user. And of course, we need to pass that property as the user. And by the way, you can do a lot of things. You can make a global function to do and make things done, but I made it simple so that you can understand very easily. As you can see, okay, there is little bit fetching that created an user ID which is not looking so good. I'm gonna make it not side by side, but I'm gonna provide it in an like a flex column proportion here. So instead of that grid, I don't want it to be, I'm gonna make it as a flex. Let's say flex column, right? It's save. And that time it should be, yeah, okay, quite good, you see. And also you can provide a gap of 2 if you want it to be providing a bit of gapping motion. So now we have the user, and we can just go with the admin. We are selecting, we can go all the rows, we can refresh getting the user, we can add any user you want, we can edit the user, you can view the user, you can delete the user, like all the functionality. You can search by the name also, by the way, you see. And if it's not matching, it will directly disappear. So now this is how we build things up. So first of all, as we have that, now especially we need to go bring back our products. Now each and every single products has some interrelation between the brands, categories, and then products, because they have some relational property. Especially if we go directly in the products model, you can see some of the reference, because every product should have the reference as a brand and also the reference on the category, which is required true. So any product should not be assigned without the brand, without the category. Now you may do it, but here is the restriction, so it should be aligned it all together. Now there is some of the miscommunication here, which I'm gonna just remove, which is not required right now, and then I'm gonna remove that. So also set page and per page, which I'm not gonna specifically doing it right in this parameter. Now of course, if you want it to be considerably done, that one you can just go and follow through, but let's say I'm going to provide the data, so handle like it should be coming up for the previous pages here. So basically what I did told you, I'm going to skipping that, so you need to find a way how to implement that. So this is a task for you people, but what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna do some more motion to implement, especially our brands property and others. So I'm gonna skip that. So all the things are gonna be there. You can try it yourself to grab it properly. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna minimize all in the brand, in the source, on the pages. I'm gonna go directly in our brands pages. So where we're gonna initialize everything to particularly published our brand. And basically what it's gonna be is that almost everything is so simple and pretty much legit, because the model and others, it's gonna be as simple as previously we have been done. So let's start it. So now we're going to bring back all the styles, all the state property, and as you can see, that will be coming as brands, and every single brand should be having kind of type of that. So let's go in the type. Over here we can export a type here, so it should be export. You can either go with that type, or you can also make the interface like that. Now for every single brand, the image is optional, right? So either you can have a, but you see the ID name created as similarly. If you just go in the brand model, you can see how the thing's getting done. So we have the name, which is the unique and is required true, and the brand for the image is not like it's gonna be default as an empty string, but you can put any image property right there. So after that, so this is going to be our brand. So we're going to just simply grab the brand directly from the type, and also we need to provide that state hook over here. Then also need to be providing all other property, going to be having that. Okay, there is C is missing, so should be const a brand. Okay, something is up. Okay, why this is coming from, where it's coming actually? I think something wrong when I copied that. Save. So now we have the brand, set brands going to be coming as an empty, as an array of brand. We're going to call it from our database. You're going to having loading, set loading, refreshing, set refreshing, is edit model open, is add model open, delete model open, selected brand, and then from loading to set from loading. So all the categories, all the significant manipulation is just coming for that. And of course, after that, we also gonna define a type which gonna be coming from our brand schema. If you directly go in our for our validation over there, we can find all the statement for particularly for the brand schema, and which is coming the name, which gonna be name must be at least 2 characters. Then image is which is gonna be as an optional. So no other chain parameter is here by so far. Now over here, what we're going to do, we need to provide a mechanism by which we can upload the brand, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to provide some of the spatial scenario here. It's going to be, let's say, a div, and then h1 should be, let's say, it's going to be passing that a brands tag, and then also whenever it's going to be as an is admin property, so we need to grab the admin functionality by which we can decipher either it's going to admin or not. So we're going to just bring back other property scenario here also. So it should be similar like that. It's gonna be the toast, it's no need to be like that. We're gonna just go with that, let's say, the admin property. So if it's admin or not, we can check with that. And also for the use from hook, we need to import from a React hook from, and also the resolver, we need to call that, and that's it. So the brand schema, I think brand schema is right there. So now we have the from add property. Axios private is not imported yet. So let's just bring back our Axios private from our hook. So this is the all to go by. So first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to initialize that one in a pretty decent way. And again, I'm really sorry as I need to do so in that way. But all the code is going to be provided to you. As you can see right now, maybe you are watching, especially for the branch code. And you see we have the admin setup. That's the branch which is going to hold entire code segment for this particular build. So no worries about that. You're going to have the code so you can do a lot of things, a lot of tricks together, right? So first of all, what I'm going to do, so this is a brand, so I'm going to just go and put a class name over there. Put a class name that should be I'm going to make it a text of should be 3XL and font should be a bold, so just to make it bigger. And of course we can also make that a class name. I'm going to make a padding of 5 to just provide a little bit of padding and margin here. Looks pretty good. And after that also we can define that property as a space y, which gonna be as 6, and then this property first statement going to be coming as for the text, and of course there should be another div which gonna holding all other things properly. So this is the h1 tag. Then we're gonna redirect another div here which gonna happen to be providing the two button the way we have been done, especially for our user, remember. So that's the one, same thing gonna be happen, same ratio. Either you can do one component, that could be up to you, or you can just make it like that. This is the brand, and refresh add button, so you can now add brand according to it. So first of all, this is the method where we can see what kind of brand property we are going to having them. Especially if you go directly in the brands, you can see the brands are loading. So right now after loading, it's going to be popping up all the brands. So this is the brand image. You can delete from here, you can also add it from here, same statement. So here also we're gonna not hinder the pagination, because we're gonna have a very useful, like a very normal brand property. But the pagination and others we're gonna go follow from the categories, because we're gonna have a multiple category per design, and also you're gonna have lots of other property. So this is gonna be another trick for you. You see, even I click next, it's not it's gonna be taking a bit of time, but it's gonna work. So this is now working perfectly fine. So for the brand, we're gonna go again the simplest way possible. And what we're gonna do, first of all, after initial div, we're gonna go and make some of that. Whenever our loading is done, we're gonna provide a loading, and of course we're gonna bring back the skeleton here later on, especially whenever, because it's, if you just look at in our production, if you go for our products, you see the peasant, like the skeleton is working. So I'm gonna mixing up almost everything the way you can follow through it. So that should be our loader tool. So the loader icon, and here we're gonna just put that. Let's say I'm gonna just provide a div here right now, so it should be coming as a div, and let's say it's gonna be passing as brands. Okay, so now let's come back here. After it's loading right now. So why is loading yet? I think our loading property is getting by default is true. So if we go at the top, so that's the loading. Okay, we need to make it as false. Okay, so the first initialization, the false value should be appearing right here. Now once the brand is available, we need to provide the brand, right? How we can do that? It's the same way. We're gonna just exercise the table parameter the way a user did, the similar fashion, the similar multi-parameter things we're gonna dropping by. So the table, as in the table header, we're gonna just passing that the property of the name, and also in the table header row, it's gonna be coming that particular instances. So in the table head, we're gonna having the image name created at, and if it's admin, it can go and make the action. So only the admin can do those actions, otherwise nobody can access that. And for the table body, especially for the body statement, a similar way, we are providing in every single cell, we are mapping through our bands and getting that according the key to the ID. And over here, first of all, if there is no image, we are providing that no image tag. If there is that when the brand name when it's created, and also we are making that edit button property. I'm going to skip it right now, because right now we're not editing the function. We're going to create later on, and then it's going to take the action. Trash icons, so that, and also if the brand length is equal to 0, should be providing that no brands found. So right now it should be providing that no brands found. Again, you can have the code from the repository, or you can try it yourself to make a manipulate that. But again, I'm saying only for the admin you're getting the freedom, but for the client I'm going to go each and every single line by line to provide that, because as you can see, for especially for our baby shop, So in the baby shop website, this is everything gonna be structurized line by line. So that's why I'm giving you freedom to exercise your power right here, because later on you can be much more creative for other side also. So first we're going to start working with the ads model. Remember the way we handle the user is going to be pretty similar of that. So I'm going to just make things done in a pretty decent way. So I'm going to just concat that. So this is my header, this is my loading parameter, this is my user. After that, I'm going to adding through it particularly for the from statement. This is the beauty. So once you're using the every single statement gonna be similar the way it's just happened to be before, right? So now it's pretty simple and pretty easy way to calculate. So I'm gonna just go with the title, which gonna be passing that add brands, and in the description we're gonna just provide that create a new product brands, and also we're gonna provide the form especially. So on that particular form, which need to be coming from the component, we're gonna also like handle add brand function gonna be running there. And in the field, we're gonna provide the field for first field, it's gonna be happen to be the from name. And in the control, okay, I'm gonna need to import the label. I need to import the control. Now you can import it, you can just copy and paste everything directly. It's gonna like previous file which we are using, that you can also copy paste from there. It's gonna work perfectly fine. Now also for the image upload, and I think we are good to go, having the dialog footer which is going to be taking as a cancel, and also can access the other property that create brand. So first of all, we need to create the function handle at button. So to do that, what I'm going to do, const should be handle at button, and over here there's the function gonna run, and also of course it's gonna be an asynchronous function. So right now, what actually we're dealing with, especially if we go with that, let's say a brand controller, let's see if our image specification is defined or not. I think, yeah, we did it here. And instead of admin dashboard, we're gonna make that as a Babymart. So I think I'm gonna check the name again in the Cloudinary. We have that Babymart Vite. Or basically what you can do here, you can copy that, you can take as an especially for a variable, and you can just grab it from the variable, like from the Vite config file, or you can just you can just simply use it here, bitconfig file or .env file, especially for the client side. For the admin config file here, you can just simply make that a Vite API or Vite, like say a Vite Cloudinary config. You can just write any name and then you can just use it like that. So that should be the Babymart for the brands. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy this portion, and over here I'm gonna replace with that. So let's go here, I'm gonna copy that. So this is happened to be like there, I'm gonna copy this one and I'm gonna replace with like that. So every single time it's gonna be just happen to be that Babymart, so don't need to go back and forward again and again. So, okay, so now what we need to do, as you can see, as we have the form validation here, so right now we need to enable these two functions by which we need to run our properties. So that should be our handle edit, which gonna getting the brand, and handle delete. And of course also we need to provide that handle add. So I'm gonna just bring back handle edit and handle delete property, by which it can be just simple as well, or I think, okay, I'm gonna bring it later. I'm gonna just right now click like create that handle edit formation here. Now when the handle add gonna work, as you can see over here, especially for whenever you're going to click set is admin add model is true. So if we click here, you see we have the model. So let's say it's going to be a test brand, and of course we can drag the image. And as you know, the image, I think I am already setting the image for you, right? So in the image we have in the source, or I think I keep it in the no, there in the public, no images. In the assets, no, there is no image. Also in the server, are we having the image? No. So right now what we need is to have our entire image structure, right? So that you can try the image. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna provide you the entire image segment. I'm gonna copy my image directory from there, and then I'm gonna just place it in the public. So this is all the images for the banner, for the brands, all images is right there, and I'm gonna navigate through directly on that directory. So now you can see, especially in the admin and also in the admin for the public directory, you're gonna have all the images you need. So particularly, you're gonna have all of our images. So this is the first, we're gonna provide the brand. I'm gonna go with the safety PNG. So let's say it's gonna be of that safety mart, and then we're gonna create the brand. So that creates brand functionality need to be amplified. So right now what we're gonna do, we're gonna handle at brand should be handling all the create mechanism to create a particular brand. So to do that, first of all, over here, we're gonna make that some of the simple configuration set from loading. Remember the way we did it before? That should be true. Then we're gonna make the try catch property, the similar parameter, the way which we have been done before. We're gonna just pouring that things up right here. And of course, we need to just manipulate the toast messages from the previous responses here. And as you can see, we doesn't have any fetch a brands mechanism to simplify that. I'm going to just keep it like that. Okay. And also need to import the toast from the sonar. And here also that should be coming up like that. And that should be go like that. And of course the data, which the data should be our as a coming as from data. So now we have utilizing that. First of all, if we go and create the brand, it's gonna creating the brand perfectly because our route setup is done very well, and it's gonna taking a little bit of time as it's updating, like image is providing there. So if you can try reload here and it's gonna just go get your brands, but as we didn't create the functions by which we can fetch the brands, we doesn't have the brand yet, especially in our pages. But what we can do to grab it, first of all, we need to create a function by which we can call all the brands, right? So what I'm going to do in the folder, you can see there is the brands already structurized. So I'm going to make that, let's say const should be a fetch brands, and this function is going to run as to be defined on that. It's going to be an asynchronous function because we're going to call to our database. Of course, it's going to be an async function. And over here, what we're going to doing, we're going to getting to directly go to back to the responses here. Let me just manipulate that. So this like the response is getting with the access private.get and the bands route from where we can get all the bands, and whatever the response data is coming, we're setting to directly in the bands. As we doesn't have the pagination, we are escaping to get the total value and pages value and others. Now over here in that use effect parameter, we need to call that particular function to run it properly, to call whenever our page is mounted, that should call to get the data. And we can just simply run that, especially that fetch brands, and that's it. So now it's gonna go and fetch all the brands data. Right now, as you can see, we have one brands. If I just, you see the test brand is already created, but as it doesn't have the data, it's no image, text is right there. You can design that one, but I'm gonna keep it like, I will edit that one for sure. So now to go and bring back the edit functionality, let's go directly here. Also, it should be happen to be the refresh functionality. You can see handle refresh should work, and the refresh functionality gonna be a similar of that. So I can just go and bring back that to you. The refresh gonna work. Actually, the refresh gonna call that fetch brands again. That's it. So either you can go to make that refresh, or directly you can, whenever you're gonna click on that, you can just make that fetch brands. That's it. So if you're coming here, refresh, it's gonna fetch bands. That's it. Nothing so fancy, but there is some modification we're gonna do for that, especially because whenever you're gonna call that for the refresh property, it's gonna go and do some kind of tricks here because okay, I think we can just simply refactor that, and also can refactor this. And you can use any kind of toaster you want, but for the client, we're gonna make sure to restore default, and not API brand should be directly go on the brands. That's it. So now here it's gonna fetch the brands, it's gonna set refreshing as true and do the other tricks. So right now, if we click, you see it's refreshing and it's fetching the data again. So that's what's actually going to be done according to it. Now we need to have a very legit task by which we can go and edit functionality, right? So this is kind of like add brands, right? So this one, which is like getting the adding the brand model, and now also we need to be getting two separate things. One is delete, one is edit. So we're gonna just add side by side. This is the delete functionality, which again going to be the dialog configuration. And as you can see, when the delete model is open, it's gonna access those things, and also gonna coming as a header by default, and then also going to be have to the title. Okay, not from the Redis. I think I need to get directly from the components and also the description over here. Then gonna be passing as the footer and also for the cancel, and then gonna be like that. And this is gonna make that handle delete function. Of course, we're gonna initialize that. So this is the one should be there, handle delete, and the other one which gonna be coming as the from edit, which gonna be let out update the brand functionality going to be there, and the all things are gonna be same as well. So first of all, for the from edit, remember we have the from add, right? So we're gonna go at the top. After the add, we're gonna also make that one to be coming as the from add is similar as that, similar of that. Either you can go with that. Again, what I said, I'm making it the similar confirmation so you can have a very good idea what the part by part we are going to do. So in the update brand, we need to create the function here. So I'm going to just make that const update brand should be a synchronous function over here, and that's the one. Then another function gonna be rows to call, which gonna be handle delete brand. Let's just go at the top, and over here we're gonna make that const handle delete brand, and that should be passing by. So we have the two certain kind of setup. Once we copy that, the edit model should be coming by so far. So right now, if we go directly over here, so I think I make muted on that. So that's the cancel, that's the from control, that's the from edits. Okay, over here, that two things need to be amplified. So one, okay, where is that to create new brand? I think, yeah, here. So where actually we are showcasing the brand should be coming as the handle edit and handle delete. As you can see by props, we are passing the two separate value to go and work with that. So first of all should be handle edit and there one, and then const handle delete, and there another function need to be running together. Okay, like that. So the handle edit function, what actually it gonna do? First of all, it gonna go prefetch that and do the tricks. So first of all, what I'm gonna do, set selected brand should be the whatever the brand we are actually choosing from there. We're gonna simply get the brand as the type of our particular brand. So that would be selected, and then from edit should be passing that dot reset. So whatever the data, especially in the from edit form, the name should be brand.name. So whatever the name is coming from the database right now, whatever the brand is selected, image should be brand.image. So these two particular things, either if the image is there or it can be passing as an empty string. So okay, that's cool. And set is edit model, we need to make it as true. So right now, if we go in the edit, if we click, you see the model is open. So right now, we can also find out to make, let's say the test model here to go and passing by. And now we can add an image. So I'm just going to open that, and there we can just go with the Pampers or gonna make the parent's choice. So I'm going to rename that parent's choice or parental needs update brand. So now there it need to make the update of functionality, right? So here we can update the brand itself. Now for the update brand, similarly the added brand, which the functionality is happen to be, it's going to be working as well. The same setup going to work. And of course for the method here, we're going to just get the receive the data, which going to be coming as the from data, and especially we're going to provide a success message upon it's getting that. As you can see, brand selected brand.id, it's going to access to that. And also if we fail to receive the data, we can also passing that particularly. Okay, so right now if we click update, it's getting the updating information, and as you can see it's working. And after updating, as you can see, every time we update, we are fetching our previous events. In that way we're taking to be in a good hit, right? And for particularly for the delete motion here, also what we're gonna do, we're gonna just simply make that things a pretty decent. So it should be handle delete, and here we're gonna just create the brand as brand. Okay, so selected brand as brand, and is delete model should be as true. And for the delete brand, what we can do, we can simply as we did before, we can just go and define that property layer like that to get all the value property. So for the delete mechanism, we're gonna just go and the brands and selected brand.id. When the delete is done, it's gonna delete. And again, we're going to fetch the branch data to get the new data by so far, and also the model should be false. So if you go back here and try to delete, and as you can see, there should be, you can either pass the loading motion and others. You can see you can just make that set loading as true, right? So it's gonna start loading, and once the delete is done, it's gonna make the loading as false. So you can initialize that, right? So now we are having our particular band. We can refresh it, we can add more bands. Of course, we can do a lot of things. A lot of things can be properly done by there. So now we're gonna move through our category segment, and over here, as we are not using that, okay, remove it. And of course, I think anything which we are happen to be getting the error. Okay, we are having something here. Okay, that's not a big deal. Okay, done. So now we're gonna go directly to initialize to our categories. The category is gonna be pretty much tricky because in our category page, as you may know, we're gonna have a lot of things. We're gonna have all the features like for the pagination and others. So you need to be very careful once we are gonna be done with the category statement. And to amplify that category, again, I'm going to first go in our type here. And in the type, we're going to go just make that export type. So should be export type category. And on the category statement, we're going to have ID name. If the image going to be optional category type, either it's going to be featured, hot categories, and for the top categories, and created ad going to be as a string information right there. So first of all, for the state manipulation and management, I'm going to bring back all things together. Okay, so because we know that's the things which we are really using that by so far. So we're going to have that for the category, which is going to be coming as an array. So of course, we need to also provide the state value property. You're going to have the total and others. And then of course, we need to also get the private property for Axios, the toaster, which is not Rico right now. And also we need to also get the check is admin or not and hit save. So we are having all of the data which we are requiring right now. So this is the old setup previously which we done. Now they're gonna be adding some of the more few portion. As you can see, we have the pages, set pages. We have the per page by default. We're gonna take only 10. We have the total pages, set total pages, which are gonna be coming as by default 1. Then also you're gonna have the sorting portion. We have all other parameter by which we can handle, especially if you just focus over here. We have the refresh portion, and then we're gonna also like initializing for the parameter of that, like not that one, for the categories. And we are gonna also making that a next and a brave button, have the total view, and also adding delete, ascending and descending. All the parameters gonna work it right there. So we're gonna make it a little bit a pretty decent way because the product's gonna be aligning it that too. So we're gonna understand how the things can be done in a pretty decent way. So first of all, the first parameter, before going further, we need to also grab the two of that segment here, which is gonna be passing that. Let's say it's gonna be coming as an from, which is gonna be coming as an hook from, and of course it's gonna be passing that as a category schema. And then of course it's gonna passing at the resolver. Now of course there is no category schema yet. So if we, okay, I think we need to decipher the category schema. So let's go and make the validation here. So right now, okay, we have only user, we have the brand. Now we're gonna grab the category schema. The category schema going to be a particularly schema defined to be in a very apt manner. So first of all, it's gonna be getting to a category schema, and there it's gonna be a name. The name is required, and the image gonna be as an optional. The category type is just is the featured, hot categories, top categories, and also the required error is that category type is required. Okay, so forget about that error. We're gonna fix that. I think that's not that much important. It's just a minor error. It's gonna disappear later on. Now here we're gonna just create that category schema, and also we need to having that resolver here. So from add it. I think, yeah, there is some of the resolver issues right there, like before what we had. So instead of that, we can simply pass the message. I think so, because last time also when we tried, we got the same error. So that should be passing that. We're gonna just simply pass the message right here, and we can remove that required error. I think the update they are featured, so it's better the way we can use it. So now we having the from edit, which gonna be getting the from edit motion, and also we have the resolver functionality. So right now we have all the setup to go and start with. We're gonna just make that a class name. Padding should be 5 and space y should be 6. Okay. Now we're gonna bring back whole other parameter to let it work perfectly and align it all together. So first thing first, we're gonna go and decipher how the things can be done in a very proper manner. So in the first statement on that particular div, we're gonna causing through some of the statement here. So first of all, I'm gonna just minimize that refreshing parameter here. I'm gonna grab the button directly from there. So also we're gonna have that refresh parameter, and then we're gonna also get the select parameter from there, and then should be handle sort change. So that's the function which we need to call right now. Right now we are not having anything, so I'm gonna just skip through it. Then also we're gonna need to make the trigger for that. We're gonna get the value from there, and then we also need to decipher the content here, and then we also need to provide the select item, and also it's gonna be coming as an arrow up icon. Okay, arrow down icon just to go ascending and descending, and whenever is admin is there, they can add the category. So hit save. So right now that should be working on that. So we have the categories, the text, you can see we have the categories right here. Then we have the total value, because whenever we're going to fetch the data from the database, we're going to get the total value at so far, especially if you just go in the category controller here. In the category controller, whenever we're gonna coming up to get all the category, as you can see, we are sending the page purpose, we're sending the sort, order, and others, and also we're providing the total value, the category, the count of documents, not the length, but the count of documents from the database, and also providing the sort value, categories. All things is like the handling from the data structure. So that's what we are dealing here. So now we are now providing that the total, and then we are providing also the refresh button to make the refreshing things. And then also we have the sort order. You see, once we click, if we click ascending and descending, it should gonna select that handle source change. So of course we're gonna bring back, and whenever an admin gonna do, it can add the category here. So first, after those initialization, this is the header we can call. So after those statement, we can now show the data itself, right? And pretty simple, we're gonna go the previous statement, the previous way, the way we have been done. We're gonna go pretty much that similar fashion. If we have the loading portion, we're gonna go grab the loader, and then we're gonna show the data according to the table, and in the table need to be imported from components UI table. And after that, also we need to define our header itself. So that's gonna be like managing the header. And below the table header, we're gonna grab the table row and also the head over here, and then it's gonna be like only is admin, they can only take the action for that. Then we're gonna having the table body, we're gonna having the table cell here. And let me know in the comments, either you are doing that one at all. If you are having an issue, let me know in the comments, as I'm just providing the code, so maybe you can do something more with that. Besides, if you want something from the scratch, let me know in the comments. I'm going to go very slow because there is like every single thing, the way I'm typing here, pretty straightforward, but you can make a multiple component structures to go by. And now here it will be the edit delete handle edit. We're gonna just make it lateral, and also it's gonna be handle delete, which gonna be coming as a trash icon. And if the no category is available, no category is found. Right now it's gonna provide that loading is there, and of course, as you can see, we made the loading as true just to initialize to see if it's working. So it should be as false. Okay, so now no category is found. So now we need to do to add the category. So that's the statement which is gonna be predefined and provide the value by which the category can run, right? And to do that, we need to add the category model, right? So after that, below on that portion, there should be our category model, which gonna be providing our category. We need to grab the dialog and others. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna bring back all things together as we know what actually we are doing over here. So let's go at the top, and over here we can just bring back everything. So all the dialog setup is right there. Then of course we need to also get back our form setup, so the dialog, and then it's gonna be coming the entire font structure. So the form, control, field, item, label, and message. What else is pending? Then also we need to have that select parameter. And for the select value, we can just grab our initialization for the, okay, that's the select. We have the select already, right? So I'm going to go at the bottom layer. I think we are almost done here. So handle at category, the control over here, okay, from at control, name, the select property here, which going to provide the value, and then the from control. Okay, so now the problem is from the control. Okay, now we can see what actually is doing. We should have to be to grab the input field and handle at category. The function need to be there. I'm going to just simply maximize that handle at category and asynchronous function and like that. Okay, there is image upload is not defined. No worries, we can pass that. We're gonna go now one by one. So this is the from add, which is gonna be as a handle submit handle at category, and in the from field we're gonna have the from add dot control, and first is the name, and then I think why the input is, I think maybe our input which we imported is not from where we are looking forward to. You can see the input is components UI input. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna just bring back that from add and from add it to decipher at the root. Okay, I'm gonna just bring it at the top. Okay, now I need to use that use from, which use from, did we import that use from hook? Okay, no, yeah, it's already there. So that's the from data, which is not initialized, so which gonna be coming, need to be provider type here, which gonna coming at z infer from the category schema. Okay, so that's the one actually not handled by so far. So now as we have that, so now we can now make that from schema. So use from, it's gonna be particularly coming that hook from, what's actually cannot be called at the top level. Okay, anyway, if we cannot call it at the top level, we can just put at the bottom level. Okay, so that doesn't mean doesn't have any problem issue. So that's the from data which is not defined, that was the problem. So now we can just define it here. So now we have the value here, we have the from add it. So right now let's go back to our parameter here, and as you can see the error is disappear. We are good to go. So first of all, we need to do certain kind of things. We're going to go one by one. First, this one, which is going to be handled at category. You see add category, create a new product. If we click, there is the image upload is not defined. Okay, I'm going to import it first, then we can do the other tricks. Okay, image upload. If we now click, you see that's the form for the category upload from. Now, typically, as we are having that, so we are just gonna get the name, the feature. We can choose by default is the feature is selected, and now we can also get whatever the category images. Like from there we can go directly for our public, and now we can choose the images. We can go back to the categories. Now you see we can now define what kind of category data we can choose for it. You see the feature category and others. If we just go directly here, it's just providing as the gift ideas. So we can just provide the name as the gift ideas, and then we can create our category. So this is the same thing handling over here, like the way we did for the others. The same thing is handling there also. So first of all, we need to go initialize for that. Let's say it's gonna be whatever the function we are logging through it. So handle at category, this is the function gonna be rerunning over there to bring back all things to be in true motion. So first, the data should be from data. So I keep everything as the same structure so that you can understand what actually we are going to do, right? So this is the very legit way to do what I believe in that. So right now I'm gonna go and make something in better. I'm gonna just go grab it. I'm gonna cut that and then put in the toast message, and also gonna be, let's say, fetch categories. Right now I'm gonna skip it because we're not fetching the categories right now. And of course, and for the error, it's going to be providing that Axios error, and if this error is there, going to provide the error. You see, we're handling it right now. So we are providing everything in a very, very decent method, and also we're going to provide that directly the error message if we are finding any error by so far. So first, what we are doing, we're getting the handle at category. From their category, you have the from data, try, Axios, private, post categories. And if we just go directly in the category controller, You can see we are also handling the category controller, everything in a very decent way. Also replaced already, which for the categories. Now, first, we're gonna creating our categories. If success, we're gonna get there, and then we're gonna reset our data. We're gonna make the set is model is as false, and also set page as 1. So after adding, we are directly calling that first one. So whenever you're gonna add the new categories, we're gonna go directly in the one single page. And for the catch, for the error, we're gonna grab the error, we're gonna passing that error message, and when the error message is coming, we're gonna showing the error message, and that's it. And over here, if the error message includes that already exists, you see now there is a proper message segment is coming over here, providing the error message, and set from loading is getting by default as false. So right now I'm gonna go and try to add in 2 products with the same ID. So first of all, okay, this is the handle category, right? So I recall the function. Okay, it's already okay. Duplicate key, because it's added a duplicate file. You see the gift ideas, I think 1 is added. So first we're gonna fetch the categories so that it can be really understandable if our categories is available or not. So const should be fetch categories, and here gonna be an asynchronous function. And from that function, we're gonna call our category segment. First of all, the set loading statement gonna be true, and then we're gonna make that, let's say I'm gonna make the try catch property. And in the catch, whenever we're gonna getting the error, let's say we're gonna just simply get with that console.log. Okay, should be log, and the log gonna be passing that data, let's say failed to fetch categories, and then here all the error gonna be define that, and the toast gonna be toast.error. We can define that should be fail to fetch categories. Okay, and also by default in the finally statement, we're gonna make that one as set loading should be coming as false. That's it. And now we're going to go especially to grab the cache value. So const response gonna be response, and should be coming and await axios private, and dot, it should be a get method, and that should be coming / categories. And over here we need to pass that, let's say the params. The params gonna be passing that, we're gonna pass the page, we're gonna pass the per page, sorry, not like that, per page. And after that, we also gonna pass that sort order property, by which we can grab particularly the sort property, right? So from there we can make a 3 statement. So as the response is coming, we're gonna provide the set categories response to data.categories. If not there, empty. Set total response to data.total. If not there, is a 0 property. Set total pages response to data.total pages. If not there, putting and 1 by default. Right now, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create an use effect property, by which I'm gonna call my categories right here. So like that. Now the use effect is gonna work in a pretty decent way. First one, I'm gonna just make that one as the fetch categories. Okay, so that's the first code which we're gonna provide that. Handle previous page is not defined, and others. Okay, we're gonna define that. So that's gonna be a simply a function handle previous page, handle next page. As you can see, that's the function which we are actually working here. Okay, chevron left icon need to be imported, and chevron right icon need to be imported. No, so no worries, we can fix that and go by one. So now this is our first category, right? Previously we had to create a test category right here. Now, as you can see, we have the total 2 categories. We can have the one of 2 categories is done. So now you can see the previous and next button also there. So right now, if we go and add another categories, so let's say I'm going to grab the image so that it will be easy to get the name. So under 100. So this is name as under $100. So that's one. And creating the category. I don't know why that creating category effect is not working. Now, I think there are, okay, whenever we are okay, there is an issue. Whenever we are handle add category, we need to also fetch the category status, and also we need to make that one like let's say whenever we are adding the categories, we need to make the set from loading as true. So set from loading should be as true, and of course at the ends from loading getting false. So I'm going to just go and add another one. I'm going to choose from here. So that's the baby deals right here. So let's select a baby deals, and over here if we trying to go on that baby deals, and let's say it gonna hot categories create, you see animation is working right now. And after that, as we did, you see it's gonna load and baby deals is right there. You see it's created hot categories, baby deals, the image, and also the page purpose working perfectly fine. Now what I want for the page, I'm gonna provide particularly 2 per page, right? So the 2 values gonna be per page, so it's gonna be 2. And now see 1 to 2, so it's having the 2 page and the 4 categories is there. If we click next, you see that's gonna be like say 3 to 4. So if we go previous, you can see, but it's not changing. It's because we are not handling that structure, but our alignment is working perfectly, right? And how it can be working definitely in that way. So it's pretty simple. We need to let our use effect to take the actions whenever we are making things done. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna say whenever the page is changing, whenever our sort order is changing, you call the categories again, right, to fetch that. So if we call the next one, it's gonna fetching the next categories, right? So right now, as it's working, and for the pagination, what actually we are doing, as you can see, we can go directly there. So that's the pagination controls over here. If we have the total is bigger than 0, means we are having the product. We're showing the page -1 actual data ratio. You can change the value the way you are looking forward to. They're providing the button, which gonna calculate the previous button, which gonna handle the previous page, and the visible when the page is equal to 1. So that time it could be visible. Once the page is equal to total page, means there is no more pages there. That can be that time also. The next button would be visible. So that's the combination what we are handling. Now over here, in that handle previous is getting that if page is more than 1, then set paging page -1. And for the next page, if page is bigger than total pages, then it's just adding 1. That's it. So that's the simple configuration as we can be done right here. So right now we need to add some more configuration over here. So first of all, as you can see, we need to have 2 separate functions which can edit and delete. So that's the things. We can edit the categories, we can delete the categories. How we can do? So we should be passing 2 functions, handle edit and delete, and by props we're getting the categories by so far. So that should be handle edit, and here also need to be a synchronous function, and then not like that, not should be array, but should be curly braces, like the second bracket, and handle delete, and also it's gonna be coming as an asynchronous function. That's it. So okay, I need to also do that. So these 2 functions need to be working all together. So first of all, you may know what actually we are looking forward to. We're gonna go grab 2 of the statement by which we can do all the tricks by so far. And this is our header, that's the data, that's the add category. And there it's gonna be coming the form for by which that should be the added category, which gonna be coming an edit model, and the update category gonna work. You see that the edit model gonna open, and then by the way, again, you can do it also with the add category, but you just need to change the props value. That's it. With a single model you can do that too. For the delete, the same thing, the model is going to be open, and the same way delete category function need to be amplified. So first of all, we're going to create these 2 functions. So it should be const, that should be the update category. That's it. And that should be where's the functional value? And then that should be coming as, let's say, delete. Okay, I think that's the name. I forgot. Okay, that should be, I think, the delete category maybe. So add category, update category, and then there should be handle delete category function. Okay, that's it. So that's the function gonna work it all together to make things done properly, right? So first of all, we're going to go and initialize how the things can be done in a very decent way. So the handle delete gonna provide that value, which gonna be passing as that, let's say, the category gonna be passing as the category, which gonna be by default it's gonna grab, and the set selected category should be category, and is model open should be as, let's say, it's gonna be true. The similar fashion, whenever we're gonna handling that the data layer for our edit category, we can also do the same way. We can just go and prefetch that selected category as the category what we are passing by default, and the from edit we're going to provide the name, image URL if the image is there, category type if the type is there, that's it. And also the is edit model gonna be open. So what it's gonna do, if we click, you see edit model, delete model open. If the edit, that model is also open. So right now you're gonna edit okay, $100 under $100 promo. Okay, so that's the text which we're gonna do, and also you're gonna make it as the hot categories, right, or top categories, or I think the hot categories you're gonna find. But first of all, we need to initialize that update category function. Now, update category is pretty much similar of the way which we are dealing with that at, right? So first of all, if we are happen to be like, if we doesn't have that category, I think selected category, yes. So that's the one of things. So I think I'm gonna pass that over here, and we're gonna just grab the data which gonna be passing as from data. And of course, we're gonna also grab the error message here. So that should be error message. Okay, so that's the same way which we're updating. You see, passing the message category updated, the similar fashion, but just the route is changed, which is providing a put method in categories, getting with the selected category.id, passing the entire data, and you know the model is false, and also fetching the categories. So right now, if we go $100 promo, if we update, it's getting the updating information here. And now what it's gonna do, it's gonna update the entire category statement is updated. And I'm gonna just make that one as number instead of 10. One, I'm gonna make it as, instead of 2, I'm gonna make it as 10. I think that's the best value to provide. Right now, the test category I want to change also. So that should be today's best deal. So let's go and update that. Should be today's best deal and featured. I'm gonna go with that. So this the value, and update the category. So now it's going to update our initial category by so far. So there is one more thing, that ascending and descending, and also you can add the feature. Now here I skip the search feature, so you can also do that. So first of all, we can also make descending, we can make ascending. That's the things we can also do in the sort property gonna be amplified. So right now we're gonna access the delete property, right? So in the delete mechanism, which are gonna be pretty decent also. For the delete category, we just need to delete the category statement like so. So this is the delete over here. If no selected category, it's gonna be returning on then, and from the delete method coming up directly with the categories, and from the categories it's gonna just go passing by according to the ID. So I'm gonna just cut that, passing the value over here, the toast messages, and cut that, passing the value over here as the toast messages. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna delete a category. Let's say I'm gonna delete that one, delete. So after delete, you see nothing, I'm not seeing the loader. You can also make the loader. So that's it. If you keep the loader working, that is fine. So you can go with that. Let's say it's gonna be directly, let's say it's gonna be set selected, set loading as true. And also you can directly come on the finally method, and here make that set loading as false value, you know, so it can wait until the time it disappearing. So if I delete, now you can see the previous method is loading, data is coming, but it's gonna be combined a bit of changes right here. So it's up to you, you know, you can do it. You can also open a delete model by so far to make all the delete mechanism. So I'm gonna add now some more of the, let's say the baby deals. I think it's right there. I'm gonna delete one more property from here because I want the same structure as by so far right here. So I'm gonna go with the today's best deal again. So let's go and create that today's best deal feature. And I'm gonna go directly to implement this one. So let's say this one and add it. So I'm gonna go try to bring back the same category again, like to create a multiple categories with the same parameter. So that should be it. And if we edit category, trying to creating, you see category already exists. Now you are getting the actual masses by so far. So this is the how we can just go and predefine all the masses value and variation. So what we can do now, we can go with the best sellers, and the best sellers gonna get the dollar, Okay, categories. So now we're gonna have our best selling mechanism. Now this is coming with the ascending and descending parameter. Why it's not working? Because we are not handling its functionality. So if you go directly at the header of here, and over here you can see we're gonna get that handle refresh and also handle sort change. So the refresh parameter gonna be the same thing, remember, which are gonna be on and on, which we defined pretty much before. So that should be the same handle refresh, and we're gonna pass the message right here, and also we're gonna pass the message over here too. So be it. Now this is the refreshing. So upon refreshing, okay, handle sort change function, we just defined that one. Const handle sort change should be similar like that. Okay, so now what actually is going to do, if we just refresh, as you see, it's refreshing the data, gonna get the actual data. So you're gonna make that response just private.get, same as the method, just having that refreshing value, right? To just provide a very cultivate manner. So now for the sort change here, what we're gonna do, we're gonna just simply make that one, because every time a sort value gonna provide, it's gonna make that new sort order. So new sort order gonna be by default as an ascending ASC, or it can be go, and the mechanism to be is DESC, descending. So these two parameters are gonna be taking an action. So set sort order, it should be coming as the new sort order. So new sort order, okay, that should be new sort order. And the set page, we want that the product page should be aligned with a single page parameter. So right now, if we go ascending, let's say descending parameter, so the last one gonna be at the top, and also if we go in ascending parameter, first one gonna be at the top. So that's how you can just iterate with the parameter value. So as we have the categories, the things is getting a bit of cooler and implemented in a very nice and good mechanism. So now we can start building our one of the most fundamental parameter, which we can call the products, because the product's gonna have almost every single statement working it all together, and product is one of the most important parameter within our project structure. Now, what we're gonna do for the product itself, it's gonna handle a lot of parameter, right? So this is gonna be a pretty much handy. First of all, I'm gonna define the type here, and in the type, we're gonna just define the type as product, gonna be export type as product, ID string, name, description, price, discounted percentage, stock, average rating, image, category, ID name, and the brand. So instead of ID name, we can just simply pass that category should be as category, and the brand should be as the brand, because we are happen to be getting those things here. We have category here, we have brand here. So this is how we can combine. But in either way, you can also, whatever we're gonna link up to in the category ID and name, brand ID and name, you can also pass that through like that. So that's not a big deal. But as we are having that, we're gonna go with a proper motion, which gonna be pretty defined and pretty magical. So now we can go and start pouring every single thing. So first of all, in the product data, you're gonna have a lot of things. If you go see here, if you not the category, if you go in the products, you see the product data is gonna filling up a lot of information right here. If you go and create, you see we have the name, description, price, discount, stock. We are getting the category according to the database, whatever the category you're having. We're also having the brands from our database, and then we are handling the image. So there's a lot of things to be working perfectly all together. So first of all, we're going to bring back our entire value statement. That should be the product coming from the type, the category also going to coming from the type, and then also for the brand, which need to be coming according to the type. So this is kind of things need to be there. We also need to provide the state hook. And then we're gonna go with the Axios private. We're gonna go with the toast, not record right now, because we're gonna using direct toaster. And then we're gonna use the store property, and then all set, we're good to go. And for this one, we're gonna just make that a class name padding should be 5 and space y should be, let's say, 6. That's it. So this is the value is defined. Now we're gonna start building the structure. And the previously how we did everything, all the segment and others, we're gonna go and just predefine the value here. So we can just go and bring back our from property right here, which is gonna coming from the use from hook. So let's bring us use from hook. And over here, we need to go and bring back our validation for, especially for the product schema, which is one of the bigger schema right now. So let's go in the validation. Here we're gonna pass that our product schema. So product schema gonna handle certain kind of things. One thing is that the product should be having a name. Name must be at least 2 characters. Description should be as the minimum of 10 characters is right here, and the description must be at least 10 characters, and having the price ratio over here. And the price must be a positive number, so you cannot put a minus number for the positive. Minimum value should be 0, discounted percentage, and also going to be having this stock property categories, which we need to select a category, brand, and the image. So this is the field which we are requiring for a particularly happen to be a product. And of course, for to initializing the schema value properties right here, we need to at the top, we need to define that. So we can go at the top here. So we can just make that the type should be a from data is equal to should be z dot infer, and from there we're gonna pass the method which we predefined previously done that, so should be coming that product schema. So right now, as you can see, we have also need to pass the resolver here from the hook from, so that it can work perfectly. So now we are having the product schema together. So right now, this is the okay, this is the from at. I think all are coming together. So this is the okay 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, I think that's okay. Then also gonna have the edit model and others. So right now what we can do some similar configuration. So first of all, we're gonna fetch the products, this one product first. So let's make that should be fetch products, and the fetch products, of course, as the same parameter you're gonna handle, it's better to just go like that. So you can see here in the fetch product, we're going to get the current page, which is going to be a receipt page is there, otherwise it's going to be a single or the page is selected by. In the response, you're going to go with the adjust private, going directly in the products, passing the page, current page, per page, and source order, and set products going to be coming as the products, and total should be the number of the value. Set total page going to be coming with the math.sale. So we're going to just grabbing that properly, because in the categories, there is an error on that. So I'm providing the actual data ratio right here. And also we are providing the debugging log, but right now I think we're not requiring that. So if the product loading is having to be an error, we can simply pass that error message. And of course, we need to grab the toast from the sonar. So now we are having that fetch products data. So simply providing an use effect property, use effect, and over here we can now bind it together to grab that, let's say fetch products. So now we can see whatever the products is available. And what we can do right now, we can provide such a value which we defined pretty much beforehand, which can be coming as an header. So on that particular instance is gonna be coming to certain kind of things, gonna be happen to be get the button property. So I'm gonna go at the top. We're gonna having the total value, which gonna coming from the total value. Then we're gonna having a button, which gonna have a function to refresh the product data. And also we're gonna having the select property, by which we can select our ascending descending parameter value. I'm gonna just keep that handle sort change as by default. I'm gonna just console like comment on that. And after that, gonna be a trigger value, gonna be a sort value, gonna be also coming to be a sort content over here. Then also gonna be passing that, and like say it's gonna be that select item and then arrow up icon here. And after that also we need to be happen to be the arrow down icon, and then also gonna be a plus icon to make that one as and the set add model as true. So kind of like is this. So right now we can go through that, we can refresh through, we can add through, we can see all the value properties. Now, as we are happen to be there, as you can see, we can call the refresh function to get like the source to provide the source and also the refresh property. Now, remember the way which we have been done for, especially to grab that loading property and others. So now we can go and make those things pretty decent and clear. So after that, we're gonna first go with the loading, right? And if the loading is there, it should be another div, which gonna be, let's say, skeleton gonna be there. And if there is no loading, I'm going to just go an empty basis. First, I'm going to provide a div that should be showing the products, right? So right now, there should be products, because if we click, you see there should be loading and then the products. So right now, we're going to create a product skeleton which gonna handle or predefine all the skeleton properties. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna bring back all the skeletons which we have been created. So in the components gonna be over here, as you see, we have the user skeleton. So right now there should be another skeleton called product, and then also you're gonna bring the dashboard too. So now for the product skeleton here, it's gonna be just going to be a majority of that property which gonna be coming a table, and then the product skeleton gonna be providing that name, writing, brand. So that's the way it's gonna be deciphering the skeleton. And then we also are gonna provide that class name, because these things gonna be there. So the header gonna be there, the other one gonna be amplify of that, just gonna be a static ratio to define in a very out manner. So first of all, over here, I think the product skeleton gonna define is admin. So we are providing is admin as a boolean value. So either we need to provide the admin value or it can just run through like that. So first of all, from there, we can just simply grab that, let's say should be product skeleton. And from there, we're gonna provide that is admin should be grabbing our is admin value. Okay, so that's the property. And of course, we need to make the loading as a false statement. So you can see that's the status queue which gonna be coming as the property. So okay, make unloading. Right now, as whenever we're gonna having the property, having the product, that time the div gonna take some kind of actionable data or actionable things gonna work. Remember, we happen to be have to be the table, and also we are happen to be grabbing the table header, which gonna bring back the header. We're gonna have a row over there. Then especially for the table, we are having to be the table heads. Then if it's admin there, they can take any kind of action. And then we are also happen to be coming up with the table body, and then it's coming directly on the table cell. And after table cell, you see the image property, you're showing the name, we are providing a price to fixed and discounted person. Just now here we are using the static $sign, but in our client application in the website, we're making a dynamic absolute object, which can be very, very handy. Then also the product stock and other property value ratio, the category name. So because the category, it will be there, we have the brand name, and now the edit button need to be like that. So when the edit, and of course there the handle delete also, I'm going to cover it right now, and then we're going to have a trash icon right here to delete the properties. And whenever the product length is equal to 0, we're going to providing the empty property right here. So that's it. So right now we are not having, so now you can go no products found, start by adding your first product. So that's the function which you're going to run to start the product. So when the product is available, now you'll be able to see that. So this is the one fundamental reasoning here, which gonna be bring back our products. And of course, after the product data ratio here, there should be some other parameter too. So this is the product ratio. Then we're gonna having the pagination here. Remember the way we have been done beforehand. So all the pagination segment gonna be amplified the way which we have been done before. The next and 3 pages. So this is the one which can combine it all together. I'm gonna just bring back things all together at the top, because now later on we're gonna just calling that or storing the data on that, so that this is the handle previous configuration gonna work. Right now you're gonna see nothing yet because we doesn't have the product. So the first thing first, we need to initialize that how we can add our product. Remember the same add property, add a product model, we're gonna do the same value here. So this is the way we're gonna create. There is no other way we are handling right now, so we need to follow up the way we are just mentioning. So this is the dialog button which gonna grab through it. This is the content which gonna grab through it. Then we're gonna also happen to have the header, and in the header we're gonna have the add product and other description and title. So we can okay, not from the Redux, so should be coming from the components and also coming from the description. That's it. And also we need to amplify to grab the from. Okay, so this is the handle add product function we need to call. So this is the from field, and also we need to grab the from item property here. Then also need to be passing that from label property, and then passing through the from control, and also we need to grab the input property, right? And then passing the message. So first one is getting a from control, we are getting the name, so that's the name gonna be coming up. Then we're getting the from control, we are getting a text area which gonna providing us the description. Now it doesn't have the text area, so I believe let's go cd into admin, and here npx Shettian add. I'm gonna add, let's say should be let's say it's gonna be text area. So we need to like initialize that one. After text area, we also gonna passing that for the price, and also we are passing for the discount percentage. Then we are grabbing to make that other property. I think is already imported, so we can just simply grab that text area component. And I think this is pretty fine to go and make that way in this. And after that, we're gonna happen to be okay from loading, from control. Okay, I think it's quite good. And then we have the image upload functionality, and also we are having that dialog footer, which gonna combining the footer value and also getting the loader to icon once the loader is done and creating the segment. So right now, okay, handle at product function, which we didn't create yet. So let's go at the top. So this is the function gonna make everything, let's say, done pretty defined way. Should be a synchronous function over here. That's the things. So this is the one which gonna handle all of things. If we add, you see how the way it gonna look alike. So we are having our data structure done. So right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go directly in the handle product, and in the handle product, like handle add product. So this is the where all the magic gonna coming in all together to make things done in a pretty decent way. So first of all, to get the product value here, so I think, did we get, yeah, all resolver is done, our product value. So this is the handle add product. I don't know why the resolver is undefined, any name string 6 more images. Why? This is the product schema. I want to check it side by side. Are we missing any schema here? So product schema have the name, description, having the price, discount percentage, stock, category, brand, image. All are there. So now what's wrong here? Anyway, we will find out sooner once we're gonna just hit that and try to grab some of the products. So okay, so now handle add product, and in the handle add products, so we can just grab each and everything, like every single data. So the data should be as the, let's say it should be coming as the from data. Then we're gonna just make that as a set from loading should be true, and then we're gonna handle the try catch property. Remember the way we have been done all together till now, we're gonna do the same thing. Okay, you're gonna do the same thing to decipher all the structurable data and all the resources. So error going to be coming as error, and that should be once the product is uploaded should be coming up like that. Okay, good. So it's gonna go with the Axios private post method data, and the price should be number data price, discounted percentage gonna be as a discounted percentage, stock number should be data of stock. And once the data is coming, we're gonna provide a toast message. We're gonna make a set at receipt, and the set is model should be false, and then we're calling that fetch product, right? So this is the one which we're gonna just handling. If there is error, it's gonna throw the error directly. So let's go try to fetch a product. So I'm gonna first go grab the image, so it will be pretty easy to provide the name of that. Images should be the product. So let's say it's gonna be the tissue box. Okay, so gonna providing the tissue box. So some dummy description for tissue box. If we try to create, the error is there. The price should be, let's say, now there is the thing. In the category, we doesn't have. In the brand, we doesn't have. So we need to decipher what kind of property we are propagating. So especially if we directly go in the price, not the price, in the category. Here is stock, and the control of for the category, you can see. In the category, we are providing the filter value, but you see the categories is mapping here, same as whenever we are going to the brand is mapping here. So first of all, we need to provide the data. We need to grab these two values to set the things in a proper motion, right? So right now, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just grab this to function over here. So before handling of their page products, I'm gonna just go directly here, okay? So that should be, I think, no need toast message to provide here. or I think it will be better so that we are understanding that yes, if only error we're gonna show. So that's the fetch categories, so which gonna go with the access private to fetch the categories / categories page one purpose 100. So we are taking almost all the categories, right? You can also make that by default parameters also. So you see we are providing a per page 100 just to go and resolve any error if we are facing here. So right now we have two statement to grab the properties. So right now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just in a use effect property gonna pass that fetch categories and fetch brands. Also I'm gonna just take that at the bottom, so both use effect gonna coming as all together. So right now we should be able to fetch the product brand and others. So whenever you're gonna come in, you see the categories right now, we can see the brands right now, right? So we're gonna start again for, let's say we're gonna start with that plastic bed. So let's go with that plastic bed. So plastic bed for family. Okay, so that's the one. So I'm going to provide a price of, let's say I'm going to provide $120. Discount by default is 10. Keep it 10, stock is 10. You can increase the way you like. And for the category, it's going to be, let's say, bestsellers. For the brand, rental needs, and I'm going to hit to create the product. So after that, it's gonna, let's say, fail to load product. So okay, first we are grabbing that, so we provide the products, right? So right now what's is the problem is their fetch products is coming up right here, fail to load products. Why is failing? So let's go over here. I'm gonna just go inspect on the value first of all, especially for the fetch products data. This is the one which is fetching the entire product structure. So okay, value exist error is coming. We're gonna try again this time. So let's say this is the one, right? Fetch products. So I think / products. So let's just load again. Okay, failed to fetch products, giving the exist error. So from the response, okay, from the response we're gonna go in the config, and here okay, base URL is okay, good. So what's the error which we are actually getting? The config is fine, response and the headers, okay, titled hate. I think we are missing something, request error. Okay, so the config is saying, I think it's getting a bad request. So let's go in the let's say application, not application here, network. This is the products, right? Get API / products payload response. Okay, cannot get API products. I think are my API is down or not? So let's go to / server is running up and good. So let's go / API / product. So let's say I'm going to go with the products route. So products route / product. I think let's go to the, I'm going to go directly state the index parameter is / API / products. So this is the route which is handling everything PRODUCTS. So that should grab it. We are, we're having some issue. Okay, cannot get the products. Okay, let's just debug a little more. Okay, through the config. Okay, request failed with the status was 404. So it's showing that one is not found. Okay, I think I'm gonna go with the product controller. Product controller. So CT controller here. Now we're accessing the get method, right? So let's see if we transacted anything. We're having the create product, having the image. So upload image property is right here. So either image. Okay, I think we are missing something here. So product controller should be accessing that. So right now, if we go directly to create the products, what actually is mentioning right here. So they should be, let's say, create product, right? So the create product should access all the value property. So the image should be coming up with a secure URL, which whatever the URL we are providing. So now for the image, did we have the Cloudinary setup? So product, no, we are not uploading the image yet. So I'm gonna go and initialize that. So that's the image should be, let's say, Babymart Vite /product. So that's the result should be coming here. And for the URL, which we're going to provide that as the URL for that, particularly for the result of secure URLs, which you're going to inject. So what we can do, especially instead of create the product, because we are only having one single route which we made to create the product. So I'm going to initialize all the routes right here. The get products, get product by ID, create product, update product, rate product, delete product, right? So we need to have all the routes set up done perfectly. So now we're going to also define, especially for the server setup where we missed out the route setup so far. So now what's actually happened here? This is that we only had that create product. Now we have the get product routes by which we are calling that, passing that everything as the request query. Now also the page number, limit, and other, we are setting that. Now also we are engaging to provide that value. We are providing the query right here, getting the query as the category query, as the brand, also the brand. If price, we are maximizing the price ratio. And don't worry, I'm going to also push that directly to there in that branch. So whenever you're going to pull in that, you're going to grab everything. And also you can search through the products. You can go through the direct pagination of the product. You can source value through the product and also get product by ID and others. And then also you can go to that's the one which you use to create product, and there we are creating an entire product. That's the update product by which you are updating. And of course we are also rate the product, and then we are also making the delete product segment. Then we are accessing that. Right now if we just reload, we should be able to grab it, because as you can see, okay, there is saying /API product, which is not accessing that. Okay, it should work. So let's go in that of the product route. So in the product route, we are not making that other statement. So as you can see, we have the product route some more parameter right here. So we should be happen to be grab each and every other segment. Okay, so the segment gonna be for the first instant gonna be coming the post method to create. The next one gonna be coming as an ID method to get product by ID, and the put and delete to update it, and also gonna be for getting the rate product, which gonna be as to the rate product statement. So need to import that from the controller. We can just grab it. We can also grab the delete product. Also we can grab the product by ID. Okay, and here instead of the against of the post method, we can also happen to be a get method, which should be passing that get products from the controller. So now we should be able to grab the product definitely by so far. So right now, once we're calling the product, our route is going to be found by so far, and we should not be happen to be getting any error. So I'm going to just remove that. You see, we're having that the price, the image is not setting up. Remember, it not set by so far. Once we're going to add it, we're going to make the things to be done. So now what we can do is that we can edit the product, then update all the setup, because once we edit, we can do other things, and also we can delete the products initially. So right now, what we're gonna do, as we did everything, so we can see the product, our pagination gonna be evaporating. You see, show all to products, because the pagination here is gonna be very, very delicate, because as you can see over here, once we're gonna coming up in the products ratio, you see right here, this is the product statement, right? Total is bigger than the per page. Like if I have a 12 products and per page is 10, then I'm getting a 2-page for the product, so that my total is getting bigger than per page. So I will show the page structure right now. If I just remove that logic over here, I should be able to see my pagination right here at the bottom. You can see it will load right here. Okay, loading taking a bit of time. You see the pagination. So that's the where we are putting a logic to access, stopping the access on it. And again, I'm really, really sorry if you're feeling I'm making fast and forward mode. You know, it's AI, my dear. So you need to go fast and forward. In my next coming project, I have 4 or 5 projects here, and it's taking a bit of long time to induce all of those things. But we're gonna go and initialize those things very, very soon and very well. So right now, what we need to do is that to create another property which gonna update the product, right? So we can see that it should be enabled to edit our product in exponentially. So it should be one edit and second time again one delete. So let's go and bring back our edit functionality here. So this is the one which gonna handle all of that. So this is the edit functionality and handle update product, which the function gonna be run, and from edit gonna be working on that. So the name is working, the other control like for the description is working, and also getting to be the price. So entire form statement, the same thing. We're just providing the data ratio to in an actual favor so that it can really take in action to grab the data itself. And after that, also we are going to have a dialog property here. So let's grab the dialog here and also the contain here, and then let's go back to the header. And why I'm importing that. So while I'm importing, you can see the structure, what actually we're providing the text and what we are doing as you're going to have the entire code statement. Now also we are providing the footer right here, and then also another is the cancel statement, and then we're going to having that alert action button. And in the action, we're going to have two things: handle delete product. So this is the one thing here. So handle update and handle delete product. These two functions we need to provide here. So const handle update product, which need to be an asynchronous function. And this should be one. And then const handle delete product. So that's also going to be an asynchronous function. So this is the two function going to handle those entire statement. Okay, right now, once we click, nothing gonna happen, because remember in our product statement, what we did here, we are not opening that structure. So let's go back in our, okay, this is the added product. Okay, now that model should be coming up over here in the product. So right now, what we did here, we muted to action property here, the function which we have been built up. So this is the one which we're going to passing that edit product, passing that as delete product. So now what we need to do, we need to grab that to property to initialize the value. So I'm going to just bring that at the top. So top of that to function, we're going to provide that to variable. So the product going to bring back entire product. Set product that like a set selected product going to be the product which we selected, and from reset we are resetting with the actual value, the previous value, whatever value we have, because we're going to add it on that. And set edit model is open. Similar for the delete, providing the method for the product. And here only you can pass the ID and it will be fine. For the delete product, if you're passing the ID, that also gonna be okay. So now I'm gonna just providing the entry statement. So if we try to delete, we can delete from here. If we try to edit, okay, edit, okay, why it's not working? Set is edit model open, so it's true. So if you go handle edit, okay, this is the is admin should be okay. I'm gonna make a reload here, maybe something we are missing up. So edit, no, add product is coming, edit product is not coming. So let's just check again. So this is the okay, add product model. This is the edit product model. What's the wrong here? I'm gonna just check one time again. So the console here, okay, string value attribute, try to edit. Okay, the type arrow can properties of null reading ID. Okay, so where I'm using the ID, handle edit. So the handle edit statement, okay, so the product name, product image, okay, ID. So the I'm gonna keep the similar name, underscore should be a product dot, let's say ID. I think that's the one which cannot finding that, so maybe no, that should not be it. Okay, so at on click, handle edit. Okay, product category dot ID, product category. So this is the one. So product dot category dot ID should grab it. So is the okay? Okay, this product doesn't have the category. Okay, that's the one. This one gonna work. Okay, I'm gonna delete that. Okay, so click it, delete it, because that product having some problem. We're gonna delete it, but I'm gonna edit this one. Okay, so it's just getting the plastic bit. We can upload the product. So from here, plastic bait, also we can change the bestseller to the baby deals, or we can best sellers, or we can make the today's best deals. Okay, now if we just update the product, we should be able to update it. So now we're going to bring back the functionality by which we can upload the entire structure. So to do that, I'm going to just bring back the functionality by which we can update the entire statement. First of all, I'm going to just go grab that. So let's just grab it. And also that should be the selected product.id. We're going to provide the value on that. The data should be coming as the from data. And also, as you can see, providing the error and others. And if there is an error message, we should be providing the error message, a specified error message. So I'm going to remove that description property and others. Okay. So right now, what we can do here, if we click on update, you see it's updating. So the image should be uploaded and it's going to work perfectly fine. So after updating, it's going to fetch the product. You can see now the plastic bed is updated. And of course, for the delete product, that should be very simple. So that's the one also the similar of that ratio here. We can just simply get that if there is no selected product, we're gonna just go backward. We want to return it. If we have that product, we're gonna go hitting that route. And if we did successfully everything, we're providing the message that product is deleted successfully. Model is false. We are just fetching the product again, and the same thing gonna do again and again. We're gonna cut it and then we're gonna paste the value. Now what we can do here, we're going to just simply click it and delete the product. So now that's the way we can delete it, and we have a good product here, today's best deals. Now we can add more products. Now to adding that, we're going to add that. So boy short. So let's say should be boy short pant and some dummy text for short pants. And the price, we're going to make it a 20. Discount should be okay. And the category, let's say bestsellers, brand, like that. Creating that product. So we should having the product perfectly. So now, as you can see, also you can make another things to clone the product. So whatever that is there, once you copy and clone, it's going to just directly clone that, and you can update the slide. You can do it. So right now you understand what actually is happened to be there, and the same thing gonna happen to for the banners where we can like add up the banner. So I'm gonna keep the products like that, because right now if you go ascending and descending, I'm gonna make it work. Then we're gonna do some more things. I think the refresh also not working. So to do that, first of all, I'm gonna go directly in our header at the top. So that should be coming as the refreshing, and also coming should be that handle sort property, right? So let's go bring back those things together. So that should be, I think that should be our refreshing property. And on that refreshing, once it's done, it's gonna be providing that pretty decent message. And if there is an error, it's gonna also provide this message here. And after that, for especially for that, let's say sort property here, by which we can assort the product. Forget the name here again. Should be I think it could be handle delete, handle previous, next, handle change. I think it should be handle sort change. So that's the one gonna be run with that. Set order gonna be order value, and page gonna be 1. If I go in descending, we should be seeing that now it's not calling. It's because once we're calling the function over here, especially for the use effect parameter where we're calling it together, you see right here, we can just set that once the page is changes, once the sort value is changed, order is changes, you better call that functionality over there. So if you put descending, you can see we having that boy short. If we put ascending, we should be able to be that plastic bed is at the top. So now it's working perfectly. Later on, I'm gonna just change my database to access on that particular data, so that you can also use your own data structure like so. So now we're going to build for the brand property. Of course, there is some sort of changes. I think that's not that much mandatory. It's just coming. I think this kind of is a type error. If I just try to reload my window, I think that will disappear for sure. But if not, just kind of like caching property is happen to be once the like your editor is running, because it's getting much of heavy. So no worries about that. That should be fixed by so far. So I'm going to close everything, and then I'm going to go directly in my, let's say it should be the branch page, and not branch, should be, let's say, the banner page, where we're going to have our entire banner statement. So in our production, if we go directly in the banners, we have like a two banners only, and the two banners are going to contain some kind of data structure. We have the base deal and others. If you can see, we have our this statement, and also if you directly go in our, let's say, in our website over here, you can see that two banner is loading from the database, not from here. So this is the structure and text, everything coming from the database itself. So right now we're going to also fill up those statement right here. So to do that, for the class name, the padding should be 5, and space y should be 6. Okay, so right now what we're gonna do, we're gonna bring back the old property together. So first of all, I'm gonna just go and decipher the entire statement, the entire page value, the way we are digging things up, and I'm going to explain what actually we are going so far, so that you can understand what is just happened to be there. The same properties, same statement is going one and all, so it's better that we can move forward. So over here we also need to be passing that banner schema. So define the Zord schema here, which we're defining right here. Okay, it's good. So we are doing everything in the single page data ratio. And also for, I think we can just pass that message here, which is gonna be coming like that, and that should be, I think we should make that as simple as previous. It's because of the update we can't directly use that, because we all are using the updated formation here. So we just need to import the toast from the Sonar. And what else? Okay, that's the thing. I need to change a lot of the way, and like that. Okay, so now, so one more time. Okay, should be replacing this, and should be coming up with failed to upload. Of course, need to remove the description here. And okay, it's too much. It's just really too much. So let's just pass that. And also I'm gonna grabbing it from here and passing it right here. Okay. So right now, especially what else we are needing here, we need to get that image upload option. So from the component, and we're good to go. So right now, if we just save the banner, so this is the banner page here. I need to make a reload here to get everything done. And of course, we need to provide some of the class name property here. After that, we need to make a padding of 5 here. Now we are gonna side by side actually how and why we are doing those actions. The same thing, as you can see, just a similar pattern which we are following through. And also if we directly go in the banner controller, I think you can have that banner removed, like the banner controller, having the delete banner, add and create, everything is right here. So I think we're good to go. So first of all, we are grabbing the banner. So as you can see, we are getting that banner set banners. We're having the load, like the loading option is model open, and also the delete model open, and by so far the edit model open. And also we are providing that selected banner portion. So now here is coming on that from loading, refreshing, I use private is admin. So this is the property value giving the from add and from edit. Right now at the top, I think, okay, here and here. So this is the one schema. I don't want to pass that. I'm going to go with my validation. And here I'm going to provide that entire schema portion, which I really like. Okay, so that's our schema should be right here. So banner schema. Okay. Okay, schema is not defined. Why? It should be defined. We already imported it. Banner base, banner schema is not defined. Did you call it? Yeah, that's the banner schema, which we are getting directly from there. Export const banner schema. this is kind of not cool. And also I'm gonna take back the type. Okay, so type that should be grabbing here. So let's make that export banner. Gonna be getting the type from there, state property from there, so banner from there. Okay, cool, that should work. Okay, so right now what actually happened to be there, we're getting the add, getting the edit method, getting the fetch banners method, where we don't want to along the response, so getting the error property and the refresh property here, which is getting that banners / banners. Now directly fetching there, no pagination and others, added model there here for the delete proportion and also the add banner. And if you just click on that model here, we're gonna go directly on that similar property here. So let's say I'm gonna just copy that. So let's copy and paste that, also this one, which gonna be passing that same value, and from 50 hot deal, so from 50, and also the type which gonna be coming as the hot deal. We can just initialize the type the way we want, and after that we can directly go in our images, and over in the images gonna be good back to the banner. So this is the first banner which we are looking forward to, and creating the banner. So we should be able to see our banner together, and then we can also be able to update the banner. If you refresh, it can always refresh the banner property. And if we go directly to grab the second banner itself, we can also grab it well. So let's go and put it like that, and here it's gonna be coming for the baby steel product. So baby steel starting from 70, and again that should be also coming as a hot deal. And now we're gonna just provide that one, which gonna be coming as a small banner properties, and then it's just gonna be uploading as such. So we're just adding there. So we have the two banners. So this is the banner statement. So that's the style you can change, because that's the same banner, same classification we have been done by so far. So as you can see, this is pretty cool to do in. So right now, after that, we have one parameter which where we are actually happen to be that invoices parameter, which we need to go with the calculation of the orders. Without orders, we cannot go and modify. We have the orders route where we need to have those orders. Otherwise, you can't do with that. That we have the accounts where all the calculation gonna be coming from the accounts statement. Then we're having the dashboard. Now in that dashboard, we can now pouring the data, because we have the user, products, categories, brands, and it doesn't have the orders. We can bring it later, but we have the categories distribution, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go directly here in the pages, should be coming over here in the dashboard property, right? So the dashboard, we can just go align with that, so that we can pouring a lot of data together. So what kind of things we can go and to do with the dashboard property, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just pouring the data in a very legit way, so that it can really make a lot of sense. And for the charts property, we can just simply go with that npm, and we're gonna use that our RHRs. So that should be RHRs here. So that's the one which we're gonna use to combining and show all the charts functionality here. I'm gonna copy that over here, and then I'm gonna go in my admin. I'm gonna just install this one to let it work and flourish within my parameter. And also to go and to do work with that, I need to keep that here. So should be initializing some of the parameter itself. So first of all, we need to grab a lot of data property, right? So if we just go in that states route, so you can see the states controller, we are passing all the value here, all the route is set. So we can now go and hit back the data together. So first of all, to go start with that, we need to go and say, we will make some interface here. So at the top, that should be our states data, which gonna be having a counts, like the calculation counts value, or instead of keeping there, we can simply go up the type, and here we can just simply pass that. Should be export. You can put type or interface, that's up to you. So right now, what is happening in the counts, we have the user number, products count, categories count, brands count, orders, revenue count, and the role is coming, category is coming, brands also coming. So that's the interface which we're gonna use. And also we're gonna use some of the static colors by to maintain that maintain to property value to go and see any sleek design. So that's the color property we are providing for the Richard to go through that blue, indigo, purple, red, and green. So that's the colors ratio we're gonna decipher. And also we're gonna provide some of the parameter which gonna be passing that as the container variance, which the hidden opacity should be 0, visible opacity 1, transition for the staggered children 0.02, and the same way the current variance should be passing in that ratio. And after that, we're gonna go and bring back our things together. So this is the dashboard page, and then we're gonna having our states data here. Then also you're gonna provide that use state parameter here. We're gonna use the Axios private here to get the data, and the toast we're gonna use directly. First of all, we're going to also make that currency parameter here. So should be the format currency for international currency conversion. We're going to use the USD currency format to go international wise, especially for in the dashboard. You can see all the currency setup is showing in the dollar statement for the revenue purpose and others. So we're going to also make things work like so far. And first of all, we need to go and fetch the property, fetch the data. So it's simple. We're going to just call a function here, which you already did that. Instead of calling the function directly, we can just call the function using directly in the use effect, because previously we're using the independent function. Right now we are calling the function within the property of that fetch. Like so, this is the use effect. So fetch states property. Here we're going to go with the aggregates private dot get states property, and then we are getting the response and we are providing the data right here. And now if you want to go with that states route, you need to have that protect. So either you need to be admin, or you need to have a user to go with that. And also you can just go like make it as admin. If you just go that, let's say I also need to be only admin can access, you can add that, so only admin can access the dashboard. Right, so now here in the dashboard we need to start pouring the data to looking it better. So now we're going to bring back everything here. So in the div we're going to provide a lot of things properly. So I'm going to just put some of the class name over here to make it look nicer. So that thing's going to be coming up all together. Okay, there is some problem. So in the users we're having that. In the dashboard parameter, this header is getting a little bit squash it together. Why? So let's go. I think maybe we are mixing something. Okay, I'm gonna remove that. Okay, yeah, that should be done for there. Okay, it's getting only for that minimum screen is getting there, so it's crashing it all together. Okay, right now what we have a very good scenario by which we can directly go and inject all the property. And right now, of course, we need to provide some of the data. If we have the loading state, like loading, then we're going to provide that our, let's say, dashboard skeleton, which we haven't created before. And then if there is the data, we're going to just simply pass the div. And here we're going to pass an h1 tag, should be, let's say, dashboard overview. And of course, we need to provide, I think I missed this one. So dashboard. Okay, so now if we just make that reloading, you can see how this thing is working. So that's the thing's gonna be working perfectly aligned. And I think also this one should be not taking that particularly for the minimum height and width. So I think if we have screen property, no, it doesn't have that value, but still we're just crashing it with that layer parameter. Anyway, I think it's just crashing it because this one is crashing it together. So what we can do, animate rounded pulse. If we okay, if we just make something, this one out maneuvered. Anyway, yeah, we can fix that later. But now for, I think we have the live is still having the issue. Okay, live having that same parameter which we didn't fix it yet. No, live is okay, but why our this segment is not okay? Okay, anyway, we can fix that, so no worries. Now over here in the dashboard, so we can go directly on that. So let's just go and provide some of the class name for it, which gonna be like that. So, and also we can just simply make that div over here, put a class name, and then we're gonna just, yeah, I think no need to put any kind of stagger ratio here. Now what we're gonna do for the states property, we're gonna provide some of the data statement right now. So after the div, we're gonna have those data statement. And I'm going to explain one by one, so no worries about that. And for the parameter over here, we're going to bring back a lot of things from the charts over here. So at the top, we can just import that entire statement for the chart, bar chart, bar, cell, x-axis, y-axis, and let's say the cars. It's that the Curtis I think that Cartesian grid tooltip, legend, then responsive container, pie chart, and pie. and also happen to be there in the lucid icon. We're gonna have some more icon from there, especially to grab that user shopping bag tag, bookmark, package, and the dollar sign. And also we're gonna having that cart container and also the others. So we're gonna bring back the cart container here. Okay, so right now if you go at the top layer here, we have the motion div, but I'm not using the motion right here. But I told you, for you can use the motion if you wanted to, but right now I'm gonna just go and make that one as simple as it is. No need to use the motion, so I'm going to skip the variant. I'm going to skip the card variant too. And then for the states card, right now I am not having that structure, so should be states card. I'm going to just bring back that one, which you can simply use that. So should be coming in that our components. So here you can just simply pass it. So that's the state cards. So the link is coming not React Router DOM, should be React Router only, as we are using the updated version. So here we're going to provide that statement by which we're going to providing the data. I'm going to come back in later on, so just import it. Now over here also, okay, the motion is used so far on. I think, yeah, I'm going to go with the motion. Okay, let's just pouring that, because as we're using it lots of the places here, so I think I can simply go with the import, should be coming as motion, and that should be coming from motion, not module, motion React. Okay, so the states card should be coming here, and the card variance, okay, the card variance is right here, so should work. Now over here it's going to be providing the value here. I think this variant is not working properly. It's because of that motion which we are using, because we're using the motion directly in the motion, not the framer motion. So that can be making some issue. If we go directly in the packages, we have we are using the motion directly from motion, not framer motion. Yeah, directly the motion. So that's the issue. Anyway, we can see if the error is persisting, then we can fix that too. So right now, I think the percent and others, okay, I'm going to save that. Let's see if we're popping something or not. I'm going to reload it. And if the error is persisting, we can go and fixably just rewrite that again. So it's loading, it's still loading. I think something maybe broke. Okay, we're getting the data. So we're our colors is not working. No worries. We're gonna see we have the users, products, categories, brands, total orders, and total revenue. So now we're gonna go and hinder why the other parameter is not worked. So first of all, this is our colors. Okay, this is our container value opacity. And after there, our number states coming directly there. So the variance, which gonna coming for the card variance. So this is the card variance over here. I'm gonna also just get that npm I framer FRA framer motion, just to see if there happen anything to be okay. I think I forgot the name of it. So let's just go at the top, and then we're gonna use that, even it's an old library, because now they are using the motion. So I'm gonna just use that just to be uphold, because in the client side we use the motion, not the framer motion. But here, as we did so far, it can happen to be providing some of the error. So make that reload again, reload the window, just to see if this thing is working perfectly or not. Okay, so right now this happened to be a good velocity here. And also, okay, I think we're good, because the other property value is not because we have only one categories, right? And the card variance, okay, the error is disappeared. So I think it's because of that, maybe, or because of motion React. I think it's just because of some yeah, it's because of the motion React, because the framer motion is happen to be to providing those criteria, but our new motion is not handling. I think so. Again, if we try to reload the window, I think that would be good. So we're going to use the framer motion just to adapt those things. Maybe the library is not updated yet. So right now, as we did, we can see over here, we are just generating the states card. And if you just directly go in the states card, as you can see, what we are actually receiving here, we're receiving the title, value, description, icon, class name, and href. And then for the href, you see, if we click on the users, it's going to go directly in the user. So that's the value how it's going to sit. So also, if you click any of the particular data ratio, you're going to directly go and jump on to provide you the get that total value to work on that. So this is how it's going to render. You're going to have the card header, the title, whatever the title property. Like you can just make like if I just make that one as commented the title, if I go, you see the title is gone. So that's how it's going to hindering the title, icon, and total value over there. So the revenue is nothing there, is okay. Then we're gonna also happen some more property here. Skip that, so no worries about that. It's just getting the typo error. So this is the entire statement for the, let's say it's the card BS chart over here we use to showcase the chart value. And if we add multiple products, like we have the best sellers and today's best deals, right? So that's the product, right? So we're going to add some more products. Let's go. And if we add, whenever we're going to add some more product, that should work directly. So I'm going to, let's say it should be a test product. So this is the test product, and here putting the price, okay, discount. And I think we're gonna make that best baby still, okay. And then we're gonna just use some of the product data images should be coming on the products list. Just go and use that. Okay, so now we're gonna have three different products, like three different flavor of products right here, and it should uphold to our database structure to provide some you see today's best deal, best sellers, baby deals. So if you go in the dashboard, that should be having two criteria of product right here. So that okay, it's loading. It just getting a loading time a little bit I think longer. It's because of my network issue, could be, it's possible. You see we have three and the color is changed, so the color is coming like that. So if you have another one, diaper and wipers, you can get that. So the color combination is working. I think it's pretty cool and defined. So we have like an order value, nothing, brands one and others. So if you click, it's gonna go directly to the brand. So everything working perfectly fine. So this is the setup for your admin. As for the account and order and invoices, we can only come in here once we are having the data. For right now, if it doesn't have the data, it will not that much good to go. So right now, I want to finish one more property here, which is getting to be like the padding property here. I don't want to give a padding here. Okay, so hello. I don't know why this layer is just grabbing it. So this is the page here, right? So that if we go in the app, this is the header. And where is this, the header, right? So the header is going to contain, so height is 16. Let's say we're going to provide a background color of red to see. Yeah, that's the red. But the background is not grabbing the 16. If we make 24, let's see, somehow it's breaking the lead. It's because maybe we need to provide the height in a proper way. Okay, anyway, I'm going to skip to have that. So now should be minimum height should be screen. That's weird. If you can fix that, let me know in the comments, because this should be similar of that. We're using the same compartment to just go by, but somehow we are missing the I think we are missing, or some manipulation is happening at this layer. So I think so, especially for the div here. Previously it has been gone through the space Y and providing a max width, a max auto. This one is not Rico right now. Okay, so that should work together. Okay, I'm gonna just make that padding disappear. So put a class name, and padding should be 5, space Y should be 6, like what we did for before and others. Okay, so this is working, but this header layer, if we go in the users, it's okay, admin and others. If we go in the dashboard, this is disappearing. Okay, there is something, it's appearing here at the top. You can see that, right? So I think this is the problem here. So if we go in the dashboard layout, so over here, something at the top, dashboard skeleton here. So that's by so far. this coming for the text. Anyway, keep it like that. If you can fix it, let me know in the comments. So right now you're having that. So entry statement is working perfectly. All other route which we can now significantly do after happen to be grab all the products and others. So be on it. I'm going to push that entry statement right now so you can directly engage that. So what I'm going to do right here, I'm going to just remove that the env file. I'm going to just discard it so that whatever the previous ratio here, you will get it as far. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to enclose my server, I'm going to enclose my client here, and also I'm going to let cd into top. So I'm going to clear it. Let's say I'm here in the admin setup. So np, I'm going to make that git add dot. Let's see if you're having anything. No, not so far. Admin, that one, okay, it's cool. So dot, and then git commit, and here admin setup edits, okay, and git push. So and also git push should be u origin, then should be admin setup. Okay, so now I'm just pushing that everything. You can just simply find that in admin setup data structure. All the images is right there, all the setup data ratio is right there, so you can have everything there. So all the best, try to finish it up, and rest of the code it's gonna be coming part by part to you. Also, you're gonna build the client code gonna be there, and when you're gonna update, especially the the backend branch, it's gonna be deployed there also. So all the best, I'll finish that too, and then I'm gonna see you to build up whenever we're gonna build our client website and app. I'm gonna see you with that.